Barely 24 hours after he announced the suspension of his campaign over raging floods across the country and called on his counterparts to do the same, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and his team visit Benue, one of the states badly affected by the flood. Faced with a terrible road network, Obi arrives in Benue and was received by men, women and children of the community. Obi and his team later traveled to the internally displaced person camp on a wooden boat. There, he met with hundreds of people forced to flee their houses as a result of the flood. The people narrate their ordeal and efforts so far in managing the effects of the flood.
We have a total of 134,000 victims. About 27,000 hectares of farmlands have been submerged. We are happy to see you because, and we are saying this not because you are here. Not so many people have taken their time to come to Benue, to visit the RDP camps, and to see for themselves what the governor of Benue, Dr. Samuel Yure Ayewotom, has been talking about, has been complaining about.
Visibly disturbed by the state of affairs and quality of life of people at the IDP camp, the Labour Party flag bearer assured the people that they are not alone.
The only thing I can assure you people is that I've taken a note, and I thank God for making it possible for me to be here today. Because I can assure everybody, and I want you to put it on tape. If I have opportunity of serving this country, no part of Nigeria will live like this.
He tops his support with a donation of 5 million naira, while calling on the government to do more to assuage the plight of the victims.
I'm overwhelmed. I don't even know where to start. When I was coming, I didn't imagine what I would see.
All right. Hold on a minute.
We will give you student loan. Our program, 4 years will be 4 years. You will not extend before 4 years to graduate the university. By the time, on your 4th year, you will be taken through that critical part.
Senior Advocate, where are the student loans today? That was in 2015.
I think the roadmap and the foundation is being laid. Let me tell you why. Because, you see, you also need to ramp up revenues first and make them available for people and for students to tap into that revenue base. And that way, we're talking about revenue now, how to ramp up those revenues. Don't forget that when we came in 2015, and this is a significant point I want to make, I want everybody to fact check me as I speak. In 2014, no less a person than Okonjo-Iweala, who was then Minister of Finance, told everyone that we're headed to recession. So it's not we did not give that excuse. It was a PDP government that said at the time they were living that the country was on a downward slide towards recession. And that was in 2013 and 2014. Now, what happened, therefore, was that we came in and met that recession, and then the country slid into recession. But because of the deftness of the handling of the economy, we came out of the recession faster than even the IMF predicted, and also the second recession. We came out faster than it, they predicted. That we now met low oil production that dropped to 700,000 barrels per day, at times 600,000 barrels per day, when we should have been on 2.3 million barrels per day. We met those problems on the ground. So there was a problem of revenue, but the dream remained alive. The dream to fulfill these promises are still alive today as we begin to ramp up our revenues and rescue the economy from where PDP left the economy. And that is where we are now. So you can see that
a couple of issues.
The sound bites.
Right.
The sound bites you just played now shows the... Yes, go ahead.
You can land quickly, just because of time. You said it shows the...
The sound bite you just showed now is a further promotion of our candidate because it shows his consistency of thought.
All right, so let's break it down.
About it then in 2014.
Let's break your response down.
Talking about it now too.
Right, so let's break your response down.
Thoughts.
You said that the former Minister of Finance said in 2013 that there was going to be a recession. Your candidate made that statement in 2015 January, being aware of those statements made that Nigeria was getting into recession. Yet he made that promise to thousands of young people, in fact, maybe millions who were listening at that time. So that's on the one hand. So if he made that promise at that time, it's almost 8 years now, no students loan. What is the assurance, really, that the one he's making now, that in 7 years to come, there will be a reality? And you said that your government meant 700.
In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I'm the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. I'm Runoff. Today is Saturday, October 22nd, 2022. Welcome to the show. I see that some of our people, our friends are here. Alexi, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
James, welcome to the show.
Thank you too. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the show. Janaba, welcome to the show. Where is Paul?
Thank you, Rudy.
Son of God, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Blessing, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. All right. So we have a lot of topics to cover today. So we have to kind of structure our conversation. There's flooding in most parts of Nigeria. It's a serious situation. And before we came on air, I just got information that there was an attack on Apostle Suleman. He's a friend of the show, very good friend of the show. And so many other things. Of course, the politics is still going on, and we don't know where some of the candidates are. They come in and say something and disappear again. So we are going to touch all these topics. So, but let's start with, I have the video of Apostle Suleman, but it's flagged. He doesn't want people to play it. So we see a way to go around that topic without showing him speaking. But let's go with the flooding. Blessing, where are you?
I'm in Enugu. I'm back in Enugu.
Okay, so Enugu, there's no flooding in Enugu, is there?
No, there's none.
Okay, I know that it's in Anambra State and in near Onitsha area that they have serious flooding. All right, even in Agege, because the video I played a few minutes ago was from Agege, Lagos, where the Okada rider went into the flood. So let me start with this is what I was thinking before the show started. I was thinking, Blessing, do people in Nigeria know the danger of that floods this is something I don't understand. Here you are trained, so people are told, basic CPR. I don't know, man. I'm thinking of a lot of things. Basic CPR, when there's an accident, somebody is injured, the first thing is to take the person to the hospital. It's not to take picture of the person, video of the person. It's not to stay around and cry and scream, Jesus help us. I don't know. I mean, when I was in Nigeria, I know that I didn't know this. Probably if I were there, I would be thinking the same way. The same thing with flood. When there's flood, the first thing is to get away from there. I don't think it to carry you. And I saw a lot of instances where people were basically thinking that they could defeat the flood and survive. So tell me, what are people thinking about this blessing? If you know anybody, people around you in Nigeria who encountered it.
Well, you can only get away from the flood if you have somewhere to go. Yes, I know somebody in Delta State because as I was coming back from Delta, my host in Delta had a colleague who was very much affected by the floods in Delta State. She nearly drowned. In the process, she was rescued and she lost her phone. She was trying to get away, but to go where? The water is everywhere. Before you can get to a safe ground, so to speak, you have to still wade through the water because there's little or no rescue effort. People are practically on their own. They have been left to their own devices. For those that have canoes, they make use of the canoes. Others just have to wade through the water. If the water level is too high, they have to find a way around it. Maybe climb something close to the water to get away from the water. So it's not that people do not know the dangers of this flood. They're just caught up in it. They do not know how to get out of it, and they do not have anywhere to go. They do not. That is just the reality on ground. And some of them, in desperation, try to salvage whatever they can. Yes, they try to salvage because I've heard of a story of somebody that was trying to save. What was it? He was trying to save for one of his properties. The waters were rising. It was just no, I can't lose everything. I can't lose everything. They practically had to drag him out. It's a sad one. But people are not. They are not unaware of the dangers. They are just caught in a bad situation. That's just it.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. The Minister for Water Resources, he told the nation that it's not the cause of the flood wasn't the Cameroonians that opened the dam, that wasn't the cause, that it wasn't that. At a point he said that it was God that causes flood. Then I saw a headline today that it was they were not informed that it was rainfall. What is going on? How come every few years we have this and the country has not even made any efforts to deal with this?
When we look at our nationhood, in other words, what we call nation, and we target Nigeria, we will see that nothing serious about the citizens has been in any way taken care of all the years that it has existed, in the sense or in the capacity of the people feeling that they belong to some caring and dependable nation. And in that trend, so many things are neglected. Any little thing that the government does for you becomes a favor instead of a duty. That kind of mentality has continued to apply in that nation. I remember when some bombs went off in, I think, somewhere in Ikeja, so cantonment of the military. And Obasanjo was the head of state at that time. He went to the site and the people were like looking up to him. He looked at what was happening and said he didn't have any need to be here, that it's like he was doing a favor to the people to even come around to see what was happening. And he left. He didn't stop anything. So the people are always left to be on their own and take care of themselves in disasters, both man-made or natural. I'm talking about God. Well, that person who said that is looking at the easy way out of responsibility. Why would one nation have it good and the other have it bad in a situation that requires some effort to save the people from any event that is unwanted? You know what made Joseph in Egypt famous? He counseled the Pharaoh and said, look, we have plenty now. Very soon, we may not have the same as it is now. So let us build barns and storages and get ready for the time when it will be totally opposite what's happening now. So to prevent famine and people dying of hunger, the Pharaoh accepted Joseph's advice and they did what they did. What happened in the end? Egypt became the place to come for food because the other nations around them didn't do the same thing. They had enough food for themselves and even to give to other nations. Nothing like that has been going on in Nigeria. And it had become worse and worse and worse until someone like Chinua Achebe said there was a country. That particular statement he made and the book he wrote was showing how we were once trying to be doing something better, but today it's not so. And so we're at the point that many are totally hopeless about what it means to be a Nigerian. And then what you see today, people wanting to take care of their own. Thank you.
All right. James, there's natural disaster everywhere, all over the world, but it's not about what you can't control that could happen. It's about your reaction to that incident when it happens. So looking at Nigeria and how the government have been responding to this, what do you think is wrong and what should be done?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah.
Okay,
oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I'm okay. Now, the issue is this. Kindly allow me make mild reference to what happened in Ghana during the days of Rawlings. There was drought, and the people of Ghana were crying, we don't have food to eat. They blamed the agriculture minister. The minister asked the people, am I God who is to bring rain? That was the question the minister asked the people of Ghana in those days. Anyway, that's by the side. Now, this problem of flood in Nigeria, you know, I'm a geographer. I don't know if you are aware. There's what we call reoccurrence interval of floods. A flood of a particular magnitude can occur at, let's say 20, 30, 40, or X number of years from now. So people prepare for it, although we've not prepared for such things. But the problem we are having now is a so-called sister African country called Republic of Cameroon. They have a dam up there where they dam the river. I think River Benue or so up there. Now, when they dammed it, they need the water for irrigation and whatever they are using it for. When the dam is full, then it passes through the spillway and flows down. Now, when they are expecting very heavy rain, because if the water is too much, it can collapse the dam. So what they do, they just open it. Now, I think it was Shagari's time, they promised to do certain things for them pertaining to the dam, and Buhari's government scuttled the whole plan. So as a retaliatory measure, whenever they want to open the dam, they don't inform Nigeria. They just open it at will, and the water flows, cause havoc in Nigeria because we are the lower reaches of the river, while they are the upper reaches. So this is the cause of the problem we're having in Nigeria. In my opinion, the Nigerian government should look for a way to circumvent this problem. There's no need for them to collaborate with an unfriendly African state. If you know the amount of assistance Nigerian government renders African country, you will cry. In fact, you won't cry tears, you will cry blood for Nigeria.
Hold on, James. Hold on. You just said that they did not, because I saw that headline. The minister also saying they did not inform Nigeria. That's why. So let's even believe that that's true. Okay, you have a neighboring country, you have no good relationship with them. You know this potential of this happening, and you cannot fix it to the point that they will inform you when they want to. And Nigeria is a powerful country in West Africa, in the African region.
Nigeria is not powerful. Forget that. Continue.
Okay. All right.
Continue,
So
yes.
okay. So you don't know that you don't know when they do this. Okay, you know they could do it at any point. You know the season. What have you done? What have you done as a nation?
That is what I'm saying. I said the Nigerian government should circumvent. They should forget all about Cameroon. What we should do, somewhere in Benue State.
Since 1977.
Excuse me, have you ever heard of the Mambila Plateau electricity project?
Yeah.
You've heard about it. During Shagari's time, they spent 300 million and nothing came out of it. These were part of the measures to take to control the flood coming from Republic of Cameroon. But since Shagari left office, that program died. 300 million naira went down the drain. So this is the country we are living in.
All right. Thank you, James. Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, good morning. I think Mr. James just spoke my mind. That's just the exact thing, because when Cameroon started this plan, they talked to Nigeria, and there's a mutual agreement. While Cameroon were building the dam, Nigeria was also to build our own in Adamawa, which they kind of start the project and everything, which Buhari knock off this project, this plan. They say Buhari now is in power. We suffered these things some 10 years back ago, and he keep repeating himself. This is not like something we talk, this God, Jesus, what God cannot do does not exist. We see this problem, we see it coming, but people are just playing politics with it. You understand? This is about human life. Just imagine what the country is going through and the likes, and they couldn't do nothing. Right now is a great disaster and everything. And you said something about Nigeria being a big brother Africa or a powerful country. Nigeria just have the highest population in Africa. Nigeria is not anywhere even strong to even threaten country like Niger. Talk less to say country like Cameroon or Ghana. We just have the population, but the population don't mean any value to us. I am telling you. That's all I will say for now.
All right. Janaba, did God cause the flooding that had killed 600 people? You are God, the one that you go tomorrow to worship. Did he cause this flooding that killed over 600 people and is killing more people?
Good morning, Dr. Rudy and the panel. Good morning, Professor. Our God is different in Nigeria, so I can't speak so much into how they view God in Nigeria. God in Nigeria is where they go and they ask that their neighbor or their enemy should die by fire. So those are the fire and water now that they have been calling for many years now. So why should they now blame God when they have been calling God in that form? Let's go back to issue of flood in Benue State. Just like James and Paul and every other person have said, it's lack of infrastructure. And this is going to continue until we begin to value our lives and hold those politicians that have been eating our money and hold them to accountable why they should protect the life and properties of Nigerians. And then there will be a change. But where we have no continuity of government, now somebody will come and abandon the other project and nobody go to jail for it. This will continue to happen. And God, wherever the God that are calling live in heaven, that allow his own people to be drowned in the water, I never see that kind of God. It only exists in Nigeria or Africa.
Oh, thank you, Jonathan.
Doctor, you're on mute. Okay.
Yeah, CM. Welcome to the show.
Okay. Good afternoon, Rudolph, and the rest of the people on the panel. Actually, discussing this flood issue in Nigeria is heartbreaking because it is avoidable. That's just the term to use. 1,000,000% avoidable. Like those that have spoken said, what does it require? Nigeria knew they had to build a dam. They did not do it. The one where they spent 300 million naira or whatever, nothing to show for it. I think going forward, I don't need to go back to the past again. Going forward, the question I want to pose is, will Nigeria ever learn? In 2012, it happened. 10 years later, 2022, it's happening again. Will Nigeria ever learn? Probably maybe 2032, we reconvene if those of us that are, and then we'll still be discussing the same thing. So it's really a shame because such things when you are discussing, I just finished talking with my former school classmate in secondary school. He's from Atani. Atani is the capital of Obaru local government. And from Atani, from Onisha to Atani, down to Omoko, there should have been a road in all those places. He said he was showing me the picture in the mobile phone of his house. They now used to one-story building. They are using canoe to get into his bedroom upstairs to go and see if they can retrieve one thing or the other. See, this is a shame, and everywhere. Bayelsa, 80%, like I had, just to put it in context, like I read, is underwater. The teaching hospital in Yenegoa, which is where people should have gone to for the case of first aid or treatment, is underwater. And the most critical thing is that the pharmacy, every teaching hospital must have a pharmacy, even if it's only to keep Panadol. So that is wasted. River State, though Wike is donating 300 million in Lagos. River State, about a good number of local government is underwater, from Omoko down to Ahoad and all those things. Why Wike is donating 300 million in Lagos? You see, that is for you to talk about. Delta State, the same. Edo, like I had Kogi, Taraba, Adamawa, Benue. That's why I said, will Nigeria ever learn? That is just the question we have to address. Will Nigeria ever? I want somebody to tell me they will learn. Then I challenge the person. So this is beyond politics. When people deliberately are evil, the government, they think evil. What will this thing cost? You don't build a dam, you are building a rail to Niger Republic. I don't understand. And you borrow the money. Man, will Nigeria ever learn? Let's put it this way. Will they ever learn? Thank you.
All right. Obi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph.
So
thank you, everyone.
Yeah. What is your take on this flooding and what's going on, the reaction of the government?
For me, I think it's just government not being serious. And it cuts across everything in Nigeria. I think someone was mentioning Cameroon as being part of the problem, but I don't think so. We have an ambassador in Cameroon. If you say we don't have good relationship with them, what's the ambassador doing there? Could he not have known that this was going to happen before Cameroon actually released the waters? So I don't think it's a matter of Cameroon not warning Nigeria. It's a matter of the government not being interested and not caring, because it doesn't affect those who are in power. I don't think any of their houses or their companies are affected by this. So it doesn't matter to them. And if they remain in power, after another 10 years, we will still have a repeat of this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go around and then try to talk about how the people that we elected to govern Nigeria, they've been reacting to this. Son of God, what's your take?
Yeah, hello. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Yes, I think most people have spoken on this already. It's so unfortunate because We don't have a government in Nigeria, and that is the problem. Most people have said, I've commented, I think people have covered almost all ground. But I just wanted to add, you'll be surprised if you actually investigate that dam that Nigeria was meant to construct. If you actually investigate, you may discover that contract has been awarded 5 to 10 times already, and those monies have gone into people's pockets. So people are talking about it being awarded once. I'm 100% sure that contract has been awarded more than once, and the money has been paid, and that job has not been done. And that is the problem with that country. So it's going to continue to go, because people, when there's no punishment for taking government money and not doing anything, people will keep doing it. So anyway, they can loot. So that contract will be awarded over and over again. The next man will come after this crisis. The contract will be awarded again. They may not say it, but it will be awarded again for sure. And are you sure it's going to be done? I doubt it. So I'll just stop here for now.
All right, that's good to hear from you. Let me play a video of what is actually going on. I got several videos, and some of them are horrific. Let me see if I can find this latest one I just got. No, okay, I'm having some problems with my. Let's see.
Yeah, nke a nke ọrụ obekwe onowu ụfọdụ ekpe
All right, these are some homes somewhere in Obaru. We also know that Bielsa, even Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan's home is flooded. So everybody's impacted. It's not just poor people this time. It's not just something that we see in people who live in places that are not well developed. So this is not something that the rich are exempted from. Mr. Scribe, what is your take?
Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's very discouraging. I don't have words. I can't construct words. It's really poor, and for a country like Nigeria's stature and the amount of educated people, everything that goes for Nigeria, this is not acceptable. And my heart goes out to all those who are suffering on this. It's really sad. I don't have what to say other than can we or those who are in government, can they use this as an opportunity, as a learning juncture for us to review some of these layouts of our planning down to the rural areas where you can't stop water. Water has to be redirected. So there has to be a way that these occurrences can be avoided. Gutters dug, channels dug, or create these avenues for this water to at least just escape. There are both passive and active options. Spend a little bit of time reading on the active, and I think the passive option is the best. And most cost efficient. So that's the most I can say. I'm just so weak. Just looking at those pictures and seeing how much people are suffering. It's just it's unacceptable. Unacceptable.
All right. So let's see reactions. We know that Peter Obi has suspended his campaign.
Our president is coming out from It's the president of the people.
All right. So when Obi suspended his campaign and went to Benue State to look at this and called on other presidential candidates to do the same, people were criticizing him that he was just playing politics with this flood, his reaction to the flooding. Anybody can take on this. What do you think about his reaction?
I think he's a genuine man. He's a genuine gentleman. He did it with genuine intentions, and he should be applauded. Not rather, you know. The only thing is, and like you, everyone knows my thing with Obi is that I just feel Obi is going to be, given the 1999 constitution, given the constraints that and things that around the presidency, and the challenge that is Nigeria, the sovereignty question and all that, the misconceptions of the north south divide. I just fear that Obi is going to turn out to be, if he wins, which clearly he's doing very well, he might turn out to be an Obama, a missed opportunity, that where he might end up just spending his 4 years or however long he stays, just quenching fires and getting distracted. So, but is it from genuine intentions? Absolutely. No, he didn't do that just to score votes. He did that genuinely to go reach out to those people. Yes, he's gonna help his campaign, and you could see there that people, it's the best advert. What stops Bola Tinubu to do the same? Isn't it strategy? What stops Atiku to do the same? He's clearly showing he's healthy. He's ticking all the boxes, literally. So we must applaud him for at least taking the risk. Come on, look at those guys there, man. Anybody could have. Look at what happened to Muammar Gaddafi, for example. That is purported, right? That while he was mobbed, a CIA agent, put up a pistol and shoot him. The guy risked his life. Oh, come on, some people. Okay. Those people saying that he's not genuine. I don't think they're.
All right.
Not true.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to speak? John Abayu. Okay, CM, go ahead. I'll get to everybody. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Seeing Obi, I've read a follow-up comment on social media, what people were saying about what Obi did. So if only they are not ignorant of the fact that similar thing happened in 2012 while Obi was governor of Anambra State. He visited all the local government, all the places. In fact, you see him wading through the flood. So it's like it's his second nature. He likes to empathize with people at that point in time. So what he's doing has no political undertone. Even then, he wasn't contesting for any election, but it fell on him as the governor of Anambra State to do something, which he did. And he syndicated loan, sort of help all over the place that people should help. Now, if that is not enough, what really happened during the Haiti earthquake or something like that? Obi left Nigeria. I think the only governor, he went to inform, was it not Jonathan that was in power then, that he's leaving Nigeria, which is what he's supposed to do. He went with his son and then one other person I remember. They went there, he donated money, was seeing them in the earthquake, in Haiti, helping them. So he wasn't gunning for president, wasn't campaigning for presidency then. He has left office as a governor, so it's like a common person. What he's doing is charity work, and it is within him. Even his children are doing same, because he used to send them when there is something happening. He said, "Look, you go and do it." So I know that in Nigeria, because of the level of high degree of illiteracy and then ignorance, people will easily believe something when they say, "Obi did this, Obi did that." But then let me even say it on the however. If I'm from Benue State and I see Obi in this mood, I will vote for him, because it means that while we are being consumed by flood, he left what he's doing, even left Anambra and came to us. So it means that he's ready to abandon his family for somebody else, just like Jesus Christ did. Anyway, thank you.
All right. People are not afraid to link Obi with Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'm not the one. Blessing, go ahead.
Yeah.
The last part about Jesus Christ, Mr. CM. Don't make sure you go to confession after this too. But seriously, what do people really want? What do people really want? He went, wahala. If he had not gone, same wahala. I mean, instead of roasting somebody that went to empathize and view the situation firsthand, why are we not talking about people that have not done anything? Are we even talking safe? What has our president said about it? Is he even aware that people's houses are underwater? Is he even aware that we are going to have a serious case of drought next year with farmland submerged in water? Is he even aware of anything going on? Has he even made a public statement about it, let alone going to see this? I mean, these are the people he's ruling over. And yet, Nigerians are taking a whole lot of time to castigate a presidential candidate. He's not even the president. Come on, for going there. I read something. Somebody was saying his problem is not that Obi went there. It's the cloth he wore there. Okay, what is your problem? He should not wear cloth again. You people said he's wearing black clothes. He decided to add a bit of color. Is the logo not a bit of color? I mean, we like majoring in the minor. That is the problem with Nigerians most of the time. They enjoy majoring in the minor instead of holding their president and the government accountable and being angry that he's been unaware as usual and doing nothing and saying nothing. They are going after a man that went to see how people are suffering and donated money to them. I mean, come on, it's not something worth giving all this attention to. He did a genuine thing. They should leave it at that. If they have issues with him going there, they should take it up with the other two contestants who have not gone at all and are making audio promises. That's just it.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me clear something up. There's a tweet by our friend Kulata who said that we have a newly released Abado manifesto, and today's topic is on P2B. Shouldn't the discussion be on the manifesto? Has Dr. Damages officially endorsed P2B? So we come up with topics like 3 days before the show, and we thought that, being that this flooding happened and the presidential candidates, other candidates have not done anything other than donate money, and the government has not essentially done anything. Buhari is busy announcing the manifesto of the candidate of his party, and something urgent as this there is not being dealt with. We thought that, okay, maybe we can frame a topic around the reaction of P2B and ask the question whether he has, in a way, he's changing the politics of the country in the way he's approaching his campaign. That's how we came up with that topic. And then, of course, we continue to say whether it will work, because there's no guarantee that this will work or it will be a permanent change. So that's on the other side. And also, we had Buhari say yesterday that the reason why the vice president is not involved in the campaign of Tinubu is that he wanted the vice president to stay and run the government. So some people will be running things. But we haven't heard from the vice president about what's happening across the country. So anyway, Paul, you're next.
Well, doctor, Obi happened to be the new kid in the block. So everybody is looking for anything to bring Obi down. So people will say anything, but the right thing to do is what Obi did. He went there. We live in the West. We know how it is whenever anything like this happen. Come on, we see Joe Biden in Puerto Rico. We saw Joe Biden in Florida. We saw Joe Biden everywhere that they have any disaster. We'll see the president there. And if Obi follows suit, I think it's the right thing to do. But it's not shocking to me for people to react like that, because people believe that you leave everything that you are doing as a big man. Do you know who he is to come here? We don't even expect them. That is our mindset. That's why people who work in government always use the word, do you know who I am? You understand? Because they are bigger than the people that they govern. They forget that they are servants. They serve the people. They don't know that. So that's why people will always say that. So I think the people who say that, these are the people who is talking from the place of naivety, or I would say ignorance. That's all I would say for now.
All right. Thank you. Let me see who else wants to weigh. Okay. Son of God, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I think my colleagues here have spoken really well. Most of them have covered some of the things I wanted to say, but it's really unfortunate. You know, the thing that is most annoying, it's not that he's done what he's supposed to do. And I think my brother here, Paul, he spoke quite well. I wanted to make reference to the fact that Joe Biden actually traveled, and these are things. What actually upsets me more is that some of the people who support this Agbado man and all the rest, who are actually accusing Obi of this publicity and whatever they're accusing him of. Some of these people live in America, they live in Europe, and they see how things are done in those countries. They know how the governments respond to stuff like this. And people in those countries who live in those countries, somebody in Nigeria that is ignorant or maybe doesn't know any better, you can excuse them. Okay, but people who are actually exposed, who live in Europe, who live in America, who see how things work, how people how governments react to disasters and stuff like this. Some of them, because you see, I see them on Twitter and all that stuff. Some of them are actually saying that Obi is doing something wrong. You can't make it up. I mean, it's so crazy. They will not even give credit when you can give somebody credit. Instead of them, like my sister was saying, instead of them accusing the government in place, this is very cheap publicity for Buhari. Very, very cheap. How easy is it for him to just visit one of those places? It's such, for APC, it's a cheap publicity stunt. It's something you don't even have to tell them. Just go there. But probably they're scared. You know, just like somebody was saying earlier, somebody can easily kill you there, maybe attack you. But these people, they have the instrument of government to protect themselves. And somehow, I know my brother here has mentioned it. I was a little bit more worried for Obi going to places because he's leaving himself quite vulnerable to all sorts of things. And I know because you never know who is there, and he's taking quite a big risk. But I think it's in his nature anyway to go and do things like that, like this. So I guess I understand. But it's a shame. I'm more worried about those that know better and actually pretend that what he's doing is wrong. So I'll just stop here for now. Thank you.
Okay, Alexi. Alexi, go ahead.
Let us speak in context of what we know about the people that make up what we are talking about now. The leadership of Nigeria has always been the feudal lord system that is not accepted. I mean, we pretend we have democracy, we have this. The thing has been feudalistic. Those feudal lords never step out of their throne to go and look at any flood or anything going on. No. So when you ask them and you're expecting them to do that, you are expecting the wrong thing. It will not happen. Even if Buhari does it today, he will be doing it because others are doing it. Am I with you?
Yeah, you're right. I just wanted to show a picture of Obi when he was.
This Obi's picture, that Obi's picture shows what he did as a governor, not now. So, I mean, we are expecting the wrong thing from these people. They don't believe in that kind of lowering of a big lord to go and see flood or anything. Now, you talking about solving this problem of flood, assuming that the Cameroonian thing is true. How long did it take us to build Ibadan Expressway? How long has it taken us now to build the second Niger bridge? All these things are indicators of how we do things. How can you build a dam that's going to arrest this situation when you couldn't do the little things? Little things we didn't do show how we cannot do big things. And let me quote Professor Okonjo, the late father of our former minister, the finance minister. The man said, Africa is not lacking in ideas. What it lacks is implementation. I still remember him lecturing us at the university when he said this, and I remember it like yesterday. These leaders, so-called, unfortunately, with their feudal lord system mentality, do not believe that they should be made to do things that they don't feel like doing. They do what they want to do and let go what they want to let go. It's not, they're not guarded by any kind of rules that is above them. No. So we cannot get anything better in this way. And I repeat, there's a saying that the dog that is being owned by many people to feed it dies of hunger. You see this thing called Nigeria. Nigeria will continue to kill everybody. I'm telling you guys, you don't want to think about the alternative that everybody knows will solve our problem. We keep talking about how to make Nigeria work. Nigeria cannot work. The people who are holding on to it will continue to hold on to it, and they're not going to let it work. This flood will go down very soon, and everybody will go back and forget that it ever happened. So I don't see the solution in any of what we are proposing. As for Obi, he's a good guy, and there are many people like him, except that he has come up to exhibit the goodness in his understanding of life. And none of these other people running with him are anywhere near him. So if Nigerians like, let them vote for whoever they want. Is it Adetoye? Papa Adetoye said, look, Tinubu should go ahead and try to be the president of Nigeria. And that they have nothing against that, but that they are looking for Oduduwa Republic, their own Yoruba nation. And nobody should be against them. I want Biafra. Nobody should be against us. Even though it's happening, they are killing people every day because they don't want it. Break this house down and let us build new, nice houses so that all of us will succeed. Peacefully.
Alexi, thank you. The picture I'm showing is that of Obi when he went to Haiti after the earthquake there. All right, so let's move this conversation a little bit forward. I mentioned in a few minutes ago that the vice president, according to Buhari is saying that he's going to be full-time campaigning for Tinubu, and the vice president should be running the government. And he used to be very good at this, going to places where things are happening. So why is this not? Why is he not doing anything now? I mean, he has nothing else to do. Who is going to take on this? James,
I can take on it. Let me talk because I have to go. Can I talk so that
okay, go ahead. Okay.
You see what I'm doing? Can you see the suya?
Oh.
Okay.
Jonathan, that is not correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That is not correct.
Invite me and join.
That is not correct.
Now, welcome. I'm doing some party today. We're going to go back to the subject. I'm not distracting you guys. Look at the room and see what we are doing. This is my living room. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm having a party today. And Buhari is the most unpopular person to campaign for APC. It's a setup. They know that when Buhari campaign, he will kill the APC agenda. He's the most popular president in the modern Nigerian time that I know. So going to campaign for Tinubu, I don't think it would do him any good. And I don't think intentional, I can't read his intent, but I know politically, I know that it's not good for him. And that is what is going to take Agbado down finally, because the people that have made up their mind to vote for him, they will vote. I don't think anybody will convince them not to vote for him. And the people who are not going to vote for Tinubu, I don't think going out of Buhari will help. Rather, it will worsen the situation. So I think it's a good mafia strategy that he go out and campaign for his brother indirectly.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. It's just interesting conversation. I really commend you for for what you do, because discussion about Nigeria is quite incredibly frustrating and if not obnoxious. I commend you guys that talk about Nigeria every day. I suppose you try to make comedy out of it, sometimes with the Dr. Damages and stuff, but it's really, 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 difficult for somebody like me to be talking about Nigeria, because it just makes you look stupid, it makes you think in a very stupid way. It makes you look as if you don't, you're thinking in the past 100 years or so, and with regards to the conversation, Buhari and going into campaigning, it's same old, the same thing. What else is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? What has he done? Since he came into power, he hasn't done anything apart from, go to foreign trips, to go and take holiday, and going to what's it called, medical leaves and stuff. Every 6 months, every year. What else has he done? He hasn't really done anything. As a president of the nation. The nation is burning. Completely burning. The nation is leading. Now the nation is drowning at the same time. So it's just really difficult. And that glimmer of hope, people are seeing in P2B, they're trying to kill it with cynicism, thinking that it's actually being critical. There's no criticism about someone that risks his life to go and visit people, to empathize with people that is suffering under this heavy burden of flooding. And then you sit somewhere in London and being cynical about it, saying that he's playing to the gallery. What kind of world are we trying to build for our children? And that person wants to get into power. It's simply degenerating to be talking about somebody like P2B playing to the gallery by going there. Don't they see the risk the guy is taking? Why would he just put his life on the line like that to go and visit these people without actually him feeling that it's very, very important that he goes there? This is what is killing the nation. It's killing the people. Everyone is cynical. Nobody acts in the best interest or believe that anybody can act in other people's best interest. It's really, really damaging the whole polity of the country, because nobody believes in the country. Everybody is acting, even the people that wants to do well are being brought down with cynical, just to tear everything down, to get their way. It's really, really, I commend you, because it's not the kind of conversation we should be having, whether P2B is playing to the gallery. It's to commend the guy and then move on. So the guy has done the right thing. Leave that by the side. Let's move on, because it's a beautiful thing that he did. Even if he played to the gallery, it's a beautiful thing that he did. So I thank you for the time. But it's just frustrating to talk about Nigeria, honestly.
All right, thank you, Okoye. Thank you so much, Femi. We're going to change the topic, but let me hear from you in 1 minute, and then we change the topic. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. So, just piggyback into what Mr. Okoye just spoke about. I have a friend. When I moved to America, I recall we had this conversation several years ago. I was surprised that his stance had changed in terms of his emotional attachment to Nigeria, considering the fact that when we were in school together back in Nigeria, he was so much of an activist back then. And short of saying it's not a case that he no longer believes in Nigeria. Now, fast forward to when I now came back at our first conversation, the moment I raised the issue of Nigeria, of all the people in the world that I expected to say what he actually responded to me with, he actually shocked me when he said, look, let Nigerians in Nigeria take care of their own problem, that he's tired. That we that are here, when you're in America, you take care of American problem. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because, again, now, if you're not careful, you get drained. And that's why I understand where the likes of even Mr. Lexi would, because, recall, I always say this thing about, see, this thing is not by force. Because I can't understand how even someone like a Wike, for example, would leave Rivers, which is also affected by this same flood, for example, and go to Lagos, which is probably isn't it like the fifth biggest economy if it was a country? Isn't that what they say? And you're going to donate 300 million naira for whatever reason. You're trying to be cynical, and we're talking about people's lives. I mean,
we'll get to Femi. We'll get to Wike. Wike is one of our topics.
I mean, I wasn't. I'm just saying.
Saying, we'll get to that. But let me switch a little bit. Let's hear, because what happened. Let me show my face. Last week we saw presidential candidates go to Kaduna to go and show their face and take questions from Arewa Consultative Forum. And it was an eye-opener on who they are, what they think, and some of the things they said. And I want us to discuss some of the things we have from them. Let me start by playing a video of former Vice President Atiku when he spoke to the gathering. Then we will take it out from Atiku. We go to others. So let me play a video of Atiku.
We Northerners always think about Nigeria more than other parts of the country. This is simply because we are multi-ethnic and multi-religious. There is no any other ethnic group in the Southwest other than Yoruba. There is no any other ethnic group in the Southwest other than Igbo. So that's why they identify themselves as Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, whatever nation they call themselves. But in the North, what are you going? You can only identify yourself as a Northerner because we are multi-ethnic and multi-religious.
All right. Be nice, Atiku, if he's married to Yoruba and Igbo wife. So if you want to respond to this, be nice. James, go ahead.
You see, it is very interesting and at the same time uninteresting. I remember after the outbreak of the Civil War, a certain man, I can't remember the name of the author, he wrote a book, The Nigerian Military, a sociological analysis of revolt and something, I can't remember. Anyway, he made it clear there that in the Nigerian military, before the outbreak of the war, they are not allowed to form tribal groups. It was forbidden. I don't know what it is now because of the problems of tribalism, and that's one of the causes of the Nigerian Civil War. Here is a man, so-called elder statesman, who is preaching tribalism because he wants the presidency at all costs. Now, we are all talking about building a strong, united country and exhausting all the grammar we've learned since our high school days. And this is a man who wants to control you and me on the platform of tribalism. People are even supporting what's called the Arewa group for organizing that meeting. To me, it's a misnomer because if the Arewa, they are there to protect their interests, the Oduduwa are there to protect their interests, the Biafrans are protected. The country is already, in sections. So a man like Atiku, one good thing about him is that he's not pretending to be a good man. That's just one good thing. From his actions, he's not pretending to be a good man. He's telling you who he is. He's talking about Yorubas, the this, the that. So, to me, a man of his type cannot take us anywhere. In fact, we should be thinking seriously of post-Nigerian republics.
All right.
That's what we're thinking about.
James, thank you. Blessing, what's your take on Atiku and the statement he made?
I don't know anybody if anybody else caught the part where he said that the Northerners think about Nigerian and not other parts of Nigeria. I didn't know we had other parts of Nigeria except Nigeria. Am I the only one that grabbed that part? Now, moving away from that, I think sometimes it's better to have them on this kind of forums. Yes, they better make breeze blow, make fire nyash open. If they were not forced to come on this kind of platforms, we might not get to hear some of these things. So the only thing I'm going to say is more of these engagements, please. Even if it does not do anything, because like it or not, a lot of people have made up their minds who they are going to vote. Given there are still a few people on the fence, but majority of people are already decided on who they are going to vote. But this kind of engagement, if it does nothing, it will be on record that you heard this person said this and you still went ahead and made your choice. At the end of the day, it's one vote per adult. So keep this kind of engagements coming so that when the proponents of it's my choice starts, it's my choice to vote Atiku, let it be on record that you heard him say this kind of things. You heard this man play the ethnic card and you still went ahead and vote him. So do not cry when whatever comes happens. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. We'll take two more comments on this and we'll play another one from Obi and Bola Tinubu. Who wants it? Okay, go ahead, Alexi. Okay, Alexi, you have to unmute yourself.
From time to time, we quote the so-called founding fathers. Let us not forget one very important conversation that took place where Zeke said, let us forget about our differences and build a nation. Ahmadu Bello interjected and said, no. We should not forget our differences. Let us respect our differences and forge on with it. This idea of trying to beat down on people for who they are, identity-wise, is a sin. And even if you deny your own identity, you are not doing the right thing. So what is all this about using identity to talk down on people? Or they want to form a Yoruba nation or Igbo nation or whatever, like you said it, as if to say in the North, everything is normal. No, there are many people who are silent, like that of the graveyard in the North. People who want to come out of their feudal lordship over them. So when you hear this kind of comment, it's nothing but a trick, a way of trying to deceive people into believing that it's El Dorado around them. It's not. The whole thing is just a tool to gather the people under his ideology, and we remain where we have always been, which is no forward, or even when we move forward 2 steps, we come backward 10 steps. So Atiku has not much to tell Nigerians. He just wants to be president, and whatever words that come into his head, he will use it and believe that it's going to sell. But Nigerians should become very, very smart to know that this rhetoric is better sifted and filtered to get something good out of it. That I have no hope in people like him continuing the leadership of the country. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, well, Doctor.
Yeah.
Atiku just proved himself to be a very good politician in the North for Northerners only. The good thing is that when you be a politician like that, you can never win. He failed to understand that IBB tried that for a very long time. Buhari tried that for a very long time. He couldn't achieve it till Emilokon helped him out. You know, so talking to the Northerners in those type of way, you are telling the Northerners what they want to hear for them to give you their vote. But the beauty of it is that you need 2 to 3 to become the president of Nigeria. When you say all those things finish, then you come to the South. What will you tell us? Then you tell us that I marry your daughter, I marry Igbo wife, and I marry Yoruba wife. I'm waiting for him to come and marry an Urobo wife. You understand? To come and marry an Ishekiri wife. You understand? Maybe that's what he will tell us when it comes to the South, when it comes to places like South. So
you
it's
could
good
finish
for
him
him to
with
do
bride
that.
price.
Buhari tried that for a very long time, and he didn't achieve anything. So you can see the height of
Paul, what if he has figured out that this election will lead to a kind of a runoff, that whatever is happening on February 25th won't determine who will win the presidency, and he feels that the best thing is to make sure he will secure the votes of the North. If we could get the votes of the North, then during the runoff, he will now run a campaign that is nationwide. What if that's the strategy?
And well, remember the Northern and the beauty of this election is that there are three formidable candidates. You understand? Looking for the same vote in the North. Three formidable candidates. If there's any lesser person among them, let's just put it this way. Let's say Obi. You know, Kwankwaso will get good chunk of the North. Tinubu will also get from the North. You understand? So if it's not going to be easy. You understand? And saying all those things, cut across the North from his own rhetoric that he's giving, cut across the North. When you go to the North Central, that they also feel bad. Remember, these people feel bad to an extent where so many Northerners were even to be forced to pretend that they are Fulanis, even when they are not, so that they can achieve something there. Because there is a lot of oppression going on there, which they don't say out. You understand? So when the chiefs are done, every one of them put on white agbada to pretend to us that united we stand, divided we fall. They are not as united as they want to tell us in the South. They are never united, and they will never be united. That's all I can say for them.
All right. Thank you. One more person on Atiku.
Yes.
Who wants to speak? Okoye, go ahead.
Yeah, at the first of it, what that comment that Atiku made wasn't really, that overly tribal, if I have to comment. But I think he's just playing to his advantage, his perceived advantage that he has, especially, considering the race, how tight the race is getting. So he's trying to, play with words in a way, because at the first of it, what it actually said didn't actually make much of a sense in terms of people agitating for nations all over the country. So I think it's simply politicking in a way, but whether it is overly tribal or anything like that, I don't think so. We're waiting for him to.
But Okoye, do you think it's actually correct that in the South?
Your voice was breaking.
Okay,
your voice was breaking then.
I think it's your line that is not very good, not my own.
Doctor, it looks like you guys are in summer now in New York. Your network is bad.
My network
is bad, doctor.
Oh, I didn't know. You should have told me. Oh, okay. All right. Then let me see.
Hand us over. Hand us over.
Is it better now?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
We
It's
can
better
hear you
now.
now. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. All right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I thought it was. I'm hearing echo now.
There's echo now at the background.
All right. Okay. So, all right. Let's continue. Let's see if that continues. Is it better?
I have something to say, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
Okay. No, it's still there.
Yeah, but we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Scribe.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, I just want to build on what Mr. Lexi said about feudal lords and how that may have influenced this kind of perception or this kind of mindset that the feudal lords have on Nigeria. And let's take a step down memory lane. The system that was handed to us by the British was indirect rule, and the sole purpose of it was that indirectly they would pull the strings. They will be the puppeteer, the puppet master, you know. So I look at it this way, that we shouldn't read too much into what he's saying. He clearly knows what he's saying. Now, if you watch the entire video of that, you know, all the candidates, I felt insulted by the words that came out of, when it came to Obi's time, the subjugative language that Hakim Baba Ahmed used. And you could see the emphasis on Obi. And like, because clearly everybody sees that he's the man that the wind is behind. And, you know, he's the rational one. And Hakim Baba Ahmed, I think he's a man who is very rational, very, very, you know, he knows what he's doing. But I just saw a lot of concern, and in some ways, one could also argue that the North, this argument that has always existed, even back to Sadaunda's time and his popular statements on Igbo people, that inferiority complex was very reflected in some of his words there, and it's very subjugative. You could see the face of Obi, the way he was like trying to mask a smile and all that, because that's actually my point, is that, and you go to speak to Femi's point, to Lexi's point, and you don't blame those people who don't care anymore about Nigeria. Like, I mean, this is a system that was handed down to us, and it needs to be restructured. It needs to be set aside, so that way our traditional systems will come to the fore. Because I believe that's when Nigeria will actually, that's when the definition of a Nigerian will then have space to come to fruition. Because one, we are patting down all of our historical foundations, and we're trying to adopt something that is clearly not ours. And I think that's one of the core problems of Nigeria. Another point I want to quickly make is that when we look at you know, the whole presidential thing, you can clearly see that, you know, it doesn't really matter what the outcome is. I'm really concerned about these elections, because, especially for my brother Obi, and he keeps saying things like, and I think he should start curtailing them. He keeps saying that the North is going to be the greatest beneficiary of my government. The North was the greatest beneficiary of Jonathan's government. Look at what happened, right? Charity begins at home. You know, I don't like that. You know, I must say that. You know, we're always facing that way. What about us, the Igbo people? What about? And I see Paul shaking his head now. He'll come and throw me one bait. No, Rudolph, please let me. No. A few seconds. Let me round up my point, please. I beg you, please. Thank you, sir. What about us in the southeast? Don't we have our issues? He hasn't spoken to any of our issues. He hasn't said anything he hasn't spoken to the sovereignty problems. He's dodging these things. And that's why I am suggesting that Obi's tenure is going to be a missed opportunity. If he cannot, I don't care. Look, the wind is behind you. It's just like Trump. Trump said he can even shoot somebody on the street and he will still become president of the United States. And I think Obi is in that position. So he should not be afraid.
All right, thank you. I don't think Obi is anything near that, and I don't think this is all politics. You know, you don't expect Obi to if he wants to win, he can take it that he has the southeast vote, so he's basically going to be talking about other people. Anyway, let's go to Tinubu. We'll get to Obi next after Tinubu. Let's play a video of Tinubu at that event, just a little bit of what he said, and we discuss his performance during the event. All right, hold on. I'm technically challenged today. I don't know what's happening to my computer. And all right, so I think we got it.
We are coming up with unbreakable team of performers who are dedicated to the future of this country. If we want to pay Ludo, I'm not part of that. But we want to pay finance, project completion, audacious programs that will bring development to this country, we will do it. Take it and put it in your pocket. Another question.
Audacious programs. You can take it and put in your pocket, you know. I will get to where he answered the question about climate change, but I just wanted to make sure that this one was sinking, because Kulata and other people are talking about his manifesto, which came out yesterday. I don't know if any of you have read it, but who wants to take on Tinubu's performance at the event? Yeah, Son of God, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and keep this short. Now, if you listen to Tinubu there, one thing, it's not very inspiring. What he's trying to say, because it's like you trying to say that APC as a government, another APC government is going to deliver the country from APC government. I mean, that doesn't sound. I'll just take you to one of the items in their manifesto, which somebody brought to my attention. He was saying something like 10%. They're going to have a 10% average growth in GDP. I mean, just imagine that figure. Even a country like China does not even have an average GDP of 10%. So when you look at some of the things in their manifesto, they are very, very unrealistic. Another thing he said in their manifesto, they're going to place graduates on allowances. If you look back at some of the, it's like a rehash of some of the things they had in their manifesto from 2015. Just go and look at the 2015 manifesto. It's just like a rehash of some of the things in there. They're going to free school meals for children in school. I mean, they are promising things that they know it's not going to happen. And they obviously think that Nigerians are going to have some sort of amnesia or something, are going to forget all the promises they made to Nigerians before. Nigerians are just going to pack all those things and then come back again and believe them again. I don't see how some of the things they're saying, they are not realistic, one. And secondly, even if they are, why should Nigerians actually believe an APC government after the experience we've had with them before? So they're swimming against the tide here. I don't see how reasonable Nigerians can actually believe them. So this is the problem.
All right, man.
Somebody else,
yeah, Son of God, hold on. While you were talking about, let me play this, because this is what you're referring to.
That the presidential candidate made in 2015. Take a listen.
We will give you student loan. Our program, 4 years will be 4 years. You will not extend before 4 years to graduate in a university. By the time on your 4th year, you will be taken through that critical part.
Senior Advocate, where are the student loans today? That was in 2015.
Yeah, so that's Son of God. That's what you're referring to.
Can you even compare? If just let me just make a comment on something. Can you compare this Tinubu that you are seeing in 2015? You see the energy. You see how agile. Can you compare that Tinubu to the one that is sitting on the chair? Can you compare them? It's like night and day.
All right.
The Tinubu of 2015 is like night and day from the one of now.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's continue with the conversation about what Tinubu said to the Arewa Forum. Let me play the part he answered the question about climate change.
I think. Oh, the private, the climate change, Prof. It's a question of how do you prevent a church rat from eating a poisoned Holy Communion? That's the way. We are a poor nation. they ban coal will follow. They say firewood not for fire. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, shine it, and tell the West, if you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change.
Dr. Megis, I'm trying to leave. Can I just quickly make a comment, if you don't mind?
Okay, go ahead. Did you clap? Did you clap for him? I mean, you didn't clap for him when he said,
I've never been more irritated in my life. First of all, let me just add that. As a matter of fact, I feel like sobbing for him on his behalf. I think this man should just go and rest on behalf of Nigeria. Otherwise, I think we call it second chance. This will be like third or fourth chance. We cannot continue like this, Dr. Damages. We can't. Let me just leave because it's ridiculous.
All right, thank you, Femi. Okay, hold on. Let me see. There are people who joined I didn't even say hello to. Kenny, welcome to the show.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, and man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Yeah, man of Prestige, you can go. What's your take on Tinubu's answer to climate change question?
Okay, thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, everybody. Afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Yeah, I mean, Tinubu of today is not the Tinubu, he was about 10 years ago. I mean, it's very explicit. Everybody can see that. Should he be running or should he not be running? That depends on the people in Nigeria, But I don't know I don't know what he's suffering from. I'm not a doctor, so he hasn't been able to prove that he's suffering from anything. But that notwithstanding, there's some point I took away from the conference. Of course, he didn't speak eloquently, maybe because of what he's going through. I can't really say he's not the same person he was, a long time ago. When he said something about the climate change, I think there's some sense about what he said about, we not depending on the West, because if you need to see what's going on, I mean, we don't really need any climate change because this is caused by the Western countries, USA, China, and everybody. So if we have to go into any kind of climate change agreement, I think they need to compensate the African nation. I mean, what he said there is, I agree with him. I mean, am I a Tinubu supporter? Of course, definitely not. I'm an obedient. So there's no, but when somebody say right, you need to commend him on that. So that's my point on that climate change. But other things that he said, go ahead.
Hold on. Man of Prestige, what did you agree with him? What is it exactly did you agree? That climate change doesn't impact us, it's not our problem, or that we didn't cause it, and because we didn't cause it, we shouldn't do anything to prevent
Well, to a certain extent, it's not our problem because all this climate change.
Well, hold on. What do you think? Desertification. What is happening in the north? Why there is no trees, and what do you think is the impact? You think it has nothing to do with climate change?
To a certain degree, it's very minimum compared to all.
When the West is saying don't cut trees, when the West is saying, are they saying don't cut trees because it's our tree, or that it's going to we need your tree, or why do you think you need trees? Do we need them to tell us even before we plant trees? I mean, we have scientists who see these things. I'm just trying to get conversation from you. Why do you agree with him, and what part do you agree with?
No, the part I agree. I'm not saying we don't have an issue about climate change, but remember, I'm just saying the West is trying to use us. I'm just saying we don't have money. So if we're gonna, cooperate with them, they need to fund the whole bill or pay up to a certain degree. So that's the point I agree with him. I'm not saying he didn't speak eloquently about what he's gonna do because he said, I'm not gonna speak that much right now. I will leave it because the press is gonna take it and run. So he did not really elaborate, but for that, just that soundbite that he made about we not, the West need to pay us. That's the way he said it, but it's probably not necessarily the way he's supposed to have said it. But for us to, budget money, because this is a Western problem. more of a Western problem than African
You
problem.
can,
I
you
mean,
can say
in my own,
they are major people that contributed to that, but you can't say it's their problem. We are feeling it. When the water in Lagos start rising, the sea level start rising, it's going to impact Lagos.
but we don't have that much effect like they do. I mean, this is caused by the Western nation. Look at China, look at USA. I mean,
you can say that.
I mean, that's the way I see it. I don't know.
Yeah, you can say they caused it, but it's not their problem. It's their problem.
Can I support what Prestige is saying by
Okay,
saying
go ahead.
that the climate so the climate debate is in my opinion is in two sides. There's the political side and there's the scientific side. Now we can go back as far as Al Gore to begin to trace some inconsistencies in this whole thing. But let's go back to basic geography. The definition of weather is that, James will help me here, please correct me. The definition of weather that it changes, right? Over within a period of 3 months, 1 year. But the climate changes over 35 years. Am I correct or not? Right? That's what we were made to believe when we were studying geography in school. Now, when I thought about this with these two things, and I said, look, when you look at this same Sahel and desert areas that you were talking about, you archaeologists and all these archaeologists that have radio dated some of these things, they've been able to see a little bit that suggests that the climate actually changed all through those thousands of years, and they've suggested various ways. So now, to the political debate, my opinion is that I think it's blatant rubbish. And I think it's just a thing that is being drummed up to unnecessarily continue this agenda of creating military bases and all these things. Conspiracy theories have it. Now, depends on which one you subscribe to. Then when it comes to the scientific angle, I still feel that it is the responsibility of the polity or the country in question to be able to take this on head on. There can be a unilateral one on top, but then it's supposed to be just delegated to everybody. Sweep your compound. You know what I mean? Take care of your side and deal with it. But this whole thing, the whole Greta Thunberg, all those things, I just feel that there are some things behind. I don't know, I have that feeling that there's some political undertone behind, because if you look at the Al Gore one, rise, come down. I remember I was becoming of age in terms of my reasoning when, political thing, and I looked at the way, I remember, I studied this Al Gore thing, everything just went flat. And I went back and back tested. It was only necessary at that time for certain purposes. All right.
So, Doctor,
is correct.
Doctor, if I would talk a little bit about this climate change, let's use this aspect of it on climate change. Okay.
Hold on, because Kene is here, Jude is here. They've not said anything. Let's get them to get involved in this.
I apologize.
Now my turn. So, what am I going to talk about exactly? Should I just
Tinubu? We talked about Atiku. We are talking about Tinubu. Next, we talk
about Tinubu's utterances during the forum or the meeting. I see that as being sarcastic and derogatory to the Christian faith. I'm talking about precisely when he used Holy Communion, the poison Holy Communion, whatever. But talking about desertification, what they call it, climate change, I think Tinubu has no idea what climate change is all about. I want Tinubu to look at Abu Dhabi or Dubai, where the desert in Dubai was turned to a living area today. In Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria, where you have the Sahara, whatever, desert. I want Tinubu to imagine how Dubai was before it was transformed. That can be done there. He has no idea what desertification is all about. I was in Nigeria 2 years ago, and believe you me, I couldn't even wear the clothes I wanted to wear. All I was wearing were just white cotton-made polos because of the heat. I was sweating like a Christmas goat. I have to keep cleaning sweat all the time. It shows that the temperature is changing. So Tinubu needs to be schooled on what the climate change is all about.
Okay, sorry, I have to. We want to quickly go to other people. I get your point. I will give you a chance again to talk, but I want to
ask something.
No, hold on, man of prestige. Hold on. I want to reframe this a little bit more. I like the fact that you're talking about what happened in United Arab Emirates, and this is something that most Nigerians don't know. Part of the issue we are having, this issue of people moving from the north to the south, is because of the environment in the north. They have to move. If you think that Northerners are not going to move towards the south, more of them will be moving. The reason why they are moving is because their environment is not conducive for them to live. And why is it not conducive? Because we don't care about planting trees. We don't care about the way the impact of the climate is having on not just Nigeria. If you go to Niger Republic and all the other countries up north, the same thing. So this is something that we don't need the West to lecture us. We need to be concerned about it.
Doctor, a question. Quick question. Then why? Wait, doctor. Wait. A quick question. Quick question. I want to hold you on this point now.
No, hold on.
Wait. You said they might.
No, Mr. Scribe. I think you have two platforms open first. The echo we're getting is from you. When you speak is when so close one thing, you have two things open, then we can hear you. Then the other thing is I want us to move the conversation a little bit forward when we are talking. So I was talking about the climate in the north and why people are moving down to the south. That's one. And then the water level in Lagos, when it starts happening, and it's going to happen, we know that you are going to beg the West to come and help you. So why don't you say, what are we going to do to prevent this? It's just like the flooding we are seeing today. We've already known this for more than 10 years. We don't do anything, nothing. Now we are blaming Cameroon. Is it not the same thing? Can I go finish up your thoughts?
So what I was saying basically is Tinubu has no idea what climate change is. So he needs to be schooled. I was even expecting him to use that opportunity to shine more light, to try to garner some kind of support, but he messed everything up because what you don't know, you don't know. There is a saying that Ifonya Namaro Kalenya, so he doesn't know it and is bigger than him. So I don't know, man. You see, like Femi, I usually get angry. Like, why? In short, that garden, right? Why would Northern Political Forum kind of organize that? So I would expect Ohaneze Ndibo and Afenifere to organize that kind of forum as well. Invite these people.
Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping them.
Yeah, so I want to see that from them. However, I will understand I will agree with Afenifere, because Afenifere wouldn't want to see this kind of people coming to talk rubbish in their place, because Afenifere have already made it point blank that they are supporting Southeastern candidate, and that is it, and that is final. So I agree with them. And when you come to the Southeastern candidacies, it's only Obi that is on the spotlight right now. And Obi, as you can see, being a man that understands what climate change is all about, Obi didn't start going around to the affected areas to try to help, as little as he can. You shared a picture where Obi was in Haiti trying to help. Obi has been doing that when he was a governor in Anambra State. In areas where there are floods, he always go and intercede. He always go and offer assistance. He was in Benue State a few days ago, where he went and donated 5 million naira to the victims. The likes of Wike was in Lagos State, where he donated 3 million naira, 300 million naira to governors' wives, and 200 million naira to his colleague, a governor. So leaving the most important things that they ought to take care of and doing some kind of rubbish that had no meaning to the existence of humanity. See, if Nigerians want, let them choose idiots to represent them. I have no problem. I'm living my life here with my kids. The only thing is that you still have your loved ones back home. So I still feel for them. So let them destroy that country if they want. If they really want to have a good life, let them choose the better candidate. And Peter Obi, as you all know, is my candidate.
All
Let
right.
me hold it on.
Let me
Ask
get
Kenneth something.
no, Presi,
Just a minute.
no. Let me say this. We're going to one day. We're going to maybe bring out an hour when we meet on Saturday and talk about issues and have a debate like climate change, because I'm seeing the comments on the comment section, and people are really have different positions that are passionate about their position. Let me also say that I listen to almost all the African presidents at the United Nations. They have a unifying position, which is what Tinubu represented, which is to say that climate change is something that you people in the West cause, and you people have to bring money so that we can do things to. That's the position of the African president. I'm saying that it's wrong. Okay, I'm saying that
the money that they are going to loot.
Yeah, if you look at it, you know, there's money they send to us every year called Ecological Fund, and today they don't use it to do anything. And look at the Niger Delta. We are burning gas, and we are not. It's us. Nobody. We should know it's wrong. We should do something about that. We're not doing anything about that. When the West gets if they get involved and say do this, and then it becomes that we can't tell us what to do. Anyway, we'll talk about that one day. We debate it, but I know why people want to blame the West. I'm not saying the West are they're good people or they don't do anything bad, but we are not even protecting ourselves. We are not, and that's what we should do. Exactly. Jude, come on the show. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever
Yeah.
you.
Did you watch the interview, the Arewa interview of presidential candidates?
Oh yes, I watched the interviews.
Okay, so we are talking about Tinubu. We go to Obi next. His reaction and his responses to questions. What do you think?
No, he responded very well. He was his response was very well received among the Arewa people. As a matter of fact, that singular response has endeared him to so many Northerners who otherwise have not really been fully out in supporting him. I think that cemented a whole deal, the relationship, and allayed the fears of the unwarranted fears of some of the Northerners about the Igbos. Uh, they have been taught over the years by their wicked and evil politicians that the Igbos are their enemies, and the Igbo man should not be allowed to rule them because once an Igbo man is allowed there, they are going to be Biafra, they are going to get out of Nigeria. And one of the things that scared the Northern, or the average Northern most, especially the Fulanis, is the fear of the Igbos leaving Nigeria, exiting Nigeria, or the Biafran exiting Nigeria, becoming a Biafran. It scared them to the bone marrow, not because that fear is real or genuine, but their politicians has made it so in order to continue to win their support at every election. That is why they have planted that unwanted fears into them. They don't know that even if the Igbos exist, or they don't know that the reason why the Northern children, millions of them are out of school, and we see so many illiterate people among them compared to the South, and you see so many things happening over there. It's because of there are wicked politicians that have refused to educate them, that have refused to make them to become productive. They don't know that the competition, in fact, one of the best way a country or any individual can grow is when you are competing with people. If you are competing with yourself, you are going nowhere. Okay? And that is what.
All right. Jude, I have to stop you. Let me play this video as we go to Obi and the response to questions that he was asked. So let's see this.
Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency, if you become president of Nigeria, you will be the first democratically elected Igbo person. The North has voted for non-Northerners before. We voted for non-Northerners. We voted for Abiola from the South. We voted twice for Obasanjo. We voted for Jonathan. So voting for a non-Northerner is not a big issue for us. I will be perfectly honest with you. The biggest fear for the North is that your success as president will be the price to be paid for peace and security from the Southeast. That is the impression we get, and it worries us.
Okay, let's pause this here.
Yes, I want to go first because I need to download everything that I watched this clip 10 times. I couldn't believe what the connotations that I derived from this clip. And I'll take a step back and let everyone take. I'll go last, but I need time to break this thing down. Like, I'm not happy with that.
How much time?
I love having Baba Ahmed.
How much time do you need? Okay.
I went to school with these people. Like I
Mr. Scribe, you have not been able to solve your problem. You have 2 platforms open, and we get echoes whenever you talk. It's you. It doesn't happen when anybody else.
No, I don't have 2 platforms open.
Okay, let's see. You see, it's happening again.
Oh, okay. Then let me check around. It's just me and my computer here. I don't have 2 platforms.
No, what I mean, it could be in the same computer. You have Facebook or YouTube.
Check your YouTube.
No,
or Facebook.
I don't.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't. I don't know what.
All right. So someone else should start. CM, go ahead.
Okay, actually, I've watched the interview, or rather the questions put to Obi. This particular aspect was just the beginning, the first question asked, but it dwells on the fact that they want Obi to give a guarantee that it is not his presidency. I mean, that the Igbos do not have a hidden agenda as a result of him becoming the president. I think that is the way I understand it. But then there are aspects of the answers that I do not go along with what Obi is saying, and that we make it known. The fact that Obi is going there to stand and start taking responsibility for educational backwards of the North, that he will help to change it, I don't like that aspect. I do not, and these are my reasons. You see, what I expect Obi to be saying is that under him, every section of the country will be treated equally, and you develop at your own pace. That's what Nigeria needs. This idea that you go there and they start to champion that 20 million out of school children are mainly in the North, and when you come in, because they can recite Quran, they're intelligent, you will make sure. This is what Jonathan did and forgot to tie East-West Road. I don't want that. You don't go to please anybody. Nigeria is at the stage where we need to tell each other the truth. What I expect to be a CM, I may be wrong, is when you go there, within 1 month, you set a machinery in motion that will devolve power to different sections of the country. I don't believe in all this, you go there, you play holier than thou, you are Pope, that you become another Pope Francis or Mother Teresa. I don't like that. What you do is you set a machinery in motion that Nigeria, we need to go back to the way we were before the interruption of the first military coup. It's as simple as that. All this idea going to tell the North.
CM, do you think that's a winning formula for him? Because it's
okay.
for him.
Okay, but You see, Obi is becoming silent. Let him know how it's going, because I'm being blunt. Probably if I'm in the podium, I will put it in a way that my message will not be lost. There is nothing wrong with every section of Nigeria. People can work hard. This idea that Igbo man works hard is a Kanuri man. If you put a Kanuri man on the spot and tell him this is what you do to survive, he will work hard. Rearing cattle is working hard only if you can do it in a ranch place, if that is your profession. The Yorubas, with what they have in their own art and culture, they can work hard and help themselves. This is proven. So, but I don't want, in an attempt to, what's it called? In an attempt to, Yoruba said, you can't call Malu my brother because you want to chop meat. Igbo man said, I can't swallow spittoon because I'm hungry. Obi should now come out and tell them this is what the problem with Nigeria is, that every section of the country is not being developed evenly and they are not working hard evenly. The people in Taraba, at most you tell them, point them in the direction of Kenya, where they pick flowers and they are making billions out of it. Taraba, you have the same climate as Kenya. Let me quickly relate a story I read in a Time magazine. They said when America is preparing for Olympics, why they keep winning is that anywhere they are going to host the Olympics, America will look which part of America has the same climate with that type of a city. So when they go there, they prepare. So what I expect Nigeria to do, will be to tell them is that there's a place that cultivate cocoa in Africa and they are relying on it. Botswana is agriculture apart from diamond. So you go to Nigeria and say this area has the same climate like this area. So this, you do what they are doing. Example, that's what Kalu Ideka told the people of Malaysia, that the climate of Malaysia when he was a World Bank economist after this and in the 70s, he said, Malaysia, you are a basket case, but your climate can support the cultivation of palm seed or palm nuts, like it's done in Nigeria, because you have the same weather with Cross River and the Edo. They went to NIFO, Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research in Benin, took the thing, and today they're a champion. So this is what our way a step to be telling them, and not that you will come and leave maybe Anambra. Remember, I think it was James, if you speak later, when you said that there is Igbo problem, Obi must try to address it. If Obi should not get in and start to build a new airport to be international like Calabar, like Abuja, and they start to put an expressway from Onitsha down to Port Harcourt that will pass through Ogbaro, and they start to do all this open dredge to River Niger, they will say, you see, Igbo man, they are very clannish, all this. No, what we should be talking about is how the people of Kogi, how the people of Oyo State, we develop at their own pace without relying on oil from Ogoni land. That's what we should be talking. I don't want this idea that we want to pay to anybody. They can defend themselves. I mean, they can fend for themselves. I don't want trying to, because you want to, if you campaign this based on honesty and you lose, you come back. We know what we are doing. There's always alternative. I mean, Okwesile said if the North and the West and the Southwest should collude and play this their normal politics and rig Igbo man out, then we listen to Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, nature abhors a vacuum. We can't continue being stupid for over 60 years. Every year we continue suffering because of the fact of one Nigeria. It can never happen. That is where I'm against what Obi told the Fulani, the way he was answering it. He was pandering to them too much. And later they will say, look at what he said. Why must everything be, if you want to address Nigerian problem, you always talk of how to please the North? Even what Atiku is saying, where is the Igbo agenda in Atiku's answer? Nothing. Where is the Yoruba agenda in Atiku's answer? Nothing. He only talk about the North, and Obi is going to tell them that the North will be the greatest beneficiaries. I'm so taken aback by it. In fact, I wish I knew Obi one-on-one. I will tell him that, look, say the right thing, tell them the bitter truth, let them not vote for you. You come back, but let them know that, yes, we are a man of, and then why are you painting issues? Is that not what Jonathan did? Today, the South are crying. Jonathan was there for 6 years. They couldn't achieve anything. Look at Eastwood. What did Jonathan did? He was busy building schools. In the end, and the education, if you try to educate the North, all these their feudal system, they will count you as enemy because you want to liberate them. And when you liberate them, they won't unleash those people again when it comes to politics. What is to be talking about, for God's sake? I don't like.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. CM, I really understand what you're saying.
Hold on, guys. Let me see who has not spoken in a while. Okay, go ahead, Kenny.
Yes, Mr. CM, I really understand what you're saying, and that is being logical, right? But the kind of politics that we have in Nigeria isn't the kind of politics that you play that logical sense in everything. If you do that, you are not going to get the vote that you are trying to garner. In politics, you try to woo people to supporting you, right? So if you're trying to tell them, and in the North, the political landscape in the North is entirely different from what we have in the South. Especially, I will talk about Southeast that I know. In the Southeast, we want to hear the truth. Don't come and lie to us, right? But in the North, they are used to being lied to by their political elite. They are used to being deceived by their political elite. So that thing that will kind of, brings that sort of sooth sensation in their ears is what they want to hear. And I believe that is what Obi is trying to do to woo them into supporting him. He has to win first before he will be able to do the right thing. I think that is what Obi didn't do the wrong thing. He was trying to, and there is nothing wrong in trying to help the North to develop better than they are today. There's nothing wrong with that. However, he has to win the election first before he will be able to do the right thing. But what you're saying is right. That's been logical. But in politics, you don't play that kind of game, man. It will backfire.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Scribe, let's try and see if you're okay now.
No. I just want to thank. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, and no more echo, right? I've got my earphone on just in case. Yeah, so just in case maybe it's the loudness of my thing. I just want to thank CM, and I don't have anything else to say. And I say everything CM said. That's exactly my position. I think it's an outright the way Hakeem Baba Ahmed, a man that is well respected. I respect him a lot. I've known him from close quarters to a certain extent. And I just don't like the way he entered into that question. And everything CM said is where I stand. You better tell them the truth. If Nigeria will be better off if we go back to the founding fathers' modus operandi. When we go back to that founding fathers, it will now become second to none and first in Africa or whatever. Those slogans need to come back. Thank you very much.
All right, hold on, guys. Let me finish what he said.
That unless you become president, there will be no peace in the southeast of parts of Nigeria. That is an impression that is unfortunate. I know you. My younger brother is your running mate, so I know enough about your ticket. But this is the North. Please kindly stand up and tell the North. Tell the North, assure us that your ambition, your candidature, your credibility has nothing to do with the demands that unless you have an Igbo president, there will be no peace in Nigeria. And two, that those people who associate with you, the ambition of Igbo people for the presidency, have a right to do that, but you are going to be a Nigerian president. And when you become a Nigerian president, everybody in this country will identify with you. Please stand up and assure the North that this is the case. All
right. Please stand up and assure the North that this is the case.
Exactly.
Hold on, Alexi, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Alexi.
Okay. Now, you see, again, I may be sounding like a broken record, but I will continue saying it. CN, thank you very much. Your stance is where I stand as well. But let me add to this. This particular man who spoke and told and asked these questions has been the threat that we have been getting from the South. If you all have been following the news in Nigeria, this man will come up and threaten us and say all sorts of things. And by the way, I knew that he was the big brother of the Vice President Obi Tinubu. And I had my fear that with a man like that and the kind of rhetoric that's been coming from him, that we may watch out. Because that's the kind of person that will instigate all kinds of things. That man is a very dangerous man. That brother of the Vice President. I am saying it because I've been following him for a long time. He came from Mauritania. He wanted to settle in Ghana. They didn't allow him, and he moved to Benin. They didn't allow him. And then when he got to Zaire,
That's where the so I'm not below university. And from there, I'm becoming wherever you are going to go. We need people from Mauritania to come to Nigeria. And now they are all Nigerians. Now, I have told, and I keep saying, I feel for our brother. Okay? Look at that kind of thing. You can only see but a threat hidden in a question. How many of the leaders in Nigeria in the past have been given this kind of ultimatum to make sure that this and that is going to be?
All right.
I said it. Nigeria is killing Nigerians and will continue to kill Nigerians.
All right.
This man has said what exactly has been the fear about Obi and his determination to be here. And I want my Biafra. Let them go and everybody go and take care of their place.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Alexi. Paul, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I've never seen Lexi talk this much with Akim Bababelo. Akim Bababelo, I respect him so much. I like the way he does his things all the time. Ahmed, yeah. So I like the way he does. You know, when it's time for him to represent the North, he represents the North. But we all should remember this same man fought Buhari. This same man has fought so many Northerners and every other thing. The beauty of him is that he has the guts. You understand? When it's time for him to blame the North, he will blame the North. When it's time for him to protect the North, he's going to protect the North. That's exactly what CM just do. You understand? CM is a strong advocate of Obi. Well, you can see the way CM criticize Obi today. In fact, I don't want to call him CM today with his mic in his head. I'll call him the MC of today's show. You understand? I will just turn it around. So that's how politics is supposed to be. So he balanced everything. Then with Obi own aspect and everything, I think Obi is just playing politics. From another aspect, the way CM is talking, let every state grow in their own pace. You know, if I'm looking for scholarship to go to Harvard right now, I'll go stay in state like Nebraska, state like Wyoming. I don't think somebody like CM know a state in America called Wyoming. I don't think so. I will go stay there. There, I will get more advantage. I cannot find myself in New York and I said I want to go to Harvard or in California. It's going to be too hard for me. So I'll go stay in a weaker state to get the benefit. That's how it is. Let everybody grow in their own pace because Jonathan messed it up. So what CM said, I understand it very well. But like they say in politics, minority, we have their say and majority, we have their way. So Obi is just trying to play the politics. Let him get what he's looking for. Then he can use it now. The day you have that power, you automatically become majority. Then you can use it to have your way. So let's just give Obi that chance and understand him very well. Let him play the role of a minority. And remember why every one of us give Obi this talk tough, where every one of us attack Obi. Obi is a new kid in the block. Obi, we all understand that Obi is bringing change to the system compared to the traditional way they play politics. That's why everybody is a little bit skeptical. Even some of us that is not contesting, that don't have any stake, we are still panic because we know this change, we don't understand where it's coming from. I could remember when I was fighting, supporting Buhari back in the days. My in-law, who is a top journalist, told me something. He said, find me any interview that Buhari have taken, granted, for the past 30 years. I can't find any. You understand? So why do you support somebody like this that you don't even know him very well? So let's leave Obi alone. I think he's just playing politics. It can only get better. That's all I'll say for now.
All right, thank you. Son of God, hold on, okay? Let me play this video. That's you can continue.
Answer them one after the other. You've not been following my campaign. That's all I can say. One is that the Eastern Security Network was formed by government of the Eastern States. They are the governors who fund security things. How can I go and condemn them?
All right, that's an answer to a question. I don't know if we got to that point where he asked him his reaction to the Eastern Security Network, the his answer. All right, so let's continue. Those that watched the whole thing, what is your take, especially on this? Because obviously, that will be his claim that he doesn't know what Eastern Security Network is, or he's pretending giving a wrong answer. That's not. But what do you think? What's your take? Anybody? Son of God, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment on responses. A lot of the responses that I've had so far have been. I agree with most of the things that I've had, and I understand the concerns of some of my brothers here. But one thing that is clear is that when this opportunity that will be had is one in a lifetime opportunity for him to actually, the first time he has an opportunity to actually sell himself. Okay. And when you're in that kind of environment, you have to read the room. You have to be clever and read the room. If he drops the ball there, that could be the end of his campaign. If he doesn't pick his words carefully, his campaign can end in that room. It's possible. If he says the wrong thing, his campaign could have ended. You might be thinking that the youth and everything are going to push it through, but he still needs the support of lots of people. And I think that the elder brother of his running mate, he was the right person to ask him that question. It's a difficult question, but he had to be the person to ask him that question because everybody knows or everybody assumes that he has sympathy for Obi and his brother. So he had to be the one to sort of ask that question. And then just to maybe give him an opportunity to respond to a difficult question. And the way he responds to it will give him an opportunity to sell himself. So some people may not like the responses, but one thing, it doesn't matter how he responds to that question. There are people that will like it, there are people that will not like it. So, but he had to be careful and give kind of a middle ground answer. And one thing, he was trying to sell himself to the North. So the only way he could sell himself to the North is to allow them to understand that my presidency is going to be one that will benefit the North. Because at the end of the day, it's unfortunate that the other areas of the country, like the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc, don't have this kind of bargaining power where they ask the people to come to them and tell us what they're going to do for us. But the North, over the years, have kind of put themselves in this position where they have this kind of strong block where they always want, how do you benefit us? So if we're talking about Nigeria as a country, except we want the country to go their separate ways, but if we're talking about Nigeria as a country, the Northern Bloc want to hear from you. They have to be comfortable with actually voting for you. So Obi have to be careful, even though he might not have said what pleased a lot of people, but that was a chance for him to sell himself to that crowd, and not to actually say something that can be a negative for him. So I understand his position. It was difficult, but I think he played it really, really well because the responses from people in the North after that audience he had with them was that people were actually encouraged, and people were now, some of those fears they were having before have not been alleviated because they now saw a man that was a little bit, maybe said the things that they wanted to hear, but sometimes it's like a balancing game. I know it's difficult. It's difficult. My brother here, Scribe, is shaking his head, but I understand it is tough. He's in a tough position. It's a very tough position, but it's difficult to play it right to please everybody. So I'll let somebody else talk.
All right, thank you. Man of Prestige, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I see where CM is coming from. I totally understand where he's coming from. And Son of God, I pretty much echo with what Son of God said, but not to lay any kind of fear about what CM said. I see where he's coming from. Everybody has spoken well. To begin with, I think Ahmed, the guy that when he opened the question, I thought that question was kind of bigotry and classism, the statement that he made initially. In my own opinion, it was kind of classism in his point. But I don't know if he needed to do that to show that there's no discrimination because his brother, younger brother, will be running mate. Having said that, I'm thinking everything that Obi said when he went to the North, I look at it as a masterpiece strategy politically. I mean, people may not agree with me, but politically, that's a masterpiece strategy. To begin with, when he took a picture with Gumi, People don't realize what's going to happen in that picture because Yom Tam being as a terrorist or whatever. Of course, he has not been noted as a terrorist. The picture he took with him will penetrate and filter into the northern, villages and everything. And that's a plus for Obi. People don't realize that. And what he did in Lokoja, that's another masterpiece strategy. So Obi is playing his game, properly. People, you don't need to realize that. He is playing a good game, whatever he's doing. So coming to the forum about what he said and what he didn't say, I think the statement that he made, I echo it, that's exactly what Son of God said. He's trying to pander to the North. But this is politics. That doesn't mean when he comes into power, the North is going to benefit most from him. Knowing Obi what I know, I don't know much about him, but some of his antecedents that I've read, he's going to cater for all Nigeria, but for now, it's all politics. You have to play the policy. So I hope everybody don't get carried away because of what he said and what he didn't say. It's politics. He's trying to pander to the policies. But if you look at the audience, the reception that he received more than any other candidate. I mean, people were shouting, Obi Tinubu. I mean, look at the other candidate. When they spoke, I mean, the response wasn't that large. So that's how you get to know how people, how people get inspired by what you said. So I believe Obi is playing a good politics. So my brother here, Obi is going to be okay? He's not that kind of person. It's for all Nigerians. Let him pander for any part of the country, but let him get there and get the vote. That's what matters. It's not about what he said right now, but when he get in the office, how he's going to implement his policy is what matters. So let's just play that politics, okay? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. James, go ahead.
May I please suggest something? The time you allocate to the discussant, it's not evenly distributed. When you started, you were doing, you were doing it orderly, but no, I mean, all opinion matters. That is the point.
You're right. It's not intentional.
Mine was only 1 minute. So, excuse me. I mean, no matter how biting an opinion is, every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous it is. Every man is entitled to his opinion, no matter how erroneous it is. Okay. Now, this man, they call something Ahmed. We should be very careful of him. You remember during the Ruga, when Ruga was creating waves, this is the same man who said that the East should be granted their independence and they should go away from the country. If you remember clearly, or go and check your records. This is the same man. When this Obi movement started, this is the same man who said, oh, we are waiting for him to come from the south. I mean, we are to hear what he has for us. This man is too tribal to comment on national issues.
Okay, hold on. James, while I agree with you that, James, hold on. James, hold on. I can interrupt anybody.
No.
If I can, then I don't run the show anymore. I will let you speak, but I wanted to say something. You're right about the way I assign time. There's no structure to that. I just want a conversation to move. And also, what you're saying, that he has no right to comment on national issue. It's like what you are blaming me now, that some position must be had. He has the right to comment. You may not like what he's saying, but you can't stop him. And also, he's not on the ballot. They set up this thing. They said, people come, I will question you. And he's so the same way. Hold on. The same way, you can set up whatever you want and invite people to come and you question them. So that shouldn't be part of our conversation. Let's talk about the responses of these people who.
Okay, who is he to refer to Obi as Igbo president? Is he campaigning to be president of the Igbos or president of the country? When Obama was president of the United States, he was not president of Black Americans. He was president of the United States. And he did not do anything spectacular to differentiate the blacks from Americans. Some Black Americans benefited from his administration as Americans, not because they are blacks. So who is this man to refer to Obi as an Igbo president? We should be very careful of this kind of people. And Obi should also be very careful. He must not give promises he cannot fulfill. His administration can be toppled. Just have that at the back of your mind. After winning the election, it's not sworn to office, the administration can be toppled. And if it's not toppled, he can die in a very mysterious way. Car crash, aeroplane accident or whatever it is. So Obi should be very careful. What you cannot do, never you tell people you do it. It's better for you to lose.
James, what did he say that? What did he promise that you think he may not be able to do?
No. For example, that is going to turn what they call the North into the bread basket or something like that. That the North will benefit more. He's giving them the impression that it's going to be business as usual. All the advantages.
Wait, James. You said that. He said what you cannot do, don't promise. What did he promise that he could not do?
For example, the Almajiris.
What?
He said that, excuse me, that because they've been able to memorize the Quran, as a result of that, you'll be able to turn them to. I mean, I heard it is the Almajiris.
Didn't Jonathan try to do that? Why do you think Obi cannot do it?
Jonathan tried to do it. What was the outcome? If he had not done it, what would have happened to him? He is not promising them. I mean, these are ways of siphoning money out of the country. Into, a private pocket.
All right, James, thank you. Let me hear from
you. Excuse me. If I'm not welcome on this platform, I can call it a day. I have other things to do.
No, I don't want you to feel that way.
No matter how biting my opinions are, I should be allowed to express it. If I have other things to do.
No, but you are allowed to. Don't you feel that you speak? I come to you.
No, I don't think so.
All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'll bring back the clock. I'll bring back the time, the bell, so that everybody will feel. But this is the point. I want us to get to topics. We have several topics. So
I have quite a lot of things to do, and there are other platforms as well. I can forget all about it and do something else. So,
oh, I'm sorry, James. That's not. I don't want to do it this way. That's not the goal. The goal is I'm trying to get the conversation going beyond one thing we are talking about. Every day we have 4 topics to discuss, but we end up dealing with 2. And this other thing I want to do. I'm looking at the time. My plan was that we have 2 hours with people who are here. Then we let new people come in. There are people who want to join. You have to understand some of the things I'm dealing with. It's not just about I could let one person talk for hours. I don't mind, but it's not fair to other people. So I'm trying to juggle all these things.
We should also try to correct the erroneous impression that this is an Igbo platform.
Yeah, it's not even. I don't care about it. I don't care about it. Yeah, of course.
This is the impression some people here in the Gambia.
Yeah, people can.
Always tell me, but
Mr. James, I disagree with that. You know why? Mr. James, you are my senior brother. You are an honorable man like me. Yeah, I know you live in Edo State. But the things that I've said about Igbo in this platform in different forums.
Correct.
If they can give me audience, I don't think this is an Igbo forum. No, I disagree.
Excuse me.
Just 1 week ago, the things that I've said in this platform, and that is not the first time. That's not the first time. So I strongly disagree. No. I have to be the McCain on this one. I said very, very harsh. Even doctor couldn't say anything. I know what Mr. Scribe said. I know what Ekede said, and the likes. No. I strongly disagree.
I hope you are not deliberately misunderstanding me.
No, but it's not an Igbo platform.
No,
I never said so.
Paul, James is saying the impression other people have.
The impression people have, not me. Okay. If I had that impression, I will not associate with you guys. This guy called CM, we meet on another platform every day. Ask him, this man in the UK, we meet on another platform. And that platform, most Igbos express their opinion. I find it very comfortable discussing things on academic level with the Igbos than even with the Yorubas and the Northerners. Take it from me. For me, it's not an Igbo platform. But what people are telling me, people watching me on television, this is what they're saying. But I don't see anything special. In fact, somebody was even making reference to the fact that you guys don't even mention anything about the minority tribes in the South, the Queries.
No, I do. I'm a champion of minority. I always try to use Ogoni. I always use Ogoni in my examples. The Paul can bear me witness. I always use Ogoni in all my examples. Ogoni clean up.
This is what people say.
But the minority in politics, they are the ones that are supposed to have their say. Then the majority have their way. But if they don't have the guts to talk, it's their problem. That's why I come outside whenever I feel hot. I say it the way it is. That's how it rolls. I come out here, I say it the way it is.
Let us not waste time on this topic. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
So let me, maybe because we don't have a kind of structure, as we go on, we set up structures. This is my idea today, coming in today. I was thinking that we talk about Obi, we talk about identity politics. If you look at the subject number 2.
Doctor, this your structure, is it PDP or APC?
Yeah, Mr. Damages, let me chip in something small towards what Mr. James said about equating people.
I'll let you do that.
Yeah.
Hold on, Kenny. Hey, Kenny, I'll let you do that. Let me say this.
Okay.
I was thinking that by the time we get to 2 hours, okay, we do the rants. In my head, there's a kind of structure. We do the rants, okay, and then some of you might drop off, and then new people can come in. And if you look at the title of I put in time in this, and sometimes I get disappointed if people don't get it. Okay, I was thinking that Ovie will be here, and we have an opportunity to talk about the identity politics based on what happened at the Arewa Forum. Okay, so, and then new people will come in. There are people who are interested in coming, and you guys have been here for 2 hours. We get new people come in, we get new ideas, because I don't control who comes in. I don't know when you will be available, So sometimes the structure, the number of people who are here, their position, it differs. So I would like someone like Kulata to come in and because he's talking on the comment section, I want him to come in. So I was thinking that we could do the rant now, and I think James started the rant by what he felt. It's a rant, yeah. That's a legitimate one. The way he felt about how the thing is going, and I appreciate that.
Okay, let me send out so that others will be able to.
No. Finish your rant. Finish your rant now. We're in the rant.
No, I finished. I've not.
You're done. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Paul, go ahead.
Okay, so let me state something that Lexi said. It skipped my mind the other time. So let me just say, Lexi, this is the second or the third time you've been saying stuff like this. I don't think it's very, very proper for somebody like you who live in the West. I think Son of God said something like that the other time. Somebody like you who live in the West, you're talking about somebody coming all the way from Mauritania to one country to another country. We all have kids in the West. And if they treat them like this, we feel bad. We call the name racist. We call all type of thing. So we don't want to say things like that. If somebody like that is in Nigeria and they are contributing to the economy, they are doing well, no criminal case, nothing, I think they are more than welcome. So let's not quick to trace people outside when we ourselves, we are outside and we feel welcome. You understand that sometimes when I'm working, when the African Americans, people tell me that you people will come here, they will give you good credit, they will give you free house, they will give you this and that. I say, I wish I'm a refugee when I came to America so that I'll have all these things. When did they start giving people free credit? I feel bad when I hear all those type of things. So please don't say it to another person in Nigeria. Even though if your both parents are from Ghana, but you were born in Nigeria, or you came to Nigeria when you were so little and you can contribute to the economy, I think you are welcome. That is what they are looking for. That's why even in America, when you look the immigration aspect of it, when you want to get your citizenship, they call it National Benefit Center. It's a benefit, not a right. You understand? You earn it. So if you've contributed tremendously, I think you're welcome.
All right.
That's my take for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Son of God, 1 minute. I'll come to you. I'm going around so that I don't miss anybody. People feel like, it's not intentional. Go ahead, Son of God.
So what are we doing now? Sorry, because is it the
1 minute rant?
1 minute rant. It's difficult for me. I can't articulate my thoughts at the moment. Well, I'll just go back to what I said before the very first time I spoke. I'm a bit maybe bemused or a bit upset that people who live in countries like America, in Europe, are the same people who are kind of trying to work for some of these politicians that we know have got nothing good to offer to Nigerians. People who live in countries where everything works, but somehow they still want to continue to work for these people and continue to kind of promise that these people are going to change. I mean, it's quite painful, and that's just all I want to say. I'll let somebody else talk. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. Rant, 1 minute.
I think my rant. I prepared my rant for Hakeem Babadmed in form of an advocacy and an appeal, but I don't think we should. I don't think I should repeat it. I will yield my time gladly to someone else.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. we are all ranting. Okay. I will continue my rant on Ahmed, and that. I don't know why people are talking about. I think the last guy that just left, I don't understand what he's talking about. People from Mauritania. I mean, his parents may have come from Mauritania or wherever, but they are Nigerians, so they have every legitimate right to do what to say everything that belongs to Nigeria. I mean, they are born here. I mean, I don't know, but I know their parents are from Mauritania. So it doesn't necessarily mean where you are born or whatever. It doesn't have a right in Nigeria. I mean, I'm from Nigeria, but I'm an American citizen, so I have every right here, to vote and do everything that I like. So I don't see any difference because of they are born from Mauritania. But having said that, like I repeated earlier, I don't fault what he said, but I just find the statement to be kind of classism. Maybe he's trying to show some independence. I can't read his mind, why he made that kind of statement. The opening statement, that's the only one I had. I find it to be bigotry, but regardless, it is what it is. Thank you, everyone.
All right, can I?
Yes. I'm trying to understand because what Mr. James said about this. Some people seeing this forum as an Igbo forum is strange to me, because I've never seen that. I do go through comment section. I've never seen that, and I've never felt that. I am one that will never partake in anything that has to do with one tribe trying to dominate the other. I don't partake in such. And again, when it comes to Nigeria, whether you come from Mauritania or Senegal or whatever, we have a constitution in Nigeria that's defined how you become a citizen of a country, right? So if these people are citizens of Nigeria, there might be some limitations of the kind of when it comes to positions that they may vie for. For example, in United States, if you are not born in United States, you cannot become the president of the country, right? But you may as well vie for other positions. You may as well cast your vote to whomever you want to vote for, as far as you are a citizen, right? So talking about minorities, in the Southeast, you heard when Atiku stated that Nigeria is about the North, the Southeast, and the Southwest, right? So when it comes to Southwest, Mr. James made mention of Ikwere people. Ikwere people are actually Igbo people, right? Just as when you go to Delta State, where you have the people of Okwani, Ika, Enuana, and Dokwa people, all these people are all Igbo people, right? Their tribe is Igbo tribe. Though when it comes to Igbo, you have dialects, right? So there are different dialects in Igbo, in Igbo tribes. If you go to the Hausa, the northern part, you have Hausa as a tribe. So you have different dialects in Hausa. When it comes to Yoruba land, the tribe in Yoruba land is Yoruba. Then you have different tribes, dialects in Yoruba. So I don't want anybody to have that kind of sense of feeling that this group is being dominated by. I don't even know their names. I know Juden. I don't know if he's Igbo or not. I see him. I don't know if he's Igbo or not, unless they talk.
Yeah. Okay, Kenneth, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, next. Let's see whether Jude will show that where he's from by his rant.
Incidentally, I was born in Benin, so I can claim Edo. If it's here in United States, you can claim anywhere as your. Anyway, I often hear people say Nigeria don't have money or Nigeria is broke. Nigeria is one, or let me put it this way: Nigeria should have been one of the richest country on the surface of this earth by virtue of all the mineral resources, both solid and liquid, that God has blessed Nigeria with, including human resources. But our problem, and that's still remain our problem, is corruption. I give you an example. In a study that was extensively carried out a few years ago, they found out, and just yet a summary of it, found out that from 2011 to 2014, Nigeria sold oil, crude oil, of a total of $123 billion, $122 billion for this period. That was reported. But guess what? Do you know how much that CBN accounted for? 42 billion. 42. So $81 billion went into the pocket of evil and wicked Nigerian leaders. $81 billion. So imagine if, okay, and this was even the time many Nigerians have not even known about this oil theft and everything. Imagine what has happened since then, from 2015, since Buhari's administration to this current day to today. Imagine how many compare, because right now we can't even produce anything. Okay, we can't even produce anything. But imagine how many hundreds of billions of dollars that have gone into the pockets of Nigerian leaders, including the military. The military are the most corrupt people on the surface of this earth. The military, Nigerian military. So I don't have time to break this thing. Now. Maybe in a subsequent this thing, I'll break it. Nigerian will see. No volume. I'll finish my round. Let someone else take over.
CM, where are you?
Okay. Oh, I hope I'm. So what I will say is actually, given what we've discussed, the videos.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so.
I will call on other ethnic nationalities, particularly those in the Niger Delta. I'm always passionate about Ogoni because of cleanup. They should also organize and invite P2B to tell them what do we gain. Why I'm saying this is that so that those people, the Arewa people, will also know that as much as they want something from Obi's government, the people of Ogoni also want something. So that is the type of politics I want Obi to play going forward. Whoever interest group you meet, you tell them that Nigeria has failed completely, which is true. Now, to resurrect Nigeria, everybody will learn to work hard. You make it known that every section must work hard. Every section must contribute. What the federal government under Obi will do is to point them in the right direction and say, look, this is the opportunity that exists in your environment. I want you to exploit it. That is what you tell them, such that they will take control. It's not everybody waiting for the oil from the Niger Delta with all the environmental degradation. So what I'm expecting is that Obi's presidency, we exploited Nigerians. These are the hidden truths, even while using it to help them. I don't think you tell somebody from Yobe that the opportunity that exists with your vast land is this, and the person will say no. Probably they've not sort of talked to them in that direction. That's what the gospel I want to be preaching. As much as he needs their vote, you have to tell them what they will gain. But what they will gain will not be what you hand over to them, but you tell them to help them to exploit the opportunity in their environment. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll go to Obi. Obi, 1 minute.
Okay. I haven't been around for a while. So I just joined a few moments ago. So what exactly are you doing at the moment?
I like that. You know,
yeah.
We're talking about Peter. We're talking about Peter. Obi Peter.
You get I don't know what you guys are talking about. No, we are ranting. Yeah. Do you have anything bothering you about Nigeria, about where you live? You know, anything?
Okay, I listened to your show yesterday. I think you had
Yusuf Abubakar.
Yusuf Abubakar, and he made quite a lot of comments. I think I understand where he's coming from, but I disagree with a lot of the things he said. I think most people speak from the prism of either the age group you are from, how you grew up, your background, and how you have associated with others within the broad context of Nigeria since then. And for me, I think he's speaking from that understanding he had of Nigeria. I think a lot of things have changed or are changing within the country. at the moment, we have a lot of young people coming up who didn't grow up with the same background. I think most of us within this group might be above 40, I think. The people who are coming up didn't grow up with the kind of parentage that we have. And most of us still think, oh, things will go the same way that we were brought up to, I think, react to things. But I think the generation we have in Nigeria today are not ready to accept the same things we accepted when we were growing up. So for me, that's where I disagree a lot with what he was saying yesterday. Yeah, he is feeling that, oh, things will still work the same way it used to work in the past, but I doubt whether it will be so. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Alexi, you're next. 1 minute. Unmute yourself, Alexi.
I was saying that when I spoke last, he said it sounded like a rant. I think it is. I was reacting to that kind of questioning, which I know has not gone to any presidential aspirant in Nigeria all this while. Now it's Obi, so he had to answer the hardcore question because they don't trust who he represents or whatever. But anyway, in all this, let me tell you people, I keep saying this Nigeria, if you know how many Nigerians are being killed by the Nigerianization or the Nigerian experience, if the true record is produced, some of us won't be able to talk here. Nigeria is killing people, both with gun, with hunger, with neglect, and even banditry and all these things. And the additional one being we want to keep security in a place that had peace before. They go there and shoot at people out of any due process of the law, and nobody has an answer to it. We are all brothers. Let us move together. And nobody is commenting about what's happening to some of those your brothers that are being killed, out of the law. How do we carry that along with us? Now, it used to be that Nigeria's longevity for an average Nigerian citizen, it used to be in the 60s. It came down to 49 a few years ago. Now it's in the 30s. And if you think we are making progress, think about that. That people do not stay up to their 40th age before they die in majority of what the statistics is showing about Nigeria. And we are still doing this same thing called Nigeria. Let me tell you, that dam that should have stopped the flood that came down to the east and went on and the rest of the other places. Nigeria that couldn't build the second bridge to Niger will not build that dam. But if Biafra comes, it will be built almost immediately, because now it's your own thing you are taking care of. People who have needs in other parts of the countries will also face their own issues. I'm telling you people, we will all make progress if we allow ourselves to take care of ourselves. Well, whatever name we want to ask, you are still trying to keep Nigeria that is killing people, and killing people. Nigeria is no longer viable for life. It's done, it's dead. What Obi is trying to do is CPR. He wants to wake up the country and try something else. How long will we be trying this thing? And he's not really sure of his own life in trying to do so. Look at the kind of question he had to answer from Baba Ahmed. Whether he's going to do this and do that for the North, caring less about other people. You talk about security in the country. Instead, where there is, they go and inject military there so that they can cause trouble and say, oh, the people are doing this and doing that so that they can kill. I don't know how you want to solve it. I keep listening, but I don't see the answer to
All right.
this question.
Alexi, thank you so much. We're out of time for the rant. I think everybody had a chance. Did I cover everybody? Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do now, we're going to switch topics. We'll go to the next topic we have. But along the way, I also want people who are here to please consider voluntarily on their own dropping out for a time being. Maybe give us an hour. Let's get new people in so that they will also have an opportunity. There are a lot of people who want to join. Okay. Yeah, if you can just give, you can come back in an hour. We'll continue the conversation. So, okay, go ahead, CM. What do you want to say?
I will leave.
Okay,
Thank
all right.
you.
So, yeah, in an hour, you can come back and new people can join us and we hear from them. I know you guys are all smart and bright and we want to hear from as many people as possible. All right. So, there's a part of what happened during the Arewa thing that I don't think we should ignore, and I want to get to that, which was the statement made by Governor of
Doctor,
Doctor,
please, can I quickly say something about the climate change, and I leave too, please.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So, man of prestige said something about climate change, and good that is here. Ekene is also here. You know, talking about some of us trying to support Tinubu and not support Tinubu. Our biggest challenge in climate change is also caused by the West. What do I mean by that? The West are the people who own the so-called Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, Egypt. They are the one that is doing all the gas flaring and everything. So they can start from there because our industries in Nigeria, they're all dead. They're all church right now. And I don't think the church flowed all those things. They damage our ozone layer. I don't think so. The church only know how to take money. You understand? So the West can start from there. So that is one aspect I think Tinubu may be saying and everything, but Tinubu don't really know what he's talking. All we just know is that we just want to make ourselves a second feeder to go beg money from the West because we know we will not achieve the purpose. You understand? Everybody now is giving America a pat in the back.
Paul, hold on. You said something about Shell and the companies that they should stop. They should stop gas flaring.
The gas flaring.
Yeah. Who will make them stop it?
If they own some of those things, they can start by their own self. Say we cannot do things like this.
But what if the government of the country?
Exactly, it's the government of the country that has
to. So it starts from there because if Shell today and the so-called ExxonMobil today and say we cannot do this, and the government say don't worry, we don't have no problem with that. Well, we can't do things like we are living. Our government can do it. It will crumble their resources, their income.
No.
Corporate.
Hold on.
Our government can build refineries.
No, I'm not talking refineries. I'm talking about flaring of gas.
Hold on,
you understand? Those things and everything.
Paul, we know they won't do this, what they're doing in Nigeria, in America. They won't do it in Canada.
Definitely.
But they are doing it in Nigeria. Why is that?
That's why I say when the West is talking about this thing, let them start with
Paul, answer the question. Why are they doing it in Nigeria when they can't do it in Canada, in Britain, or in America?
Because our government welcome me, don't see any problem with it. So what I'm saying,
is corrupt. That is the pure.
So if they themselves that own this stake and said, no, we cannot work like this.
No,
you understand me? If they themselves,
it's going to cost them money. Why would they do it? And you are having the impact. It's impacting you and your people. You don't care.
That's why I say. If they are the one now that is preaching about this same climate change and ozone layer, and they themselves is doing it, then charity begins at home. Let them even start from their own part.
Hold on. You also know that the Shell and Chevron, all of those companies, they don't care. They don't even want to do it in America. They don't want to. They don't like what they're saying. They don't like the fact that America is pushing that they should stop going towards fossil fuel. That they should go they don't want that. But because they are forced in America, in Britain, and any other place,
let me add to this, right?
Government. Go ahead, Nikene.
Yeah, let me add to this.
Okay, so let me leave so that others can come in.
Okay,
Mr. Paul. When we're talking about the effect of climate change, I think we are only looking at the effect on the environment. We are forgetting the effect on health. For example, you cannot be sick and be asking someone in America or someone in the UK to come and take care of let's say you are having malaria, to come and take care of the mosquitoes because they were the one that released mosquitoes from UK. You go and treat yourself first. let us not forget that our people, our youth, are dying on daily basis due to organ or kind of anything like organ failure. Let me use organ failure. So the effect of this climate change increase respiratory and cardiovascular diseases among Nigerians. Just look around, like look, check the history. The happens in Nigeria. Our youth are dying of organ failures every day, and do not be mistaken. It could be traced to climate change disruptions. So let's get ourselves in order first. Then we enact laws that will be able to checkmate this shell and mobile excesses in our environment. We can do, if they don't want to operate in Nigeria, let them go. They have no any other place to do that kind of nonsense except Nigeria. So it may affect our economy, but it will affect them as well. So they will not have any other option than to come back to Nigeria.
All right.
We own the resources.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Mr. Adewale, good morning. And I know that you look on. So let me leave you.
I wanted to ask you where did they run they go, guy.
Free food day today. The children are all come. Free food today. Now I go chop up.
Okay, that's necessary.
Yeah. So thank you, Paul, and you can come back later. Adeola, welcome to the show.
Adewale, thank you.
Kulata, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Dr. Damaji.
All right. So
he always hiding.
For the record, I thought that our second part of the show we talk about NSAS anniversary. Delegawa, it was on the 19th of October that Delegawa was assassinated. So we always have ideas of how to do this thing and cover several topics. But I know that our people prefer to talk about politics, and I like that.
Where's Kulata? Why is he showing half of his body? Kulata. Come on, man.
You can leave him anywhere he wants. We want people to be comfortable. Anywhere they are comfortable, that's okay. Kulata wanted us to talk about the manifesto that Tinubu's campaign released. These things, we have to weigh them accordingly. I'm sure it's important to do that. It just came out. I don't know how many of our people have had the chance to read it, but down the road, we will discuss those things. But I will invite Kulata. Kulata, welcome. Let's start with you. What did you see on the manifesto that is fascinating?
Fascinating?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the right adjective. I mean, it's a manifesto. It's a wish list. To an extent, he backed it up with how he's going to fund it. So there's the how aspect there. But it depends. For my own politics, I'm more of a right of a center person. I did not really meet a lot of my expectations. I was wishing for a lot more liberalization, deregulation, privatization. And for the people that are leftist, it didn't go as left as possible for them. So it's kind of like a wishy-washy manifesto in the middle of the road. I think I scored it 6/10. But because it's not a spectacular manifesto, it also means it has the potential of getting executed because it's not super transformational. So there's no massive promise there's no $1 to $1 that none of that nonsense is there. But there are a few aspects that is interesting. It's going to shrink the size of the federal government. So that interested me because I think federal government gets 56% right now. They're going to shrink that. Buhari wants to get it to 49. I think it wants to shrink it below. So more money will go to the states and the LGAs. And of course, they're going to reform to make sure the local government is autonomous from the state because a lot of states right now control the local government. So there's no local development in LGAs. So his plan is to shrink federal government, but it can only shrink executive. It cannot shrink It cannot shrink the legislative branch. So that part interests me. Another part that interests me is his approach to budgeting. He doesn't want to keep budgeting with the prices of crude oil. We'll be budgeting based on how much we want to spend. So there will be more certainty in what can get developed, what can be done, rather than if crude oil goes up, we want to spend more. If it goes down, then we shrink our budget I mean, you can't build a country that way. So we're moving closer to the way the America of the Europe budgets. But what does that mean? It means there will be more debt. There will be more debt because if our revenues cannot fund the deficit, we have to borrow. So it's now what are you going to borrow for? So that part is interesting to me because we're not over borrowed. We're still under borrowed. We just are not a very productive country. Uh, Ghana, that Vine comes to push every now and then here, they're 86% borrowed to their GDP. We're at 26%. The only problem we don't have is we don't have revenues because we have everybody stealing those revenues. That I mean, if we're making revenues, we should borrow more because we have so much deficits. There's so much deficit. And another aspect that interests me is a realistic approach to the inflation problem. Rather than using monetary tools to try and mock up excess liquidity, they reckon that the issue is there's too much money, fine, but there's too fewer goods. So we need to ramp up productivity. So you have to get people back in the farm. How do you do that? You go after security. I mean security, get more productivity, and if you read the aspect of this, what's it called? The agriculture, there's some cooperative groups there where farmers will be able to kind of like determine the kind of prices they will have. There's also I can't remember what they called it, a way where you can organize and rent equipment and tractors and be able to mechanize farming. And it also had another section about greening back some areas of the savannah for this climate change issue. But like I said, it's for me it was wishy-washy. I did not like. I wanted. There are two aspects. He addressed the issue of arbitrage, the question I was asking Adewale, but they did not tell us the specific of if you're going to get rid of the two market exchange rate, like what is the exact solution for the your exchange rate? Are you going to float it? Are you going to let it leave based on what the market forces determine? Will the dollar just will you float naira to the dollar, or will you do something like Bode Augusto preferred, which is rather than float it, peg it to inflation rate differential between dollar and naira. Like if we get average inflation for naira, for example, 14% in 10 years, dollar is like 2% in 10 years. So use that difference between the dollar and the naira, which is 12%, and depreciate the naira annually based on that level. They didn't give us that specifics. So I did not like the fact that they didn't give us the specifics. It wasn't bold with restructuring. They put a lot of items that should get restructured. So it's realistic. Like it depends on what you can push in the House of Assembly and the Senate and the state houses. But it didn't say I'm going to kind of like create 6 regions that all of us, I mean, a lot of people want, so everybody can grow on their own. All that fancy stuff is not there. But just mentioning areas like what's the name of that list? Is it the protected list, or they have a list in the government that is a bit protected? That is on the table. State, I mean, the security for state is on the table, and also community police on the table. But power, a lot of talk about generation, not a lot of talk about transmission. Transmission is our biggest problem right now. So I think it's trying to not rock the boat with Buhari's deal with Siemens that they're buying transformers. But where we need the boldest action is power transmission. It was silent on power transmission. That was disappointing to me. So across the board, I mean, it also covered digital economy. That one, that part, I like that part because, uh, last time I was in the platform, I talked about outsourcing. They did talk about outsourcing, that they need to outsource jobs. India made 6 billion. We should be able to make. I think I projected we should be able to make $1 to $2 billion if we do it right. Funding startups, funding some Nollywood aspects. So it is not a transformational manifesto by any means. It's an incremental manifesto. So it's boring. It's a boring manifesto. But when you think about it, it's an achievable manifesto. But it has to buck heads with some of these party people because there's no way you're gonna you're gonna stop the arbitrage in CBN that you will not get into fights with politicians. That's where they make money. So, and there's no way you're going to cut. I mean, fuel subsidy, I think the whole country kind of like knows we have to do it. So that one too is on the table. But what I really want from him is tell me the specifics is what you're doing to that currency, to that exchange rate. Because if we don't fix that, we're joking.
What is he doing with the fuel subsidy? Was it specific?
It's going to remove, it's going to remove fuel subsidy. And then they're going to, it was specific in fuel subsidy. They're going to remove fuel subsidy and then they're going to subsidize other aspects of life, but not, I mean, that one was pretty clear to me. But the one for the exchange rate, it was word salad. It was saying we'll work with CBN, one thing. There was no specific saying, I'm going to float to Naira. So I don't trust that part. I don't trust that aspect.
All right. Thank you so much for that summary of what's there. I hope in the future we'll be able to talk about that when everybody will have the chance to read the manifesto, and other parties also they release their own, because I know they will.
Yeah, we're waiting for articles and waiting for Obi so we can digest. I mean, we can slice and dice it. Those are what interests me. Not
Can I just comment a little bit on this, on that manifesto?
Did you read it?
Honestly, I just scanned through.
Oh,
but for me, with the history of Nigeria, I don't need to see any of their manifesto except for Obi, because now that is the exception. Otherwise, for this party PDP and APC, for what they have done to Nigeria, I don't need to see their manifesto to know that no matter what is in their manifesto, they can pay anybody any money to create a fantastic manifesto, but the manifesto itself does not do the job. And for what they said last year, if Buhari had done what he said he was going to do 7 or 8 years ago, that made Nigeria vote for him, Nigeria would be a much better place today. In fact, many of us would go back to Nigeria, because Nigeria would have been in such a situation where we all want to go back. Okay? Manifesto does not give anybody the willpower. What does the job? Number one, compassion for your people. Number two, having the willpower to execute righteousness and judgment upon the land which you govern. In other words, making strengthening the country's agencies to be able to deal with issues decisively. For instance, the legal system. We find out that in Nigeria, the government of Nigeria, both present and successive government, have been the most, in fact, they have been the most lawbreakers in Nigeria. They make the law and they break the law. So how is these people going to be trusted with fantastic manifesto to do the job? Mr. Kiamu the other day in an interview was asking Nigerians that even if they didn't, because is it Shei or whatever, the guy that was interviewing him, asked him, okay, what do you think was not done? He said that they don't need to think about that Nigerians should, there's something they call force, what did he call those things? What did he call it? Force manure or something, which means a contractual agreement, that stipulates if somebody is not able to meet the agreement, he should be exonerated. So Professor Suleman, in other words, is telling them, Nigeria, forget about what Buhari said and what Buhari didn't say. Just forget about that administration, forgive them what they didn't do. Then how do you want us now to believe that you're going to do what you are saying? And it's the same party. And can somebody save himself from somebody who is sick, who has afflicted illness upon himself? How can he come back and say, oh, I want to save myself from that illness which I have afflicted to himself? All right. APC have destroyed Nigeria. There's no way APC manifesto can come and
Dr. Rudolph, let me quickly respond. The importance of a manifesto is for each candidate, all of them have the possibility of governing our country. You need to know what are their plans. You need to be able to use it to make your choice. Not everybody makes a decision based on...
This has been happening. They have had manifesto all along.
Let him speak. Not everybody wants to make a decision just based on some emotional stance or everything. And one thing, when they get in office, you'll be able to judge them, keep them account. If Buhari did not say all the nonsense of $1 to £1 and all that stuff, how will you be able to point back and say, this is what you promised us, this is what you've not delivered? So that's why you need a manifesto, a plan, and it's up to you to now question, are they telling you how they're going to do it? Are they telling you how they're going to fund it? Not just give you a wish list. So manifesto is important because we need to be able to keep our leaders accountable in the future.
All right, thank you, Kalata. I want to ask you a question, and I'll get to Bola and other people that just joined us. Did you see the Tinubu we knew in AC? Did you see in the manifesto? Because this is the first time he will be the leader of the government if he wins. Did you see his position as when he was in AC and in that manifesto, or did he abandon all those ideas like you talked about?
Oh, yeah, good one. This manifesto is a pandering manifesto. This is not a Tinubu manifesto. This is pandering to Buhari manifesto to be able to help, to be able to allow the party wings to get on his campaign team, because it did not depart from the Buhari. That's why I said when I read it, I read the entire 80 pages, and my first words were, this is an incremental and calibrated manifesto. This is not an AC, AC of those days, radical AC, Awolowoism manifesto. No, but they try to steer it towards that side, especially if you read the agricultural aspect, and a lot of things are now based on loan. I mean, housing and all those things. Tinubu always has the plan to turn Nigeria into kind of like the Western society where a lot of things will be done on credit. So there's a lot of emphasis on credit-based system where they will penalize some banks if they don't release credits to people that qualify for the credits. And they have many things based on fixed interest rate, based on all those things. But it is not a clear AC manifesto. Is an incremental Buhari manifesto with some AC elements spread across. That's how I see it.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the show.
So I can
No. Man of Prestige, hold on. You've been here for a while. Let's hear from people that just joined. Okay. I don't want anybody to accuse me of abandoning them. Adewola, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I feel abandoned.
Of course. So you can take it from anywhere, Adewola. I wanted him to talk about this because he read 80 pages of this manifesto, unlike some people who will not read about things. And
well, so, I mean, I didn't read through all the 80 pages, but I was able to grab the the bullet point and able to get some point. It talks about manufacturing. I think some of those points are related one way or the other, and it talks about empowering the youth and tapping into the emerging market, like the digital and arts, dramas and entertainment. And it also talks about what else again? It talks about empowering Naira by importing less and exporting more. I think this is it's a good thing. The manifesto itself is a good thing. But then, like Kulata said, of course, there will always be loopholes. There will always be, it's not going to be perfect. No manifesto has ever been perfect. But it's easier said than done, because when getting to power, having power is different from when you are, projecting and making promises. And then, but some of those points in the manifesto are good points. If he's able to effectively carry it out and do it effectively, then yeah, I believe he can do that. But then, like Kulata said, it's about giving you, it's give and take. Depends on the audience. I give you something, you give me something back. So, and if he empowered enough, and through the agricultural empowerment and all that, yes, they will listen to him, because they will believe that will also make their life better. So yeah, that's what I deduced from the manifesto so far. I haven't really gone through the detail, the nitty-gritty about the funding and the rest of it.
All right. Thank you, Adewola. Who else? Now, Man of Prestige, you can weigh in.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't really put too much of stock when it comes to manifesto. I mean, it's all good. I look at manifesto as eye catching or just dressing the window. So it doesn't really do much for me. I mean, I believe in implementation. When I'm looking at Tinubu manifesto, I've glanced at it. I've not read it. Please, I leave it up for later. You know, they're genius in that area. So, from my own opinion, the manifesto is kind of centrist, or I use the word conventional. It's more conventional. I mean, it's good. I mean, what is a manifesto? You know, I mean, that's a marketing strategy. You know, it's a marketing vision by the party or whatever. So it doesn't really make any difference until, like I said, actually implement it. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, everything that he said there looks good. Of course, you know, it was drafted based on his vision to a certain degree. You know, the expert, the economists drafted that manifesto. It doesn't take anything away from Tinubu because it's kind of a little bit mirror to his vision. That's the way the manifesto is being done.
All right.
Like I said, they don't do that much to me. That's what I'm going to say on that.
All right, thank you.
Implement it, or you come out to and articulate what you're going to do. That's the way I look at it. Thank you.
All right.
So I can let somebody take my place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. African Queen, welcome to the show. African Queen, can you hear me? Okay, she's frozen. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, she's here. Can you hear me? Welcome to the show.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Nice,
glad to be here.
nice to see
I
you.
know the challenges. It's been a while.
Yeah, I know. How are you doing?
Good.
Okay, so this is what I feel bad sometimes. So when we have this structure of topics and we get to a topic, you know, the sexy one that most people are excited about, we finish talking about it. I feel bad sometimes. People who come later on, they don't have a chance to weigh in on the big topics of the day. So you can start with the manifesto if you know about it, if you've read it. But I think it's fair for me to come back to people that just joined us and ask them what they think about the big topics that we've talked about at the beginning. But go ahead, African Queen.
Okay,
I don't know when you start watching.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. But really, it was just, I was listening, actually. It was, at this point, I decided to join. And the issue with manifestos, they actually matter. But they matter when, you know, it's a country that is saying, pardon my language, in a country with accountability, as there's some measure of accountability. I know that every country is not perfect, but a country that has some good measure of accountability, you know, that's where the manifesto really, really matters. That's the truth. In a country like Nigeria, our country, anybody can they can give you anything. So that is not what we're looking at right now, honestly. So if you want to tell us about manifesto, please can we go back to since the inception of democracy? That is what was 1999. Please, how many their manifesto? Let's go back and review all their manifestos. Can you tell me if they have done half of what they ever wrote there? So I think enough of the wishy-washy, you know, looking for things that we are just fooling ourselves. Who has the best reading paperwork? We should look at who has the best capacity to execute. There might be things that is not on your manifesto, that challenges that will come up, and you have to actually have the willpower to deal with it, even though it's not on your manifesto. Let's say the country suffers, you know, okay, did they plan for this, the flooding that is going on? Was it on the past manifesto? But you have to get up and work and do the needful. So who has the willpower? Who can really, really represent us? And pardon me, whatever the manifesto they're putting out. Okay, look at APC when they were coming to take over power from PDP. Are we forgetting what they promised? I can remember Bola Tinubu vividly with the broom, making all the promises, student loans, $1 to ₦1, and all whatnot. I think it was there. All of them, they were there. What happened? Even the little one that we had, we've lost it. We lost, and even Kukuma lost our security. At least people used to go to bed hungry and be able to sleep. Now they are hungry and they can't sleep on top of it. But there was a manifesto. So when we're looking for manifestos, let's print all of them and just be giving to people.
African Queen, hold on, okay? Let me play this because this is, I think, part of what you're saying. Let me play this for our viewers.
that the presidential candidate made in 2015. Take a listen.
We will give you student loan. Our program, 4 years will be 4 years. You will not extend before 4 years to graduate to a university. By the time on your 4th year, you will be taken through that critical part.
Senior advocate, where are the student loans today? That was in 2015.
Okay, so he was I was expecting Festus to give the excuse that he wasn't the person that took over, it wasn't him that was at the head of, but he didn't say that. He was saying that the reason why they couldn't do that was because there were no resources and other things. So that ties to back to what we are discussing, you know, the importance of manifesto and being able to hold them account to based on what they said in their manifesto. Go ahead, continue, African Queen.
Okay, we do not have resources. Oh, good, great. And the little that we had, it dwindled. In this, under this administration, this we've never had this bad with our resources. That people comfortably steal our resources. It's under this particular APC. They are horrible. Eh? They are horrible. And anyway, okay, look at the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. Didn't she just resign after how many days in office? People resign in a decent society where we have decent people and people try to support people that have a little sense of decency. You know, you see the accountable leaders, they try to do at least look decent, act decent, but our leaders are not that way, and our people still support them. If I were Tinubu, right, after this show of shame and this Buhari's regime, actually, and I didn't do anything at that point, right now, all I should be doing is just to be apologizing to Nigeria and helping to scout for the best.
Okay. All right. I think African Queen is frozen. Jude, no, hold on, Jude. I have to make sure everybody is part of the conversation, especially the people that just joined. Kolata, let me come back to you. I'll come to you, CM. Buhari said today that he will be at the forefront of the campaign for Tinubu. Do you think, I'm trying to get you to put on your political strategic thinking.
Oh, okay.
Thinking hats. Do you think that it would be a good thing for Buhari to lead the campaign for Tinubu?
Yes, absolutely. Based on Tinubu's strategy, it makes absolute sense for Buhari to be campaigning for Tinubu. Actually, Tinubu has no choice. The way he's kind of structured this campaign, because Tinubu's campaign is essentially a southwest, northwest, northeast, north central campaign. And when you think about that strategy, because he's not getting anything in the south, he's never going to get anything in the southeast. Forget about that. Maybe Obudozima or the other Ebonyi.
Yeah.
Maybe they may try and ruffle 25% for him in those places. Maybe they'll ruffle 25% for him in Bayelsa. And Wike looks like Wike is aligned to him. Wike may probably deliver a better part of River State for him. So he has no choice, because if Tinubu cannot win the Northwest, he's done. Because the only thing he's going to have is the Southwest. So if he can't win the Northwest, especially Kano, Kaduna, if election goes and Tinubu loses Kano and losing Kaduna, forget about it. He's lost the election. So he has to use Buhari. Buhari is kind of like a messianic figure to his people. He cannot do no wrong. It's the same way you see some people support Obi that way. They can't see anything wrong with Obi. So Buhari too has that effect. He still has that effect. Don't get it wrong. People are suffering. They're killing themselves. But let that guy go in the public in somewhere in Katsina, you see the crowd that will follow him. So as a political strategy, Tinubu hands are tied to Buhari leading his campaign. And that's why he's bending his manifesto, bending over backwards to make sure that his alliance, especially in the Northwest, come out for him. In the Northeast, He's not going to win the entire of the Northeast, but he's going to take Bono, that has the highest votes that there, and he's going to take the smaller side, Yobe, and of course he'll get the 25% he needs in the other states. He's not going to win the other states, but he'll win that big prize. He'll win Bono. So you cannot imagine Tinubu being president without the Buhari right. I mean, front and center of his strategy. He by himself cannot win any state in the Northwest now. Like, these things go very religious. He's not the perfect Muslim, and also is Yoruba. I mean, they know we don't take religion that serious. So they're not going to vote for him. So not until Buhari stands in for him. So if there's no Buhari, there's no Tinubu presidency. Period.
Adewale, do you agree?
I strongly agree, but at the same time, both of them are coming from the same platform, APC. So he's joined in the hip with Buhari, whether he likes it or not. So he has no choice than to make sure that he's part and parcel of that campaign, whether he likes it or not. Then he maybe when he gets to the power begins to separate himself. But for now, he has no choice. He's married to them. That's it.
But what about the vice president? Do you think that his decision to pull away from that campaign won't hurt the Tinubu campaign?
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo political relevance is zero, capital zero in the Southwest, zero in the Northwest, zero in the Northeast. So he has no political addition to his campaign.
All right.
CM,
go ahead. CM, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Talking about manifestos on their own, they are part of the political process and the electioneering campaign. In fact, manifesto, if I put it loosely or in a nutshell, it's just like you articulate what you want to do for the people. And then naturally, it should derive from the consultations you must have had based on the problem the people are facing, because you don't just draw a manifesto and start ahead of time. It's during the time that you are doing your consultation, you know what the people are asking for, and then you see the problem, you articulate it very well in the manifesto. But the thing with manifesto from experience now is that the Nigerian experience is that essentially just to make up just for what is it called? What can I say? Just to to fulfill all righteousness. Otherwise, the best manifesto I've ever come across was the APC manifesto of 2015. It captured everything, apart from saying $1 to this, that is different, but it captures the essence of the Nigerian Federation, the way it should be. But what do we have? People used it to blackmail Jonathan and then everything. Then he came in. APC was voted in or rigged in anyway. Buhari then abandoned the APC manifesto and brought out Mietiala manifesto. That's what he implemented. You start hearing Ruga. If you go to APC manifesto, you never hear Ruga. But Buhari started telling us about Ruga. Grazing reserve, cattle route. This is what you keep hearing. All these things were not in the manifesto. All those things, they weren't there. All he told us was he's going to move the defense headquarters to Borno until Boko Haram is crashed. I'm not sure whether defense headquarters is still at Borno. So sometimes when you look at manifestos and then what is contained there, they will look brilliant. Nobody will write a bad manifesto. No political party, no political candidate, no presidential candidate will ever do that. But it is having the political will to implement it by the time you get in. That's why you see me, the criticisms I have about to be going to Arewa house. You see, people said it's better you under-promise and over-deliver than over-promise and then over-promise and then under-deliver. You see, Nigeria is at a stage where every political candidate, presidential candidate, should be open. There's no more beating about the bush. After all, since 2015, we've had it up to here. And then before then, you tell the people that for Nigeria to develop, every section will play their part. Tell me why Ondo State, up till now, will be asking for, saying they are owing pension, they are owing this. When they have bitumen, they can exploit. At most, maybe you say, okay, because of people may say they are taking too much. Say, okay, Ondo State, pay us, withhold, what is it called, 60, I mean, withhold 40, give us 60. If it can be 50-50. So then you tell Taraba, go and farm, even if it's, what is it called? Even if it's flour, like they are doing in Kenya. Do it. You will get more than $30 billion like Kenya is getting. Or if you can get 20 billion or 10, rather than waiting for $18 billion from crude oil for the whole country that we share. So these are what, you see, this is the type of honesty I want. If you tell them, say, you have to contribute. God did not create you for nothing. You must do something. And you tell them this is what you are going to do. Don't depend on the Ogoniman's crude oil. Osun State, you have gold. You mine it and give us half of it. You keep half. Use it to develop yourself. Ogun State, look inwards. You have kaolin also. So for that, than all this federation of when you come, people will pander because of our vote. Now, the North has voted massively for their son, Buhari. Today, they are the region that is crying the most. If it does not, Nigeria is on the league of, what is it called, the highest number of out of school children. If you remove the North, if Nigeria is from Benue State down, we can never be in that bracket. We can never, no matter. So this is type of something that when we are articulating all this manifesto and when you are going a campaign, be open, especially now that Nigeria has crashed. So you tell people that to lift Nigeria up is not only depending on the Lagos seaport or maybe what the Yorubas can bring. You in Adamawa, you in Kaduna, Katsina, Anambra, Imo, Enugu, you must do something. So you keep telling this because all hands must be on deck. Every little, according to Tesco in UK, every little helps. You must not depend until you bring billion from Bayelsa, from crude oil. You, the Sokoto, if it's height and scale of 500 million naira, you bring. So that makes you, so that you be productive there. That's what we should be talking. We can't develop, we can't continue coming to the Abuja every month to come and look for who will do this. I'm in charge. No need. If the people of the Niger Delta are in charge of their oil, by now that, what is it called? It's, flooding is there, they should know what to do because it's an environmental issue. I mean, they should be able to help themselves and not to run to federal government. Same thing with everybody. So I'm telling, although no manifesto might capture this type of discussion, but this should be at the podium. If you are saying it like this, some people may feel offended, but in reality, you are telling them the truth. Everybody has to call. God created the people of Yobe, Kasena, Jigawa for a purpose. They should work hard, and they are capable of working hard. But the thing is that we tend to shield them and give the promise that we take over. Nobody, I don't want somebody from Oyo State to take over the problem of Jigawa State. No, it shouldn't work that way. Everybody should be able to do something to help yourself. And then when you are doing, no matter how little, then you grow that way. That is my contribution for now.
All right, thank you. Jude, go ahead.
Yes, I still remain, when I said manifesto, yes, is good. It's only in an ideal society. But we all know that Nigeria is not an ideal society. Okay? Nigeria manifesto by the politician has always been fraudulent. Manifesto, I would say, solve two things, or it's meant for two things. One, to point to people the direction in which you want to take them to, should you gain their trust to be elected. Number two, it helps you to market yourself as an individual to the people so that, okay, when you elect me, I'm going to do this for you. It's kind of a verbal contractual agreement between you and the people. But we all know from experience that in Nigerian situation, it has never been so. Most of why Nigerians should not at all, in any way, base their decision on who to vote for on manifesto by looking at the manifesto is this: you live in a society that you cannot hold your government accountable. You come out to protest, they send their army, their military thugs on you, and they kill you. So what then it is? But in an ideal society, when a manifesto is not being worked upon or is being not fulfilled, people come outside and protest and require their government to do the right thing, and they listen to them. They don't send their military thugs or juntas to kill them.
Jude, hold on. Let's look at the Republicans. For 50 years, they've been putting in their manifesto that they want to eliminate abortion. They want to ban abortion. And it took them that long to get to, and different processes to get to this point where they were able to get a Supreme Court that basically annulled the Roe versus Wade. So it's not just we have to put it in that context that manifesto could be something that will be written down and it will take another 50 years to get to achieve it.
No, but the Nigerian case is not like that. Look at the American case that you just cited as an example. Look at every year, every election, people come out, they continue to protest, they continue to agitate on both sides, both Democrat and Republican, to require their government, their senators to do what they want them to do. Okay, and their senators and House of Rep and their candidates work, tirelessly to meet those goals. Okay, but in Nigerian case, it's not like that. As soon as these people are voted in, they turn to their own personal agenda. Like CM Punk has rightly pointed out, Buhari had a wonderful and impeccable manifesto that would have driven Nigeria, like I said earlier, to the point where we can now be rejoicing that now we have a country that we can be proud of. But what did he do when he got there? He went there and began to implement terrorist agenda, anti-terrorist agenda, and that is what has led us to this point. And may I quickly respond also to Bulada that was comparing to Peter Obi's supportership and Buhari. I think it's very disingenuous and to me fraudulent to make such a comparison. Obi's supportership, even if I may speak of Obi right now, do you know that I don't even 100% support Obi in the sense that I know Obi is a good man and is going to be able to do well for Nigeria, but I still believe Nigeria is a mirage. Nigeria can never be achieved. Obi cannot do the miracle. There's so many things wrong with this country called Nigeria that there's no way the center can ever hold anymore. Nigeria can never be surveyed. Period. Take it to the bank. We are going to come here in a year's time to see that, yes, what Jude and some other people like me and like mine have been saying is true. Nigeria is kaput, can never be salvaged. Obi can never do it. I empathize with him and I pity him that he's putting himself into such a dangerous situation. Okay? If not, I would have been 100% out there supporting him. But I already know that why will I venture into a fruitless embark on a fruitless venture? Okay, Obi's supportership is simply because people like him. They like number one from his antecedents and for the truth. He's telling Nigerians the truth. He's the only candidate so far in the history of Nigeria that has been able to encapsulate the feelings of the Nigerians, the ordinary Nigerians on the streets. Okay, and bringing it forward and then offering solution on how you will make that average Nigerian, the common Nigerian on the street, to breathe a sigh of relief, to have a breath of good life, new life. That is why they are supporting him. But on the other way, Buhari's supportership is based on fraudulent, over the years, dubious ways that they have been able to indoctrinate their people to believe that anybody that is not a Muslim that is being voted for is against Muslims, against their religion, that it's only Muslims that have to rule them. So because of, and then again they have deliberately, short education away off from them. They're deliberately not educated so that they can easily manipulate them. So that of supportership of Buhari is purely based on people who have been so manipulated, impoverished, as well as uneducated.
Okay, Jude, thank you. Let me just
make this difference.
Okay, this is just a program. Let me just can you guys see what I have? Okay, yeah. So tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dele Farotimi joining us tomorrow at 11:30 New York time, 4:30 p.m. Nigeria. We booked him before he became spokesperson for the campaign, Obi's campaign. So if you could join us tomorrow for the conversation, we appreciate that. I just wanted to put it out there for those who are watching. Tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. New York time. All right. Where are we? Somebody joined us. Where is Sijoma? And welcome to the show. Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi. How are you, Ndubisi?
Fine.
Okay. So I think we move, unless you have
Thank
something
you.
to say about.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, and where are you joining us from?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing
I'm in
echo.
Massachusetts.
Okay. There's an echo and there's a delay. I thought you were far away. But I don't think you're far away.
Okay.
All right. So
I said I'm in Massachusetts.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So
well, good afternoon once more. Good afternoon, Rudolph.
Yeah, have you been following?
Yes, I've been following your show for some time now. Well, for a good while. The topic we are discussing currently about Tinubu's manifesto.
Yeah.
I just went through the 10-point manifesto, not the detailed one, the 10-point, I think, yesterday. Well, it's what the typical Nigerian politician brings and presents to the people, what they will do. But, like Jude was saying before, and some other person said, most of our politicians they are not sincere. They only bring this thing to sell to the people, and at the end of the day, when they get into power, they push the manifesto aside and do other things. Buhari's government is a typical example. Like CM said, no mention of Ruga, no mention of probably promoting sectional or Fulani stuff, including waterway bills and all that. But as soon as he came in, years down the line, he started pushing all those things and pushing it to the National Assembly. So it's unfortunate. That's why Bishop Kuka called the Nigerian political class, most of them, it's a criminal enterprise. And that is what it is.
All right.
But for the first time, Nigerians have a choice. They've seen they've seen some choices of the candidates. They've seen what some of them have done. Antecedents should be the watchword for Nigerians. What pass? How they have managed their state resources. People know how to manage resources in Lagos. In fact, for me, he continues to be the governor of Lagos because those there, he installed them and they cow to his bidding. So I don't see anything he has to offer. So, but I pray Nigerians this time around, they should be wise, because if we don't get it wrong, if we don't get it right this time, I think it's going to be goodbye Nigeria. That is what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Ijoma, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay. Where do I start?
Start anywhere you want. At this point, start anywhere you want. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, what really, for me, the climate change issue was really sad when I was listening or watching what people were saying about it and what the presidential candidate, Mr. Tinubu, his answer to climate change. It's quite disappointing. That's how I see it. Because if you look at it very well, the climate change issue is a role that every one of us living on the planet has to be part of it. It is not a joke, but when people are downplaying these issues, and then someone presenting himself as a presidential candidate, looking at that issue like a minor issue, no, it is a serious issue. That's one point. Coming to the issue of manifesto, yes, every person can take candidating as a president. You must have something to offer to the people. It's just like marketing. What are you offering? But the biggest problem in this part of the world, in Nigeria, is nobody is held accountable if they're not delivering what they promised the people. Because it doesn't make sense coming to tell the people that you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, and all this kind of thing, brainwashing the people. They have done this many, many years ago, and it's repeating all the time. So it's the time of the people, to stand up, if it's possible, to hold them accountability. You didn't deliver what you promised, And it will be a shame if the people will make this mistake again. Coming to Obi, that he traveled to the areas where it's flooded, this is what leadership is all about. You got to let the people to know that you understand what is going on and you're a part of it. Every leader, I mean, it happens in the West. You see people going. In the part of the world I'm living, we had flood probably last year. The chancellor was there. The chancellor was there, consult the people, and lay down informations and lay down what he means support, which the people got straight away. There was no wasting time. There was nothing like bureaucracy about it. So this is what leadership is all about. You show the people, and let me tell you one thing. Once you say you're going to lead, it's like you're a son, you're not hiding yourself. So what Obi did, to go to that area, under that circumstances and how it looks like, to show the people, I am there, because that's what the people want. If you want to lead the people and there is crisis in the country, it's a terrible situation, and everyone is hiding, and this gentleman, Mr. Obi, went down there to let the people, you're not alone. This is all what they want. It's not denoting 5 million, 3 million, 10 million. No, your presence matters quite a lot. And that was what he did. And my own opinion is this is the person to lead the country. I'm not here to say it, an Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about leadership. And as a leader, you lead with like an example. You are taking up a nation. You are taking up a group of people. You want to listen to their pain, their sufferings. So you got to go down there where the things are happening and let the people know, look, I'm there. And that is leadership. So that's all I have to contribute. And what Obi did is excellent. And that is what every country, every nation deserves. And those people over there, my heart goes out to them because they have been through hell. I mean, even we in the West supposed to raise a fund to help these people. Every cent, every dollar, every euro counts for these people. And that's what these people need at the moment. And not someone saying, no, I'm not going there, whatever, So Obi did an excellent job and I praise him for that. So those delivering their manifestos and whatever they're going to offer Nigerians, I hope the Nigerians are in a position to hold those people accountable for whatever they are doing or whatever they promised them. And for me, it's not a question who rules Nigeria, but what I'm saying is that the person like Obi, who comes out in this crucial time, crisis, in a very devastating form to show the people you're not alone. That is what matters. Thank you very much for having me, and bye-bye for now.
All right, thank you, Jema. Michael, welcome to the show. Michael, can you hear me? Is he sleeping? Oh, okay, he's awake. Michael, can you hear me? All right, I don't think he can hear me. CK, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself if you're.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I'm delighted to be here.
Where are you joining us?
I'm joining you from Utah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been hearing and following. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've been hearing and following
Go ahead.
Your programs, and today I've had people talked about manifesto and all of that. I think manifesto is good, just like what Jude said, and yeah, they are good. CM has also mentioned that it shows just a pathway to what you hope to achieve. It's like a vision, and I don't see any bad thing in manifesto. But one thing I have as an issue is basically that really bothers me is because people are not really committed to their manifesto. And so they are not held accountable. I think it's a question to me, and I wanted to ask if there's a way these manifestos can really be kind of sort of legalized. If I'm not able to do this between this period of time, I should resign. Something should be held accountable. It should be something that should be legalized. It's not a bad thing. If you say you can do this, we are hiring you, right?
and then you can do this, and you come out with procedures of how you can do it. It's a contract, all right? If I'm unable to deliver within this 4 years or within this 2 years, let it be a form that it should be legalized such that I resign. Law should be taken, not that you are advising like the president today. We know that he's not really fulfilling all that he has said, and you're advising him to resign, and it's like,
yeah. We already have that. It's called the election. You know, when he stands for re-election, you vote him out.
No, I'm not talking about that. Dr. Damages, let's be realistic here. I'm talking about your manifesto. You know, the news medias are carrying it out there, saying, oh, we have not seen their manifesto. Oh, tell us, talk about the issue, talk about the issue. Issues are never the solution here. You can have beautiful ways of attending to issues, Dr. Damages. We were talking about, if you are bringing this thing to the board, make it, let Nigerians, let them hold you responsible. Let it be legalized. We're not talking about election. I can do this. Okay, Obi is talking about within his first period of service, if he's elected, he's going to start some policies on the.
All right, CK is lost. Obi, welcome to the show. Obi, can you unmute yourself?
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. How are you today?
I'm great. Where are we? No,
where are we? Let me
join actually. So
you just joined?
Yeah, I've not been listening.
Oh, you've not been listening. Okay, let me direct this conversation to this place. We've not seen this video before. Let's play this.
In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I'm the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that. I wish you all safe journey back to
this. All right. So there are so many things to unpack there. There are so many things to unpack there. One is he said that he had one mechanized brigade. I didn't know that governors they have this kind of power to use the military to, because we've been talking about structure of the country and we're talking about state police. If the governors could command the DSS or the state police or the military in their state, like say somebody in Enugu command 81st division, then why are we complaining that they don't have power to deal with insecurity in their state? That's one. The other issue is the incident he laid out there, which was what happened to him in Anambra State, and he attributed that to Governor Obi. That Obi was the person that arrested him in the state. Obi, I want you to look at this in a bigger picture. We saw what happened at Arewa Forum, and it appears as if what you always talk about, which is about this identity politics, that it's playing out already. Atiku came out and essentially said, look, I'm the one for you people from the north, you know me. And so what is your take on all this?
Oh man, that's a lot. Yes, well, when it comes to that governor having power to use the police, I use that word. They do when they want to, especially at that time when it's an election time. Of course, he has some level of power too. And don't forget, the man in question, Erufa, was not a governor at that time. So I'm not saying that maybe they did it or not, but yes, when they want to have power to use the police, so they have benefits, they do have that power. When they want to oppress me and you, the ordinary citizen, they do have that power. I mean, if we have poor police officer trailing, what's his name, Pastor Suleman, and they lost their life, 4 police officers, That's his ordinary pastors. You want to tell me that the governors don't actually have the power to use them when they want to? I mean, there's no question about that. They do. Did they actually did that? I mean, that's another anything entirely. But it's politics. The damage has been done. The world has been altered. Those that will go with it will go with it. Those that don't want to hear any explanation, good. Those that will say, yes, I know he can do that. I know this water is done. So that was what that Sherry is all about. Now, two, talking about identity politics. Of course, I told you it didn't just start today or years ago. No, the observation come to face during the first time of Muhammad Buhari. I said it. Ability for some of us not able to separate the regime of Buhari, led by the APC regime led by Buhari, separate from the Fulani entire race or the Northern entire race. It's a problem. They don't speak too much, but they know that, and the rhetoric has not died down since then. This has been going on. Anytime it tries to die, they will find one way or other to gaslight it. And that's exactly what Atiku is working on.
So
in reality,
obviously, somebody wants to know why is it that your Kwankwaso didn't show up there?
Oh, he accused them before he accused them of that the whole thing is a shenanigan put together by Atiku for them to endorse him. That was his accusation. That was days leading to a day before he was supposed to appear. And again, if you look at that accusation that clearly, and you look back to during their primaries, during the PDP primaries, if you remember, this same northern elite were trying to have a consensus within Tambawa, the governor of Bauchi, the economists from Borno State and all that way. But that time it was Atiku that was accusing them that we are trying to select a younger person. But now, fast forward to Kaduna, he's the one being accused. So that's why he didn't show up. But now, looking at the game as it is now, what chance do somebody like Atiku and Tinubu have, if not to play the racial card? Ability for you to divide the country sharply into two, give them more chance based on the structure they are talking about. So you understand where that is coming from. You know what he's saying. That the question was not even related to how he answered it. But get what? They will keep pushing. They will keep pushing until they succeed. And if they succeed, as we said, it's all about the structure and the money that you talk about. You see that what's his name? Wike already throwing millions around. That is the money I was trying to tell guys. Where's blessing? They say, "Oh, I'm not going to take money." Of course, nobody going to offer you money. This money goes to now since to rig it from the electoral official perspective is going to be very difficult based on the new introduction of machine. They will now focus on the voters, and it's going to be in block. That's where money is going to flow.
Okay, hold on. I will come back to you, James. Let me ask you this question. We saw El-Rufai say that we are Northerners, we are civilized. What does that mean when you hear something like that? Unmute yourself, James.
You're muted.
Sorry, thank you. It is the hypocrisy that goes with government and elections. If they're saying they are not hearing me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
If he is saying that they are civilized, in what way have they displayed the civilization they've acquired? Because a Fulani man has been head of state for almost 8 years. He has unleashed unquantifiable horror on the country. His people are on rampage. This same Arewa group, they've not come out categorically to condemn unequivocally what these people are doing. So where lies the civilization? Now they say these things to placate you and me, but among themselves, they know what they are doing. Now, as Mr. Kwakwa, was saying, it's a shenanigan. I mean, they just put something together to, it's clear to Atiku that he's losing the election. Now, in his mind, he's saying, oh, but you are my brother. As for the Easterners, I've lost them already because it's clear that about 60 to 65 or 70% of the Igbos are for what's it called, Peter Obi. The Westerners, they cannot turn their back on their brothers. So even in the North, where he is banking on, there is problem. The Middle Belt, they are not entirely with him. So in his mind, he feels that he's now a loser, and this is his last chance. So this is why he's hell-bent on making them understand, look, I am your brother. Don't disgrace me. Do what you can to come to my rescue. So this is just what is going on. How civilized are they? A tribe or a race that can unleash horror on a whole country, and none of their members, not even Atiku, who's a Fulani man, is condemning them openly, unequivocally. So how civilized are they? What is civilization? They should define it for me. I would like to know.
All right, thank you. Adewale, go ahead. Ojude, I'll come to you.
Okay, Mr. James, the civilization that Rufai is talking about. We see sometimes we need to read, between the lines. It's not talking about civility. It's talking about, look, we will show you what Northern is made of. That's what it means. That means if you think you can come here and you want to come and galvanize and talk to our people, then we will tell you who ruled the land, who is the Lord of the manor here. That is what that civilization is all about. But you see, let's talk about in a broad way. Politics is not like running a business. Okay, for those who think every politician is going to be a saint, somebody will get there and do the bit. Look, it's not like when you run a business, which means the bottom line is about profit and whatever you can get. Politics is about power. Power. And you get that power, sometimes you may even have to close your nose like this and do what you have to do. But see, what we're doing right now, the way it's being played now, is played in such a way that, I mean, I'm not surprised when I started seeing the alliances going, the River State governor coming to the Southwest to begin to align, not just about monetary, he's throwing his weight physically, like, I'm here, I'm present here, and I'm doing this. So I'm just trying to speak to what Mr. James talked about, interpretation of what L5 means. But give it to Atiku, the race card. On this show, I think 2 weeks ago, talks about trying to play what Tinubu said side by side with what Atiku said about the Northerner voting for the Northerner. There's a distinct difference. Okay, now Tinubu, when he was making his comment in Abeokuta, I would say there's the translation of what he said was lost, and I will tell you why. He said, "Look, the Yorubas, they supported Buhari, that he was giving up, or the verge of giving up when he came into the picture and his support, and he threw his weight behind it. And he said, now this time around, it is now the turn of the Yoruba." All right. And he said, in the Yoruba land, if you search everywhere, who has been in the forefront, who has been governors, who has been backing, who has been making sure that, his people are represented, it is him. Now, it is now that he has to come to the picture and play his part, because he doesn't want the future to remember him as just a player, that he wants to make sure that he do his own, he play his own part now. But Atiku on his own hand says, look,
I would disagree with you with that interpretation of
hold
that.
on 1 second. Atiku on his hand said, look, we don't need Igbo presidency. We don't need Yoruba presidency. All what you guys need as a Northerner is you vote for the Northerner like you. But Tinubu did not say that. He said, if you look into the Yoruba nation too, and the next person is him, because he has been in the forefront, promoting and projecting Yoruba interests and all that. That is what it means. So both of them are not the same thing. They are very different in what, but then it's subject to interpretation. But I'm just trying to explain it the way I feel about it. That's it. And one more thing. Our sister Ijoma said something earlier about Peter Obi going to Bayelsa State and donating money. There's no difference between Governor Peter Obi going to Bayelsa and Tinubu going to Owo to donate money. See, this is election season. If they are not vying for political office, you will hardly hear their name, talk less of even see their presence in those places. Of course, what they are trying to do is to have an optic and to project themselves and position themselves. So if somebody decided, okay, you know what, I'm going to be there and commiserate with them and all that, and if those people that they are trying to talk to over there, I'm talking about the victim of those natural disasters, see that as, okay, these are the potential candidates that could help them in the future, and they tap into that, we're fine. But there's no difference between what Bola Tinubu did then and what Governor Peter Obi is doing now. But it's all about politics. We want to be out there in the public and make themselves visible and sell themselves. That's all the way I say it.
All right, thank you. Judah, I'll come to you, but not yet. Hold on. I want to talk to Omori and Ndubisi who are driving. We always say it on this show, we're not responsible. We encourage you to, you can park somewhere, and if we see that you are busy, we can let you speak, even if it's not your turn. So because, you have to concentrate, we don't encourage this. All right. So having said that, let me. What are you guys doing? More, can you pull somewhere and talk, or you can join us? What is? You think you can? Can you hear me, Amore? All right. Let's go to other people. When you get to where you're going, just.
I can hear you very well.
All right. Okay.
I can hear you, and I can put it. What's the question again?
I love this.
Your question, sir.
Have you been listening to
I can hear you.
Hearing.
No, I listened earlier to a conversation on the comment of Baba Dati on Obi Arewa, presentation. I just came in now, to this second round.
Okay, so
I didn't know what the issue is about.
What are you thinking about? Let me make it easy for you.
What am I thinking about?
About Nigeria. What's in your mind?
A lot of things to think about Nigeria. You think about Nigeria, you have a sleepless night. We don't even know where to start from. And I'm not the war. There's one thing that does not bother me. The way the utterances from our politicians does not bother me so much, because we have gone through that road before, a time without a number. We have a situation in Nigeria where 5 political parties came together to endorse the military head of state of their sole candidate. We have a situation where a certain young man called somebody organized a 3 or 5 million march for Abacha. So all these things are not. It's not something I read in the book. I was already grown. I was already an adult when all these things were taking place. So the utterances from our politicians, like Tinubu, what the misfires, the moving from words to bad statements don't bother me. What bothers me is the way we process these activities, the way we process these activities. What are we doing with them? The way Nigerians go about it seems not to mean anything to them. It's as business as usual. Everything goes. They come around, they tell us all sorts of nonsense. I wanted to say this. I was listening to a program yesterday. There was a certain girl from, I think, on the north, whether Yusuf was somebody trying to paint Atiku as somebody from a different planet. Is it the same Atiku that was the Nigerian custom? Is it the same Atiku that was the vice president to Obasanjo? Is it the same Atiku that had the Potomac, palace in Maryland? Is it the same Atiku that was involved in the Halliburton saga? I mean, you see, I get confused sometimes when certain Nigerians, based on their primordial interests and their ethnic and myopic sentiment, try to place certain individuals in colors they don't really, have. We have to be very careful. I'm afraid that we are repeating the same cycle over and over again. We are expecting to have a different result. It doesn't work that way. It's tantamount to insanity. This is what I always say on this platform. So, Tinubu is not a stranger. He has been around. I learned he was once in Chicago. But for some time, since 1999, even before 1999, in the struggle for the transition of Tinubu has been around. So, somebody to tell us something. In 2015, Tinubu campaigned to us what he was going to do. How many of those promises have been fulfilled? So somebody, certain individuals, especially those that live in the Western world, coming to tell us something about Tinubu we're already aware of. It pissed me off. I don't get it. Somebody coming to tell me about Atiku. Atiku was supposed to be in jail by now. Atiku was handcuffed to that barracks during RBB. Because of what he stole in Nigerian custom. A certain call came from a traditional ruler from the north. Another one followed. And the handcuffs behind the were taken off. Instead of going to jail, he was, humbly retired, compulsory retirement. So when people gang up to government, convince us to vote for these same old criminals, I don't get it. I'm not getting it. And I was listening to you earlier. They were talking about Ahmed Baba trying to make Obi confess that, the Igbo presidency will favor Nigeria. Why are you talking about Igbo presidency in the Nigerian context? We had the Civil War in 1967, 1970. That one is gone. And we came up with the arrow of reconstruction and rehabilitation. Now we're still talking of an Igbo society. How many people does he talk about? How many people are talking about Yoruba presidency when Tinubu goes to the north? How many people are talking about Northern presidency when Atiku goes to the north? So people, are trying to justify that. And again, that also brings me to the point. I watched CM talking earlier. I watched my beloved brother, son of God, talking earlier. Today I was seeing CM in a different form, trying to be different in a way, kicking against what Obi said, the promises he's making. And he also gave the example with what I gave about 2 weeks ago when they were castigating me. I said there are agreements, total agreement going on, that Obi is taking to certain quarters, being meant to kneel down in the altars of the same criminals that brought Nigerians to where it is today. Obi is signing agreement. They were arguing with me. Today, he gave the good luck example, the same example I gave on that day. That the same thing good luck wanted to do to pacify the north, to win the heart of the north. And again, he failed woefully. The same thing is about to repeat. So it's like a vicious cycle. I don't get it. But it's not about the politicians. It's about we the people. About we the people. Why are we so gullible? Why are we so subservient? Why are we so vulnerable? We don't learn from our past experience. We keep repeating the same mistake over and over. One time that we come together, when the politicians are together, they don't have quarrel. Whoever that wins, PC, PDP, they have a way of coming together. But when it comes to the people, they play the religious cards and we are falling for it. I don't get it. Obi is signing, Obi would have been a nice person. I've not seen against the personality. But the way he's going about it, I want to advise Obi to stick to the advice of the lawyer, Femi Falana. He should be with the people. Be more of the people. Be on the side of the people. You should not be desperate. It might not be this time, but then we must not allow our people to go below where we are right now, because the Nigeria is at the situation is very precarious at this moment. So it might not be this time. He might win. If he wins, good. But we must not allow this momentum. We must not allow this tempo. We must not allow this level of participation to diminish any bit. If we must get it right one day. I was here representing the future. When the last of Obi and the show when they coming together, with people oriented, policies so that we can move forward. Not you going to IBB, going to Arewa, making promises here and there. It's still going to be, if Obi wins tomorrow, go and save this date, it's going to be business as usual. The same way Jonathan wanted to, be smart, they know what they are doing. So I told you he signed an agreement. People didn't agree with me. I think just a bit, 1/4. No, it's not even up to 1/4. What I wanted to say on that day, as time goes on, we'll continue to see more of them. Thank you very much, Damages, for having me.
Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Good.
Yeah, I want to just comment on the statement Rufai made during that meeting. I think sometimes these politicians, they inadvertently reveal some of the secrets of what they do in their hidden places. Because so many things about the governance of Nigeria by these politicians are done in secret, in utmost secrecy, just within themselves, that many of us, like you and I, we don't really know what is going on. If that man simply revealed that, yes, they have power to do anything they want, And then the question is, if he has those enormous power, and then he keep crying out how terrorists have invaded his state, that almost half of his state, the southern corner, have been ceded to terrorists. Who is he lying to now? The same thing, every governor in every state, they will say, oh, they don't have power to do this. Then when it comes to the issue of insecurity, of curbing the menace of Yeti cattle herders and the Boko Haram terrorists and other terrorists of, rampaging the whole community, the whole area in the south. And they will tell the people who don't have the power. They are telling you lies. These people continue to lie. These politicians continue to lie to you, and we continue to fall for their crap. I don't know how long will we continue to fall for it.
Okay, Jude, hold on. Okay, Jude, hold on. Let me play this. This is what El-Rufai said after the incident when it happened. This was on Channels TV.
To go in to have breakfast, and I was blocked by 3 SSS officials holding AK-47s and threatening me that I have directives from Abuja to restrict me to my room. I said, on what basis? I said, well, that's their directive. I said, well, let me tell you that Nigeria is a democratic country. I have freedom to move. And I intend to.
Yes, I've heard that. Right. I've listened to that. Okay, but he has forgotten that he has had that interview. He has carried out that interview, and he came again to lie to Nigerians that he
so hold on, dude. So he said they said the directive came from Abuja.
And from Abuja, and then yet he's accusing Obi. You see, all of this is just to malign Obi.
And then the other thing that he said that next was that he did not understand why people should be restricted from moving around during the election. And he's been governor for 8 years, and I've never seen him come out to say this should not continue.
Exactly.
It's interesting. All right, let me hear from Ijoma.
Let me finish up. Let me finish up my thought. You see, another thing is this: the identity politics that what is it called? Atiku is playing. He's not really playing it with the hope of getting his people to vote for him to win the election. This is who they are. They don't want anybody other than the Fulanis, other than the Muslims to rule them. That is why people like me continue to see that Nigeria can never be one, because a section does not want any other section to rule them. They believe that leadership in Nigeria is their personal, is their so-called Allah given priority, or Allah given privileges that have to exert on every other part of Nigeria. And how can we then continue to pretend, and yet we see Nigeria being killed every day in order to keep Nigeria one?
Okay. Thank you. Ijoma, I know that you came back because you were mentioned. I think somebody mentioned your name. I forgot. Go ahead, Ijoma.
Yes, you're a very good observer. Yes, someone mentioned my name, and that's Adewala. Adewala mentioned my name. That was why I came back. Adewala, if you're listening, bro, I am not condemning Mr. Tinubu for donating money. If he did, I don't know about it. But if you're claiming he did it, it's also part of it. It's good. But my own point is, I said, and I repeat, as a leader, if you want to rule a nation, and if you want to rule people, even if it's a group of 5 people or 6 people, I know what I'm doing. I'm leading a group. And when there are crises, now I'm sitting at home on this super wonderful platform. But if they're going to call me at any moment now, I am dropping and I'm going there. This is part of leadership. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying donating money. Even I mentioned before, I said, it would be great. It would be lovely if every one of us outside the country is going to donate €1 or $1 or 1 cent. The people back home, the folks down there, because they need it badly. That's what I said. But beside Mr. Adawale, I am still saying that the presence of Mr. Obi makes a very big difference because that's what the people want. And that is what his leadership is all about. And as I repeat myself again, which is not necessarily, my point is that Mr. Obi went there to meet these people. This is what it's all about. So if Mr. Tinubu, if Mr. Atiku is denoting money, money cannot solve all the problems. This is what I want to highlight because they need your presence. You got to be there to see what they are doing. That's my own point. So if you are going to interpret it that money solves all the problem, no. Just recently, Mr. Okonkwo introduced all of us to help me waka. Those who are running errands for you because people are far away, this help me waka. They are on the ground. So don't get me wrong, Mr. Adewale, because I am saying what Obi did was perfect to go there. If I was in Nigeria and if I have the possible way, I'm not a leader, I'm not leading Nigerians, but to show solidarity. And that is what is called leadership. That's all my own point. That's why I came in again. Mr. Okonkwo got it because someone mentioned my name. I got to come in again, to clarify myself and my point. Besides, I'm going to say a comment. I saw Ovia on the show somewhere there, Mr. Kwankwaso. How far are you going with your everything? This one is now for Ovia. But as I said, I think things are not going so well. Maybe you might confirm it, Mr. Ovia. So that's all I came from Mr. Adewale, but I'm sure he's listening. Bro, I didn't mean anything that sending money is not good. It's part of it. It's right. But what I want to emphasize is that Mr. Obi going on the ground, seeing the situation, being with the people, this is what it's all about. And that is what my point. I want to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we want to change topic a little bit. We have some things we wanted to touch on. NSAS anniversary. I just want one person, maybe Omori or anybody who is passionate about that. If you want to talk about that, NSAS anniversary and the Delegawa. CM, go ahead. Unmute yourself, CM.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. 2 years on, or 2 years from 20th October 2020, the facts of NSAS has not changed. On that day, a group of frustrated Nigerians gathered at Lokito Bridge. They were doing so previously for over a week from Abuja down to the southern states. But on that particular day, they gathered. As usual, they were dancing, singing, calling government attention to end police brutality. But what did they get in return? Towards the night, because it has been an all-day affair and all-night affair, people tell me they go and do it like shift. Some can sleep there. Tomorrow you wake up, you go and change and have a shower and then come back. If you need food, you go back to the backstage. People will give you free food. So the solidarity was unprecedented. Now, what happened? The government feel threatened. Like we've later learned later. I mean, like we discovered later, it has the hand of the Lagos state government somehow. They brought in this army. And who are the army? Nigerian army paid by the taxpayers' money. People you pay to defend the territorial integrity of the country. They came in there because they have this evil mind to kill people and massacre innocent people. They are unarmed. First of all, they switched on the floodlight so that whatever they do will occur in darkness. And the people they started we are shooting, we are singing national anthem, Arise, O compatriots. And they were holding the green, white, green flag, showing solidarity that they love their country, but they do not love what the police is doing to them. And they were all killed. It's only that those that managed to escape escaped. I understand so many of them jumped into the lagoon or into the whatever, and they got drowned. So the total number, the victims of NSARS, we can never know the number. We can never know the exact number that lost their lives there. So telling me that this type of thing, and then government started with denial that nothing happened, according to Lai Mohammed. who is the official spokesperson of the government, and then the the propaganda in chief. So 2 years later, this fact has not changed. That for the first time, a group of Nigerians were shot. I can understand Nigerian army shooting Biafrans because they can see they're having Biafran flag during 1967 to 70. But we are shooting people that are having green, white, green flag and singing the national anthem as at that point in time. Not that they were not saying this is to show you how much more patriotic can you be. Yet they were killed. So the issue of NSAS, to be honest with you, that marked, first of all, that signaled the first time that the youth are trying to show in the open that they are not happy with the way government is treating them. Yes, people are now linking NSAS with what is happening politically now, that the same type of movement, only that in this case they are not at Lekki toll gate. They call themselves obedient movement or the obedience. People say that is it. Then, but I wouldn't blame them, because since 2 years nothing has changed in terms of their plight. I stand to be corrected. Since October, after killing them, nothing has changed. People, even up to today, I don't know what the white paper says. People are being threatened. Even what they're saying, they're denying everything. Or even when the world knows that this is what happened. So the climate NSAS will be another black day. It must be remembered as a day that the government decided to kill its own citizens unprovoked, because there's no provocation. That people are occupying a place, singing solidarity song. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, why not use water cannon if you must disperse them by force? They do it in the Western world. You use water cannon or spray them with water, they all get wet and disappear. In that case, you won't lose life. But to go and use live bullet, after all, if they are not using live bullet, why was the floodlight switched off? So all these things is when you remember, because I know I lost somebody who known to me, but not my really a relation, but I know the person. We lived in the same street in Lagos. When I heard about it, I felt I wasn't happy. And then so many others like that. And then after NSAS, what happened then? The palliative, that is the breaking of warehouses to go and discover that the European Union, Europe, decided, because as at 2020, it was total lockdown. In some countries like Italy, if they see you outside, you have to explain why you're outside. So they lock down people, knowing that having locked them down, they are not going out to earn a living. So government was feeding everybody. So they decided, the European Union decided that, oh, the people in Black Africa may need this. Those things were given to them, but the governors, the way they do, they all stockpiled all those things, hid it, and then in the hope that maybe 2 or a year later, they will use it to do a campaign. So it is the aftermath of NSAS, because of that anger, that people now discover that there are even palliative hidden for them to eat, and it didn't. So to me, that's a very, very black day in the history of that country. And NSAS, till I die, I will never forget it. And I think I'm not alone in this.
Wow.
So
That's a wonderful summary of what happened. I don't think we need to add anything to that. Other than to come to Maury, Maury, I think you may be the one, or maybe James, but let me go to Maury first, and James, I'll come to you. If you remember what happened to Delegawa, because it's unfortunate. I remember when that happened, and people have forgotten about Delegawa, and I think that was the first time I heard his name when he died, and had interest in the media in terms of what I heard about him. Omore, do you remember?
Yeah, Delejua was, technically eliminated by IBB and his group for trying for certain information he got. There was he had a cartel moving drugs from IBB. One of the guys was arrested, and Delejua was on top of that issue. So they sent him a letter bomb, and that was the end of the gentleman for trying to reveal certain things. They killed him for what he knew, and he was trying to make the public understand. That was
what do you think? Yeah, what do you think that impact of that on the media in Nigeria?
Yeah, you can't. It's not comparable. You saw you don't even need to go too far. You saw the bed or the funeral of the mother of Arise chairman.
Yeah.
So if you compare to the journalism, the likes of Delejua and Co were known for, you know that it's no longer. There are no basis for comparison. So it's chop journalism. You see politicians, you know how many private jets are flew to death on that for that particular occasion. It's all about brand envelope. No investigative journalism. The Nigerian will go extra mile to get what they wanted, just for the sake of the truth, not for what they want to get, for their selfish interest and personal aggrandizement. So there's no basis for comparison at all. What they have today is more or less social media news. Somebody picking something. I heard this on social media. That's all they know. Nobody is about concerned about investigative journalism. The last era we had of investigative journalism was under Omoyele Sowore through Sahara. The likes of you and Diola working for Sahara, trying to crack certain things. He could plant one or two persons in the villa, giving him information. As soon as he gets it, he want to fly with it. So they want to be the first person to break such information. Before breaking it, as he's breaking it, he's doing more than groundwork. He will come with paper, come with invoices. That is why when people open their mouths that looks like toilet to say Sowore is an agent of he's working. The last time they said he was working for Tinubu. Now they say he's working for Buhari. Somebody who said recently he's an agent of the state to destabilize Obi. Are you guys okay? Do you reason before you talk? The same guy that has if not for the courage Sowore had, people like Sowore today have been granted personal no granted in Nigeria. A lot of people in America, they don't visit. They are just supporting one group or the other like IPO. They dare not visit America. The guy took the bold risk to leave his comfort zone and went to Nigeria. People are still saying he's working for the state. So his investigative journalism in Nigeria is as dead as dodo. If I may borrow the word of Zekomi.
All right. Thank you. Are you there? Okay. I'm all right. Thank you so much. James, do you remember Delegewa?
Yes, I do. Mr. Murray has given a very comprehensive account of what happened. There was a lady that was, I think, arrested in the UK. Her name was
Gloria Okon. Gloria Okon.
Gloria Okon.
Gloria Okon.
Gloria Okon. When they arrested the lady, the Secret Service men went into the matter, and all of a sudden they said Gloria Okon died in detention. Actually, people are saying that it is not true that Gloria Okon died. Then there was a medical officer whose name I cannot remember, carried out a post-mortem examination on the corpse and certified the woman to be XYZ, and that was the end of the matter. Then Gloria Okon's relatives went there to collect the corpse. And when they got there, they said, no, this is not our daughter. This is not Gloria Okon. I think I'm not very sure, let me be very frank. Then the medical officer said, well, the corpse before me had these characteristics, but it's not my duty to certify that the lady is Gloria Okon, or I don't know her name. The corpse brought before me is that of a lady or so, something like that. Then all of a sudden, we had information that this lady is in the UK. Then, what's his name? The journalist we're talking about, Delegiwa, went to the UK to have an interview with this lady, unknown to her that this man is a journalist from Nigeria, an investigative journalist. Having gathered the information, then it dawned on her that she has said what she's supposed not to say. Apparently, she informed the authorities in Nigeria, and when Dele returned, in the morning hours or thereabout, they sent him a man on a motorcycle with a letter. Then when they gave him the letter in the parcel, when he looked at it, it was written CIC, that's Commander-in-Chief. Say, oh, this must be from CIC. So as he ripped it open, that was how it was blown to pieces. That is the story behind Delegewa's problem. Well, as Mr. Murray rightly said, it has no positive impact on journalism, because with that incident, I expected Nigerian journalists to be very, very bold and continue from where the guy stopped. But although the newspaper, it's what's called magazine, Tell magazine, I think, was it Tell? I can't remember. can't remember the name of the magazine.
Newswatch.
Newswatch.
Newswatch, exactly. The magazine continued operation for some time and eventually it fizzled out. So that is just it. Then
All
as
right.
for Mr. Amodi's comment on what's it called, Showore, it should interest people to know that Mr. Showore is not a Yoruba man, he's an Ijaw man. From southern part of the Yoruba speaking area, there are some Ijaws there. That is where, he hailed from. One of in fact, the present Obi movement wouldn't have gathered so much momentum if not for NSAS movement. NSAS is a prelude to this Obi movement we are saying. If not for NSAS, the youths of Nigeria wouldn't have been able to galvanize themselves to muster the support they are now giving, the guy. So NSAS is not a failure at all, and so many things are yet to happen. It's just a question of time. We should be patient. The youth of Nigeria displayed, should I say boldness, confidence that youth of my days could not even think of, let alone displaying them. So in fact, I congratulate them for their monumental accomplishment and more grease to their elbow.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can see that. Okay. I can see that Bola, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Oh, good evening. Thank you. I'm very glad to be part of this show.
What brought you today? What inspired you to join us?
Yeah, what really inspired me is Peter Obi's simplicity in tackling Nigeria's problem, this monumental problem that we have got. And on several WhatsApp groups that I belong to, I see people and I try to explain this man has a simple solution for the monumental problems we have in Nigeria by virtue of the way he's going about things. I am a software engineer. I used to travel when I was in Nigeria. There was a time I traveled with him. This man carried his luggage by himself. We were coming from Abuja and he wore his normal kaftan the way he wears it. And also, for instance, he gave 5 million to the victims of flood. And he said that 5 million naira is the starting point. Some people were picking against him that why would you that you can get a form for 40 million naira PDP form for president and you jettison the idea. You are giving just 5 million. But this man is very, very prudent. And he said he's starting with 5 million, which is very, very simple and right. That means that 5 million might grow. He might add to it. Now, the way he's talking about his mantra to salvage this country from consumption to production, he's saying things too simple. And because of his simplicity, a lot of people don't understand that this man has a better idea than the rest. So I am really, I'm looking for ways to actually, what I could do is because of money that I'm looking for, that I got job here, that I had to move with my family to UK. I live in the UK now and I work legitimately. So Peter Obi I'm trying all my best to make sure that Nigeria does not miss this man coming 2023. Look at the way he's going about to address the problems that is plaguing the nation in a very simple manner. None of the other two big candidates could do that. So these are my motivation for saying what I want to say. On Delegiwa, I was a little boy in my primary 6. I remember how my mom draw down the roller shutter because she has a shop around Adeni Jones that 1986, that time when that man was killed. So we see the evil is still the same kind of evil that is still happening today. So those were my motivations to talk about Peter Obi. Peter Obi seems to be like, I'm a Yoruba boy. And I keep telling people this thing is beyond tribe. Let's look for, if your car has a problem, you won't look at the mechanic that wants to fix it. You won't look at the tribe. You won't look whether he's a Yoruba or an Indian or a distant. You look for the person that has the, Peter Obi has the, he has his stamina. All the other two candidates, I don't like to talk about it. But the fact is, this man has a simple solution. Forget about it. His solutions are very strict and you can understand it. You can understand what he's trying to say. Not that he's blowing one big Harvard theory or all this Cambridge analytics or whatever. He's saying it as it is. And because of his simplicity, a lot of people are taking it for granted. There was a time he made a mistake. He was trying to divide a number. And I keep telling people that all the mistake that you are saying this man is making, what you people call lie, is human error. A computer is supposed to do the division for him. And he did the computation of something divided by something that is a liar. The man is too simple. I just pray God heal the heart of a lot of people to understand his simplicity. His message is too simple for a monumental problem, and people cannot comprehend it. That somebody can come with a very simple solution, get a biro and write this thing, put it in Excel and begin to share it. I mean, I'm just using that as an analogy. He has a very, I like simple, I study mathematics, right? And I've seen a lot of difficult things, but I appreciate people that makes things simple. Simple. Let's make it simple. This man is talking about the way he's campaigning. He will tell them, look at my antecedent, verify it. Most of the error that people talk about him, like lie, is a computational error, which is human error, which is not a logical error. If somebody is dividing a number, there was a time he was dividing something, everybody was just saying, he's not saying the right thing. He's human, for God's sake. He's not computer. But if I'm a teacher, if I'm supposed to mark him, what he said, this x divided by y is equal to, so if you say x divided, if you say 17 divided by 2, and he says it's 9, it's because he might not be too good in arithmetic like that. I won't blame him for that. But I will mark that step that says 17 divided by 2, and I'll give him his 10 over 10. So Peter Obi, the way he's going about his manifesto, going about campaigning and all that, and a lot of people like us, as poor as I am, people like us, they have an account that they set up, which I've given my token. So what we are saying is, and I like the way people are funding him. You see, this man is doing a lot of things that is changing the whole narrative of the way politics should be done. Look at the APC rally. I am sure they must have given out money as usual. But this man, the people funding Peter Obi, they are like the regular people, struggling people like you and I. Our 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, those are the money they are using to fund him. Thank you. This is what I want to say.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. This is what we're going to do. I want to quickly touch on Wike, because no matter what you say, he's still, whether he's a factor or not, the one that bothers me is the amount of money he spends, that the money belongs to people of Arewa State. I want to get two people to talk on Wike and what's going on. But before we do that, let me play a video of Wike speaking somewhere in Lagos this week. All right. So sorry. The studio is full. They won't let me play. Let me get some videos out.
No, I can remove myself so that others could join.
No, not people. No, I had some videos I played there before. Those are the things that are stopping. No, it's not about people. We still have a room for one person to join if anybody wants to join. So, but let me play the video if we can, and then we will start the conversation. All right. Okay.
I came, like I said, if someone is not doing well, if he belongs to my party, I won't come. So, for me, if you're in my party and you're not doing well, you will see me. If you're not in my party and you're doing well, you will see me. I stand for and say that I'm in support of you. I don't want to talk the other one.
Yeah, one more.
the performing governor of the good and hardworking people of Rivers State, defender of the defenseless, voice of the voiceless, and my friend, Governor Ezenwoye Wike.
Nigerians will hear. I never told him I would say this, but Nigerians will hear. Why some people think some of us are not Nigerians. Why some people think some of us are slaves. We will never be slaves. I will never be a slave to anybody. You people will see. It will clear your eyes. You will know what we are telling you. You will know what we are telling you. Anybody that fights Abia State, you are not fighting Okeze, you are fighting the people of Abia. I will tell you soon how money that was supposed to come to Abia State for my friend to use to develop Abia State was stopped recently by those who think they own this country. By those who think if Azu did not support them, because if Azu supported me, they went and stopped Abia State from getting the money they're supposed to get to develop.
All right. That's Wike in action. He's been, whether you like him or not, he's been out there. I think there are some things that come out of him that people should pay attention to. CM, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
I think I've listened to this interview in details some before, I think yesterday or so. You see, the thing about our politicians is that when they are campaigning, they will tell you, just like Bola alluded, they will just be, they tell you as if you are the best thing after they are the best thing after sliced bread. You see, why I'm particular, if at all, what Wike is saying, I know the area I blame Wike, the role he played, but Atiku, I keep saying this. There's what they call the power. When you write a book, it has what they call ISBN, International Standard Book Number. That book is not a handout you sell locally. It can be sourced. Obasanjo wrote a book. In it, he put it in black and white that if he will recommend Atiku for the presidency of Nigeria, I mean, not that one. That was what he said in the interview. He's saying that when Atiku won the Adamawa PDP nomination, he brought him in and then trusted him with privatization so that him Obasanjo will be concerned with the day-to-day what they are doing. They want to privatize Nitel and all those federal assets. Obasanjo said within a few months or whatever, Atiku showed his hand. He converted all this through his cronies. He acquired all of them, one way or the other. If you talk of aluminium smelt at Okuiboku, I mean aluminium something at Korabasi, and then Del Alaja Steel and all those things. So for Obasanjo to put it in black and white, and up to today, Atiku has never issued a rejoinder by way of writing another book. Even if he wouldn't write, he commission a journalist. There are many of them he can give some money. They sit down and then put his own, just call it one thing. Then Andrew Obasanjo has not issued another edition in which he will retract or remove that portion. So the thing is still there. And it's to me, even if you don't believe it, I take it to be gospel truth. So that tells you something about Atiku. That is the testimonial. You've been a vice president, and this is what your principal said against you. And up to today, you've not refuted it. So whatever Wike is saying, I can agree to it. I can take it if it's against Atiku's character, because Obasanjo is there. Till today, Obasanjo did not regret ever saying it. Obasanjo has never apologized. So when people now come and start to sell Atiku to us as he's this or this, that man's character with respect to accumulation of wealth is suspect. I do not trust him to run Nigerian economy. And like some people will say, it's a street wisdom. Since he's been trying since 1992, spending money, what if he goes in? Already they say he's the person that gave PDP a loan of 1 billion before the primaries. So then tell me why they will not rig him in to win. Whatever, even if Tambua did not step down. So Atiku as a character, to be honest with you, it's not the type. It's where Wike is fighting him. Ordinarily, he should have told the Yoshayu, step down. Don't worry, step down. Let it come from the south. Because they have a deal. That's why he cannot do that. And then, how then do we look at this on the surface? Obasanjo was president for 8 years, ending in 2007. The chap that was hell-bent on taking over was Peter Odele from the South. Yet the allegation was, no, he cannot remain in the South. South cannot, somebody from the South cannot finish, and he goes to another person from the South. What if Obasanjo has gone to something like, what is it called, Kogi State, or maybe Kwara, and brought out a Yoruba man there? They will say it's from Yoruba to the other. Then why are we talking that Buhari, a Fulani, we hand over to another Fulani in a country in which people will tell you we have more than 200 ethnic groups? I do not support that. So that's why everything about Atiku, his candidacy at this point in time, I'm against it, irrespective of whether he had a hand, which I know he could be, had a hand in denying maybe the governor of the people of Abia State what is due to them, maybe due to environmental something. Definitely cannot be normal federal allocation, because that is, every state is entitled to that. So what Wike is saying, there is sense in it. It's only the fact that Wike should have insisted that the thing should be zoned in accordance with PDP constitution, zone the presidency down to the south. And Wike knows when it comes to the south, yes, people may be sympathetic that after all, Ikwere is Igbo, but people will say no. Southwest has gone for 8 years through Obasanjo. South has gone for maybe 6 years or 5 years, depending, through Jonathan. Why can't he go to Southeast? So that selfish interest of Wike made him to even get blinded by that ambition. And now the thing is backfiring. But then Atiku is not a character that I will entrust, since Obasanjo saw it, and every evidence is there. People can remember what he went through Halliburton. So Atiku is too corrupt to be our president at this point in time, irrespective of any shenanigans he's doing on the ground. Thank you.
All right. Ndubisi, I know, I see you. And if you allow people like Jude and they will just dominate here, you will never. Ndubisi, let me ask you, what do you think
He
about
has only talked twice now.
who? Of course, he feels that way. I have not even spoken once today. Ndubisi, Ndubisi, what do you think about Wike?
Thank you.
Okay, you see, that's the problem. When we remember Ndubisi, his line will not be good. So you see, it takes a long time to remember him again. Michael, welcome to the show. Ndubisi, we have to go. Your line is still
Can't you hear me now? Can't you hear
and
me?
boss, why? You know, try and log back in, and then let's see if we can get you to have a clear line. Michael, let me try you again because we still can't hear you. It's not clear. Am I alone that can't hear him? Okay.
The line is
Michael,
not clear.
yeah, Michael, go ahead. Let's try Michael. Because I don't want anybody accusing me of ignoring them, you know. Michael. Okay, Michael cannot
Michael on mute. Michael on mute.
So hold on. You see, that's why sometimes
It's like Michael just wants to listen. You know?
Yeah, but it's not here that you listen. Because we want to make room for people who want to.
Rudolph, Rudolph, you give me time to
sleep,
listen, and understand what is going on. Then I can participate.
Oh my goodness. Okay. You guys have to apologize. Wait. You guys don't know anything. The person I'm calling Michael is my uncle. Oh my goodness. God forgive me. All right. I didn't. I was thinking.
James is ready.
Okay, hold on, guys. I am now. I have to buy a goat and yam and to present to my uncle. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Ndubisi. Okay, Ndubisi is gone.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, so we're going to change our conversation now. I want us to talk about Apostle Suleman. Let me. He has a video he released. I can't play the video because he put in some restrictions on the video, so I can't play it. But I want to show you. Let's see if I can show you this. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, yeah, we got it. Okay, so this is the picture of Suleman. This is his vehicle. He was attacked somewhere in where is the town? Somewhere in Edo State yesterday, and 7 people were killed. Some of his police his police office, his police people, and some people in the vehicle. But the vehicle where he is, which is this vehicle, nothing happened to it. Obviously, it's a bulletproof vehicle, and so I want us to talk about Suleman. He released a video where he was saying, essentially talking about his enemies who are trying to silence him. He didn't even show so much concern about people that died. So I want us to look at this issue in two different ways. Few weeks ago, we had the senator in Anambra State who was attacked, Ifeanyi Ubah. We've not heard from him. You know, people were killed, people in his convoy. He wasn't injured because he was in a bulletproof vehicle. In this case, too, Suleman appeared to be in a bulletproof vehicle, but the people around him, including police officers, were killed. So that's the subject I want us to discuss. And with that, I welcome Victory. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
Welcome to the show. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Damage.
What do you think about what happened to Suleman? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I saw the video yesterday. I would like to just comment on what CM said about Atiku quickly. I think CM is 100% right. Atiku can never be trusted. Apparently, the deal that was reached in 2019 was for Atiku to contest against Buhari. And as a favor, this 2023 election, that he would not partake in it. That's what I heard. And apparently, the man cannot be trusted. The man broke the agreement they had, like a friendly agreement they had. within himself as Wike and some people from the South. And I think it was Ambassador that said that man believes that he can buy anything with money. That's his mentality, that he can get anything he wants as long as if he can pay you. He believes that he can buy anything with money. So that man can never be trusted. And how can you say that after 8 years of Fulani rule, another Fulani person should take over? So are there no other tribe in Nigeria? What will happen to a child that was born when Buhari was 1 year old? So he would have known a rulership of Fulani station in Nigeria for 16 years. That people think is unbelievable. So if Buhari does 8 years and Atiku does another 8 years, so Fulani would have ruled Nigeria for 16 years. I don't understand why. I always say to people that Nigerians are very funny people. Where is your sense of fairness and justice? In terms of like inclusion, carrying everybody along. If Atiku was really a statesman, Atiku would know that the right thing for him to do was to support somebody from the Southeast to fight for that position. That's what we call being fair. You have to be fair to people. You cannot be calling yourself a unifier and deep down in yourself, you're not being fair to other people. So how are you a unifier? You're not a unifier. Oh, you're bringing in more confusion even.
All right, thank you so much, Victory, for that. So let's go back to Suleman. Let me play this video. This is a small audio of Suleman when he got home after the attack on his convoy. Let me play that.
Direct shooting. Is that that's a direct shooting.
All right, Mr. Shaw, during the end of year last year, he said what will happen. He didn't see this happening to him. A man of God is in crisis or scandal is always Suleman. What do you think is happening?
Sure. Is that for me? Oh, yeah. Thank you,
yeah,
Dr. Dami. Yes, it's been a minute. Work has just been very busy. I'm actually at work as I speak to you. Can't remember the last time I was at work on a Saturday. But just touch on the, sorry to go back, on the Atiku Wike incident, because every evening I catch up on the Nigerian news, because Wike is always entertaining. He brings the comic relief, to it, and the dance and the band and the brigade. The one thing I've taken away from all of this is I'm very happy this is happening to Wike. Not Wike as a person, but to a big Nigerian politician and the G5, Seyi Makinde, the governor of the state where I grew up in, the other guys, the Autumn and all of that. It's good for them to feel what it feels like when a politician promises you and fails. Do you understand? That's what they've done to Nigerians over the years. They will promise you and they would go back on the promise. Now, they as politicians are feeling exactly the same thing from a bigger politician. That's what we've dealt with all our lives. So, we say to them, welcome to our world. Honestly, for me, I'm so happy, not because I like Atiku or I hate Wike and the camp, but for politicians to know what Nigerians feel, the disappointment when you have a gentleman's agreement. When we win, we'll give you water. The same stupid promises in 2022, pipe-borne water, the things I had from when I was little. The bald people like me will give you afro. The barren will be pregnant. All this nonsense. And the minute they get in, you never hear from them. It's if, every 4-year cycle, they come back and lie to you. So Wike should deal with that disappointment. It's what we go through every day. Good luck to him and the rest of them. Now, to talk about Apostle Suleman, like I said, work has been honestly crazy. So this is the first I'm hearing of it. But for a man who bad press, controversy, negativity has courted for so much, to say I'm surprised would be lying. I'm not endorsing what happened. I'm not, saying it's right or wrong. But for someone who's always in the news for the wrong reasons, apart from the gospel that is meant to preach, is always something Otobo here, something Canada. You hear every negative thing about him, coercing people, and it's all allegations, but it's only a matter of time before something like this happens. And, I recognize that quite a lot of people on the show are probably not Yoruba speaking. I probably don't spend a lot of time on social media. I don't know. But there's a Yoruba guy who's a bit of a nuisance, but I like him. I don't know if he's a pastor or if he's a traditional worshiper, but he said something. He said, Iwoma dirao. So basically saying, you don't prep yourself. You don't fortify yourself. Be believing there's a pastor somewhere that's going to save you. It's a common phrase in the Yoruba, circle. Iwoma dira, like you just believe. See, there are pastors who sell people bracelet and handband and necklace and the church logo and the cross on it. But the pastor has security. So you're buying those things. I go to church. I'm a believer. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one to bash Christianity or religion. But the pastor who is selling these things, or the church who is selling all these handbands and bracelets and all this necklace to you, he has 24/7 security. He doesn't wear those bracelets. Has anyone ever stopped to ask why? So you believe that bracelet is your protection, but the pastor has 24/7 security. So this guy was riding in a bulletproof car, and the other people, I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny because people have died or been killed. Sorry. He is in a bulletproof car, but you don't get the same. And people will still flock and follow them and all of that. Honestly, every man for himself. You'll be shocked on Sunday, the church will still be full with gullible people. Maybe it's the poverty, maybe it's the lack of education. I don't know what's driving people to these pastors, swindlers, some of them. I honestly do not know what miracle people are looking for. You have a chance.
Thank you.
Vote, get the right leader, and things might get better for you. They might get slightly easier for you. Stop following pastors and imams and all these people who deceive you and take the little you have. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Sho. Thank you so much. I like the fact that I forgot that angle, which was that he's in a bulletproof vehicle and other people are not, and he should be protected by the Almighty. Anyway, go ahead, James.
Thank you very much. Characteristically, CM has spoken well, so I need not talk about Atiku. He has said all that should be said about him. As for Wike, let me start this way. In 1887, Lord Acton writes to Bishop Carrington that the same moral standards should be applied to all men, political and religious leaders included, especially since power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what Lord Acton wrote in 1887. Wike spending money like water in Lagos, to me, is an irresponsible act that should be condemned completely. It's a case of money laundering. The EFCC should go after him to find out where he got the money and why he chose to spend it in such irresponsible manner. Then, secondly, the case of the...
Sorry, please.
James.
You mean he laundered money from Lagos, from Port Harcourt to Lagos?
It's money laundering. It's money laundering.
Okay, James, you see, that's why I stop you sometimes when you say certain things. It's not that it's not provocative. It's just, I want you to think about it differently. So I hope you know that governors, they have what they call security votes. Every month they take
is that security
200.
Money?
Hold on. Yeah, 200 million. No, they take about 200 million average. So a governor like Lagos and Rivers State, I'm hearing that they get up to $1 billion because they are rich. It's a rich state. So they have this money and it's for them to spend any way they think they need to spend it as a security vote. He could say that it's in the interest of people in Rivers State that he should donate money to Lagos State governor so that the right person will be the governor of Lagos State. You have you can't do anything about that. That's part of the structure you have in your country. So it's not, people have done it. This is not the first time he's done it. He went to Sokoto and he gave them 500 million because there was fire in one market in Sokoto State. That was when he was thinking he would be president. So it's a common thing. He's not the only one.
Yes. The second part of what I'm going to say about the Suleman of a man who was attacked by bandits. There is a Christian denomination called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm not one of them, although I've read a lot about I've read a lot of their literature. They believe that religion and politics should be completely separated. They are so fanatical about it to the extent that they don't vote. They don't register. No Jehovah's Witness is holding a PVC card anywhere in the whole wide world. Religion and politics should be separate, and they believe that religiously. This man who called himself a bishop or pastor, whatever he calls himself, why was he not covered by the blood of Jesus? Innocent policemen have faced the bullet just to save him. I mean, Nigerians should open our. I mean, we should open our eyes as Nigerians. Those men, I will not say they died for nothing, but they died needlessly. There's no need for them to die. This man should be called to order, and he should be made to pay compensation to the families of the deceased. Because in my opinion, he's not a man of God. As a man of God, he should not be in a bulletproof car. Jesus Christ was riding donkeys, not bulletproof cars. Jesus Christ had no, what's it called?
There were no cars. Wait, James. There were no cars when Jesus was here.
Yes,
and the donkey then was like, someone said that a donkey then was like a Mercedes. I mean, it was bulletproof, actually.
Okay, but that guy called Jesus lived a very simple life. This is the point
but excuse me, Jesus Christ lived a simple life, but there was an instant where Peter had to bring out sword. So that means you can expect that Jesus himself had some irate disciples that could bring out swords when they are and they were
not kidnappers then as well.
They were not kidnappers. So
hold on.
So I think what I want to say is the question we should be asking: how did our country degenerate?
He told him to shed his sword, to put his sword back, because he believed that.
James, hold on. You allowed Bola to get it.
The blood of Jesus supposed to cover him, not bulletproof cars.
Okay, thank you, James. Let's one by one. I know once Jesus comes on once Jesus is a topic, everybody wakes up.
Yes.
But it's not like Jesus is expecting you to defend him.
Yes, but the people around Jesus too, they were armed. For Peter to bring out
they were armed.
Yes, he is armed. He's got sword. If he has gun, he will have gun in his pouch. So he brought out the sword and he tried to cut. I can't remember the scripture very well, but I know the story. He cut off one ear and Jesus in his miraculous way put the ear back. What I'm saying is the question we should be asking, how did our country get to the point where some people will just come with gun, and as a man of God, is he into any business that warrants somebody that wants to kill him? So these are the questions we should be asking these people that we have in front. Honestly, me and my family, I pray for Peter Obi. In all fairness, I pray for him because this man is doing things too simple in a dangerous situation. That is my own point. So back to what you are saying, that man is a man of God. He controls a lot of people. But the question we should be asking, why would somebody wants to kill a man preaching, peace be unto you, God loves you, don't die? It's not like a voice in the wilderness like John the Baptist. They are not like the people that, if you read the Bible very well, the preachers that they wanted to kill, they are not like that. So why would somebody, is he into deals? So these are the questions we should ask our Christian people, our Christian leaders. Are they hearing from God?
I have a question.
Thank you, Bola. CM, go ahead.
Okay, the question is, I'm taking it in totality. What happened to Senator Ifeanyi Oba and what happened to Suleman? The similarity is that both of them were on bulletproof cars. Another similarity is that the people guiding them or their followers, what like the security, they were killed. Now, the question I want to pose is this. Why can't Nigeria, is it still wise when you're already in a bulletproof car and you put police in a car that is not bulletproof to come and guard somebody who is already in a bulletproof? Bola is laughing. But to come and guard somebody who is already in a bulletproof. So if you know, like Peter, Ifeanyi Oba or Pastor Suleman, you're already in a bulletproof, meaning that you don't want the bullet to touch you. Then why are you then calling police who are also not in a bulletproof? Or won't the police demand that for me to guide you, all of us will be inside bulletproof, or all of us will not be inside? I mean, I want us to look at it and being fair. Just what is good for the geese will be good for the gander. So, I mean,
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me say that someone, Peter, informed us that Peter didn't have a sword. That was that he took it from a soldier who was nearby. So
yes, it's in the Bible. That's how it's written in the Bible.
Okay. People like you don't read their Bible anymore. You live in the UK, you forget about Bible. You think that they won't catch you. They caught you now. All right.
The thing is this: most of these leaders or the heads of whatever, they are ready to sacrifice anybody for their safety. That speaks of their own selfishness. Okay, and that is why all these people that continue they want to die for any leader, like those that want to die for Asiwaju, want to die for Tinubu, Atiku. All these people doesn't care a damn about you at all. They can dispense you at any time. If it would even mean sacrificing you for whatever they are looking for. Okay, that is why if you watch P2B is not like that. P2B have never gone on bulletproof, even when he was a governor.
No, hold on, James, Jude. How do you know?
He said it. Okay. He used it. He bought. Okay, remember the story he told us that when he came in, when he became the governor, they gave him I think how many million, 100 and something million naira.
150.
He said no. How can he use too much money to buy a bulletproof car? Then he commissioned a Peugeot company and contracted them, and they supply him several Peugeot, I think CISO or something, and then which he served to so many judges in the state, and which other people he served, and then he had 10 for the governor, and then he was using that one of it. He was using one of it.
Yeah, thank you. I remember.
Has he not been saved? Has anybody hurt him? And by the grace of God, nobody's going to hurt him. Because if you writing.
Amen. Hold on, Jude. The first thing is, I remember this story now. I don't have the video. I will have played it. He actually said that, what he said was that he felt that being in a bulletproof vehicle doesn't mean you can't be hurt. That they can actually, and this is what Ifeanyi Oba was doing, and all these other people. This is what they are doing. They actually know that somebody can stop them and shoot them and won't be able to harm them. But they could have stopped the car and pulled them out from the vehicle and killed them. So that's why they need all those people around them. You know, they couldn't just be moving. If you block the road and get them out of the vehicle, you can kill them. And they know that. That's why they have all those people around them. Now, the question is, I had somebody say that God, you know, the fact that you believe that God will protect you doesn't mean that somebody cannot harm you, or that if you, Jude, what you said that if P2B is not doing anything bad to people, he doesn't need protection. You can be good, you don't do anything to people, and you can still be in the line of fire. So that's not a guarantee. The fact that you're not doing anything bad to me doesn't mean that I won't hurt you. You know, like James thinks that I'm stopping him from talking, even though he didn't do anything.
No, you can still be hurt even while you're doing something good. You can still be hurt, but what you're trying to say here is that no matter how you try to protect yourself, when there is need, when the enemy comes, even that your protection, that your fortified wall cannot save you. Okay. The best thing in life is to keep your hands clean. Even when you die with your hands clean, God will know, everybody will know that this man lived a good life. But which of the politicians in Nigeria can we say today lived a good life? Tell me one.
That's a good point. All right. Let me hear from who else knows Suleman very well. Yeah, Victor. Looks like you know him. Do you know him?
Mr. Dr. Damage, I don't know him very well. But
I know. I have read a lot of stories about Suleman. Okay,
well, I mean,
how that this man cannot go to the altar to pray without sleeping with a woman. Women sleeping with women. Those are the way he renews his power. This is
God.
the internet. It's all over the place.
Jude, please. I think this is not a conspiracy theory platform. Please, I think we should stick to the point. We should stick to the point and not deviate, because now we're making.
That is why we have Nigeria. So because people don't want.
No. Jude. You don't have any evidence to back what you're saying. You don't have evidence.
Excuse me. The man is a controversial man. Why is he excuse me. All these beautiful women, you see them coming, he's canceling them, and at the end of the day, they will come into the social media and say he has slept with them. You see, most of all these things, if you want to, why is it that as a man, like, okay, say for instance, you are in this UK now, you are living, and you stay away from women so that they won't say you did something. But why is it that you have a lot of men coming one after the other and saying that's just it? I don't have proof, but I read papers, I read interviews, I read about the Otobo, I read about another actress. Why can't he give me money? As a man, give me good money. But it's all these beautiful women, they will be giving money.
All right.
But you don't have what he's looking for now. Why is he going to give you money? You have what he's looking for.
Period. Is 100% good case.
On this show, we try to be nice. We try to be nice to people. If
I'm saying
is here, you can say this thing, but when he's not here, you have to be nice and you have to say things you can.
Dr. Damage, what I wanted to say is that we have to be.
I can prove it.
We can prove it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
right.
anyway,
touch.
You never know how much I know.
All right. So we have to round up. We've done 5 hours and some change. So what we're going to do now is I know there are some people who still want to come in. We don't have space. So let me get some people out. But I will let them tell me what keeps them up at night so that we get few people to come in so that we can finish up. All right. So
let me try and get out.
Okay, Jude, good, go. All right, go ahead. What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, what keeps me up at night is the thought or the realization of how much Nigerians still believe that the country called Nigeria will be maintained and meant to progress, and they will suddenly become one indivisible country, everything will be going on well. To me, it's so sad that people cannot come to that realization that one Nigeria is a mirage. One Nigeria is hindering us. It's hindering us from progressing. Me as an individual, as an informant from Biafra land, it's hindering me from progressing. It's hindering many of my Biafra brothers and sisters from progressing. We would have gone far if we had been on our own. We would have gone far. For instance, look at Nigeria second bridge. For how many years now? It has not been completed. Many politicians will come up and be promising us now, we'll build Nigeria bridge for you. If Nigeria, if we are to have our own country, do you think if we want to do that, it will take more than 6 months to construct it?
Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me challenge you now. Because I think it's a little bit. Jude, they just completed the bridge. They just announced they are going to open it in December. They will do the opening ceremony.
That's what they're telling you. Have you been there?
No, I saw pictures and people.
You saw pictures?
No, it's true. Jude, that's not the issue.
And then what about the road that connects to it?
They're working on that. But Jude, let me ask you this question.
How can you build a bridge without a road going to it? Are you going to fly? Come on now.
Okay, let's give them that, at least that credit, because Jonathan was there for 4 years. He didn't do anything. But let me say this. Do you ever think that, nobody is stopping the governors of the 5 eastern states from doing something like build a surface rail from all the capitals? Have you ever thought about that? And nobody stops them. Nobody from the federal government is stopping them from doing that.
These are stooges of the people that have held Nigeria to its knee. These are mainly stooges, robots. That is why if we have our own country, like my Yoruba nation brothers and sisters, everybody will be able to hold their own thieves accountable.
So who is
accountable? If we have our own land now, do you think we can go and be spending the state money anyhow? No.
Hold on. Okay, no, let me not do this. We don't have time. But Jude, we do this next time. Let's go to that. All right.
So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Can I just quickly? Nothing can keep me awake at night other than a cup of coffee. But however, certain things I think about is what will post-Nigerian republics look like should we find ourselves in that situation? That's what is keeping me awake. Okay, that's what is capable of keeping me awake. What will post-Nigerian republics look like should we find ourselves in that situation? Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time with us.
Thank you for thanking me.
Jude and James, thank you. I want whoever is willing to go. Yeah, sure, Mr. Show, go ahead.
I want to go.
Can I go?
Go, Mr. Show, of course.
I just want to respond to Jude.
Okay, Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
Is it okay if I go ahead, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Scribe. Yeah.
I just want to respond to Jude and other, I like to call them IPOB Biafran lovers. You're my brothers. What you're fighting for is legitimate, no doubt about that. I also join you in calling for the release of MNK. But for you to naively state that, like Rudolph was trying to build up to the point to make you realize that nothing stops the 5 Eastern governors to create those real links and develop their thing. They have all the wherewithal. They can raise funding. They can do all that. So nothing stopped them. Like an example is the Anambra airport. Nothing stopped them. So for you to now come and say that if a Biafran or whatever form of post-successionist country, you are going to say that it will be things will just become good all of a sudden, and you feel better to hold them accountable. Yes, from an ethnic standpoint, I see where you're coming from, but no, if the framework of democracy and the flow of democracy isn't stipulated, you're still going to have the same thing. I would even judge that we're better off in that context. We're better off in a Nigeria, because then that way when our representatives go there to debate, things are a lot. If they were to see it from the purest form of democracy, things will be a lot more, less sentimental, because then you're taking the yearnings of your people to a diverse house. So then things can be discussed in isolation, and demagoguery, it doesn't have any room for demagoguery other than rational thinking and rational arguments. So I want to say that that's you should rethink that thing. Yes, it's an option, but don't think it's going to be all moonshine and roses. The other thing that keeps me awake, and I've been so patient to say it, is that this whole thing about, I still feel insulted by what Mr. Hakim Baba Ahmed said. And okay, Rudolph is feeling uncomfortable.
No. I want to hear you. I want to hear you.
If you don't want me to go there, I won't.
No, go. No, I want to hear you, and I want to question you more. Like, let me hear.
Yes, good. Thank you. So I felt really bad because Mr. Tinubu went there, Mr. Atiku went there. We did not see that level of scrutiny and focus to that extent. One, CM has already gone through a lot of it. But one thing I want to clearly state is that Mr. Obi, you are doing very well. You're going, but from the beginning of your mandate, when I said one of the things that put me off with Obi was, trying to be nice to the establishment and things like that, it put me off immediately. It made me become suspect of him. Irrespective that from close quarters, I know that he is a genuine guy. You know, from close quarters, I know that he's a genuine guy. So you know, the whole way Obi answered it and everything, it still continues to reinforce. Okay, true. Obi and those, especially I'm talking to those who are those determining who Obi goes to interview. Why can't Obi, for example, make those his brothers feel comfortable with himself by opening up to journalists who are of Igbo extraction? Have you not noticed the pattern? He's talking to people outside. This is a reflection of what your government is going to be. This is the same thing, the same template that Jonathan used. Or look at that, the shame. You're a Nigerian president. You can't even your hometown is flooding. You were a Nigerian president, your hometown is flooding. Mr. Obi, this is my advocacy. This has nothing. If I have the option, no doubt you are the best candidate, we'll vote for you. But that doesn't mean that as an Igbo man, I should be deluded to this thing. It's either you're white and you're white. If you don't, if you state the, like CM said it, state the facts. Let everybody grow at their own rate. The governor of Maine and the governor of California cannot be mates. Simple. That is the only way mediocrity can be taken out of Nigeria. And that is the only way that Nigeria can be good. If you don't have what it takes to field a good football team, then that's your business. You know, but going to promise the North, it's still reading those scripts of the Jonathan days, the Azikiwe days, we are past that. But when you go to the real intentions of the same people that you are trying to do, they are not looking at you as a Nigerian president. Let's be honest. They're looking at you as an Igbo man. They're looking at you as an Igbo man. That's what they're doing. So what are we deceiving ourselves? Let's be honest. I just want the OB. I'm very disappointed that the pattern is clear. That apart from Tochku, who else have you really opened up interview to? You've been avoiding every other
all right. Thank you.
Gathering of Igbo people. You need to address us and tell us what you have, because we too will vote for you.
Thank you.
We're not it's still that inequality that you are peddling in this your campaign.
Okay.
You see Tinubu, you can look at Tinubu, look at the other people. They are talking to their people. You see them in their gatherings talking to their own people. Why are you avoiding us? It's not fair. You are still trying to say implicit. You are still throwing that line of an unequal Nigeria. So how can you now convince me now for a fact that you are going to take the plight of the Igbo man seriously?
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. We're doing what keeps you up at night. Mr. Shaw, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Few things. The thought of having a Nigerian president who his boss said is able to feed 300 million Nigerians for 400 million years with the money stolen. It's a possibility that we have someone like that rule Nigeria. That's scary. The thought of having a man who's old, probably having medical conditions that come with age. So this is not mocking anyone. We'll all get to that age, God willing, old and gray and all of that. You know, I work in the medical sector, so I see these things on a regular basis. When people start talking nonsense, that you know that when they were younger, they wouldn't say. It worries me that someone who's told Nigerians, this is not written, reports. It's their videos. When someone who was an accountant is telling you, do not worry about the exchange rate. Naira falling against the dollar should not worry you because you're not an importer, exporter. Your salary is paid in Naira. Don't worry about it. It doesn't affect you. Telling us that the solution to insecurity is to recruit 50 million Nigerian youth into the army, a country of 200 million people. When he's telling you all these things, it's not coherent. The thought of having someone like that as my president worries me. Yes, it does not affect me directly because I don't live in Nigeria, but I'm a Nigerian. There's no denying that. So the thought of having these sort of people rule Nigeria worries me, keeps me up at night, and to see young people support them for whatever reason is more scary. I hope and pray to God. Peter Obi is not going to, it's not magician. He's not a saint, but I hope and pray to God we get it right with Peter Obi, to even change the direction, even to halt it, even if it doesn't move us forward, stop the rot and let the next person build upon it. Line upon line, precept upon precept. That's what I'm looking forward to. All right. Thank you very much. And I hope to join you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
Yes, I want to go.
Okay, Bola, go ahead.
Okay, what keeps me up at night? It's the thought that about Nigeria to progress, and I believe for Nigeria to progress, it's not a tribal thing, because the poor people of Nigeria has got the common enemy. I mean, common disease, which is poverty. Whether you are low class, middle class, is the same problem across the geopolitical zones. You see the super rich in a very poor environment with private jets, and while the other people living there, they are poor. They die of diseases because they can't maintain the disease. They don't have money to buy drugs. Those are the things that keeps me up at night. I've seen a lot of people die in Nigeria for things that can be corrected, that can just mere small money to buy drugs to maintain their disease, but they die. And you see these people, they are not willing to change. And also on Peter Obi not talking to the people of Easterner, I see that man is trying to unite the country. He's trying to go everywhere so that they don't say he's Omo Igbo. You Yoruba people, they were saying, Omo Igbo, Emadiba for Omo Igbo, don't vote for Igbo man. It is beyond that. I have a lot of Igbo colleagues. In fact, one of my best friends that lives in that America, if I want to buy something, I trust him. So let's look beyond that. He's not he's not allowing so far he's talking to journalists. Let's look at it that way. You see, water will always find its level. So the thought about Nigeria being a very good place, people can go back home and settle down, maybe after a long walk, working abroad, is something that keeps me up at night, because I don't want to die in this land. I want to go back home. If Obi gets there now and I have money.
Bolade, hold on. How long have you been in the UK?
I just came this year.
And you are tired of and you are tired?
Because
people like us who've been here for the generation.
Because in Nigeria we get good food. It's only me and my wife.
We don't need a long donkey years.
My children here, they can eat all their food.
You're already tired.
Amala dudu.
No,
if you tired, you go Peckham. You speak Yoruba tire.
Even when you get the one in Peckham, you will be tasting like sugar. It's not. See, I used to work in First Bank. There was one woman opposite one canteen. I used to eat egusi soup there. Correct egusi. It's not. It's when I go there like this, the woman said, "Give me egusi, mix it." By the time she brings the food, this is you have eaten. If you eat egusi here, it will taste like sugar, even from. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bola. I hope to see you next time. Okay.
Please let me speak, Dr. Damages, and then I will go, please.
Okay, Ijoma, go ahead.
Okay, this guy is very funny. Anyway, why I came, I got nothing keeping me awake at night. I think the situation in Nigeria, a lot of people have spoken about it. We are every weekend here talking about it, analyzing it, and trying to find a solution for that great country. But the guy who spoke about his egusi soup was quite really funny. Anyway, why I came was, I saw a lot of comments, some comments, 2 or 3 people mentioned about my accent. Yes, especially about in Dutch. Also, lieber Leute, mein Ursprung ist aus Nigeria, aber ich wohne schon etliche Jahre in Deutschland. Und ich möchte ganz klar machen, dass ich habe keine andere Sprache außer Deutsch in meiner Familie, mit meinen Kindern, mit meinem Mann. Natürlich mit meinem beruflichen Weg Also jeden Tag ist Deutsch und keiner kennt meine Geschichte. Und ich werde auch meine Geschichte nicht hier auf Plattform erzählen. Ich weiß, wie lange ich wohne in Deutschland, dass ich in Deutsch, mein Akzent in Deutsch und irgendwelche jemanden über mich lächerlich machen, Hintergrund, das fand ich absolut nicht akzeptabel. Und ich bete, dass man bitte diese Akzentkram besser lassen.
Danke.
Ja, also es reicht aber
Amen.
langsam.
Hold on,
Amen.
guys. You do hear things like this on CNN? No.
No. I
Have your say.
will speak now in English. I mean, you guys have listened to me speaking in German.
Yeah.
No one knows my story, and it's not my. I owe no one apology to explain myself. How long I've been in Germany? If I was born in Germany, if I was raised in Germany, got nothing to do with anybody. I'm coming on this platform because I love what Ms. Okonkwo is doing and what every one of you are doing. That's why I come here to contribute. I've made it very clear. I don't know much about Nigerian politics, but what is happening there is quite devastating. That's why I come here to contribute and learn from you guys. But for those of you or those people who are on the comment section trying to bully me, no, you don't bully me, guys. I mean, you don't do that. That's not nice. And be respectful to women. Frauen müssen respektiert werden. Ich lebe in einem Land, wo unser Kanzler hat das Land vor 16 Jahren regiert, Angela Merkel. Und wir haben Respekt. Respect women, because we have a lot to contribute in the society. And I know what I'm contributing in this part of the world where I called home and where I live. Thank you, everyone, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ijoma.
Ich liebe dich.
Ich liebe dich auch. Machen Sie gut. Alles Gute. Wer war das? Wer hat Deutsch gesprochen? Who spoke in German?
Vielen Dank.
Ah!
Don't worry.
Guck mal, wie es
Don't worry.
weitergeht.
We got you. We got you.
All right.
Ignore the naysayers.
Thank
Komm
you.
mal rüber, wir trinken mal ein paar Bierchen und dann guck mal, wie es weitergeht.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ijoma. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen.
Okay. Let's go to Kenneth. Mr. Scribe, you said you wanted to go and
yes, I actually
it's okay. It's okay. Can I go ahead?
I actually came back to say something about Johnson Suleman, but I think
that's I don't like the way people just run away from that topic. Go ahead.
Yes, so let me. I think I've followed events concerning Dr. Johnson Suleman for a while now. I remember when, just for a start, Johnson Suleman's father is one of the APC's strong men. So he's in APC as a political party, his father, and his father is a Muslim. So Johnson Suleman, when Stephanie Otobo, the Canadian singer, came out and confessed scandals with him, a lot of people didn't believe her, right? And there was a scandal again that was rumored concerning Dr. Suleman with Daniela Okeke. Daniela Okeke, I know her very, very well. Actually, her brother was my schoolmate. So, and there was this rumor that he purchased one, I think 2017 or 2016 Mercedes Range Rover for her. So there's what we call VIN number, vehicle identification number. So the VIN number of that vehicle was shared online. People like us that know a little about cars, so we searched for the VIN number, and it was linked to Johnson Suleman. And that is the car that Daniel Okeke was given as a gift by Johnson Suleman. So I don't know the kind of philanthropic activities that Johnson Suleman was doing with her. Now, we have one Chioma Ife Melodike came out. She's an actress too, and confessed her scandal with Johnson Suleman. Then Halima Abubakar, which is ongoing now, she's also an actress, and she has confessed that she even was pleading for people to pray for her because she's sick right now, and she's alluding that Johnson Suleman is kind of user for sacrifice or something like that. I don't know if that works. So there was one Linda claims that do the hiccups.
Well,
You
hold
know,
on.
she
Can
hookups.
I,
Yeah.
are you doing your PhD on Suleman? You know,
No, there's this lady, Maureen Badejo, that runs YouTube. So she has been on his case, like giving us like real, news about him and his boys. There were these guys that live with Justice Suleman. They come out and they confess what they saw there. I think they're in Dubai right now. So they confess how Justice Suleman's activities was centered on women, and his wife is aware of that. So they were trying to paint a picture that Suleiman's activities with women is a kind of sacrifice. He uses that to renew his potency. I don't know how that works. Now there's one actress again called Sharon George. She's also linked to that activities with Suleiman, and Iyabo Ojo is another person. Dr. Suleiman is patronizing. So with all these women, you now begin to wonder: is he really innocent of all these allegations? Is he the only pastor in Nigeria? We've had the likes of Fadede. Then Fadede used to attack Nigerian government, and we've never had this kind of scandals against Fadede. We had what they call it, his mentor, Benson Idahosa. We've never had Benson Idahosa having affairs with women like Suleiman. So why is it all about Suleiman? Right now, Suleiman, who came out recently and was showing us some nonsense videos that he was being attacked. Oh, you are being attacked for what? Who attacked you? Your family, your kids were saved, but the police officers and other people around were killed, right? So you have the power to see everything. Pastor Suleman has the power to see when Nigeria is going to go for a second world war or whatever they call it. He has the power to see who is going to win the election and who is not going to win. But he did not have the power to see that he was going to be attacked by assassins, right?
Okay.
So he didn't see those.
Can I hold on? John Abba is here. He's a pastor. I want to get his view because on Apostle Suleman. John Abba, your fellow pastor is in trouble again. Some people wanted to kill him. He told us enemies. Do you pastors have enemies like this that are willing to kill?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
You can see how free I am in my house. I'm free anywhere.
Oh, by the way, are you done with the party? You were having a party. You showed us
Please see the house. Let me before you talk about but see all this one happening.
What can we do?
Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, so Pastor Suleman is not the only pastor in Nigeria, and he will not be. He only him know what he get himself engaged with, and we have a society that reward junk behavior. Some of us simple because we are human and we express ourselves. We are not holy enough to gather millions of people so we can be taking their tithe. So very soon I'll be collecting money from most of you that I know here. So I can buy my private jet and then take women to vacation wherever I want to take them to. That's what they do. It's about too much money. When you have much money than Jesus, you will misbehave now. So,
all right.
Pastor doesn't do that. That is not what pastor meant to do. But when you have, let me finish because you are marginalizing me now.
No. I just discovered that there's someone who has not said anything since he's been.
Yeah, I'm going to leave very soon.
Yeah, he's been here quietly, unlike you.
No,
you
go ahead.
Come in and you jump out and you.
I trying to give people chance to talk.
All right. So we're just rounding up. We're talking about what keeps you up at night. But Carrington, you're just joining us, or this is the first time I'm coming to you. Anything you want to say? Go ahead.
Well, I've been following since we started. I just haven't gotten the opportunity to join. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to talk about the with Pastor Suleman. It was quite unfortunate what happened because I didn't like the personality as a human being, So this is the insecurity that we're talking about in the country. You know, where the level where we are now as a country, and we need to do better. You know, so having said that, I listened to 2 minutes of his speech. I couldn't get anything factual from what he's saying. Whatever happened that started in 2017, according to him, he didn't come up with anything. 2 minutes of video, people, one or two people come to show themselves or add to whatever is going on. 2017, something started. To me, that doesn't make sense. I didn't quite understand what he's saying. So if you knew who are the people who are responsible, you need to work with the security operatives. You understand? So they can take it from there. Having said that, I want to talk about the P2OB situation, the obedience. Personally, I'm calling from. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm in New Jersey. Rudolph, I know you very well. So we'll hook up in New York. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Thanks. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You wanted to say something about P2OB. Go ahead.
Yes. I didn't see you when you come to New York because I have people in my house. So I had some events that was taking place. But the thing is that the era we are right now, this is my own personal opinion. I think I've put all the contestants, all the aspirants on the on the platform, and it appears that P2OB is the only person that has the credibility and integrity to move this country forward. Because now the APC came up with a manifesto. I went and pulled out a manifesto of 2015 and put both on the table. There's so much similarities, and we haven't gone to anywhere. So the question that I want the media in Nigeria to ask, because they should bring these two people, Bola Tinubu and Atiku, to ask them real questions about their manifesto. Particularly, Tinubu is the person that gave us Buhari. So all this time that things has been going on with this administration, not one day, if I'm wrong, someone should correct me, not one day has Tinubu come out to say, this is not what we planned. This is not going right. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Not one day have I heard him criticize this administration. In as much as people who are in Nigeria are suffering, so much poverty is going on right now, as we all know. Insecurity has skyrocketed, poverty in the whole world. So, I mean, food stuff is expensive. A bag of fries was 8,000 when it came in. Today it's say about 30,000 or 25 thereabout. I mean, so APC has no moral authority to stand to even run for the next administration.
All right.
So I would like them to ask them questions.
Thank you. We have an open invitation for everybody to come on this show. We're reaching out to them until we see them. All right.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions to ask.
All right. When they come, we will let you know. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Let's continue with what keeps you up at night. Kalata.
Oh, nothing keeps me up at night. I remembered that I'm obedient this week, so I wanted to address Mr. Scribe that give him a break. I mean, I'm not supporting. Look, I criticize every candidate and analyze, but I just want to be obedient this week. I want to know what it feels to be obedient. But come on now, if you really want Obi to win an election, he cannot win with just Southeast and South votes. Ignore some things to win the election. You just have to close your eyes on some things. Let him do the politicking, like the way he's doing this. Benue, just close your eyes. Ignore. As long as he has your votes, let him ride. He cannot win the election if he cannot win the entire North Central or the Southwest. You know the Southwest, he's not going to win the Southwest. Then he needs votes in the North. So let him pander. And he's also playing good politics with this climate situation because Tinubu and Atiku are not physically fit enough to go into a canoe and go and meet people personally. So it's playing to his strengths. And everybody, look, it's politics. Forget about all this. It's politics, and it's good politics because he's agile, he's fit. He can go talk to them one-on-one. So guys, this is not the time to be holier than thou. Let the man try and penetrate the North. If he doesn't win North Central, you are not getting a President Peter Obi. If he doesn't get a decent 25% across the North, you are not getting it because he can't win the Southwest. The best he can do is to do what Jonathan did in 2011. And if he cannot replicate that, no Peter Obi presidency. So as far as I'm obedient this week, calm down, everybody. Just calm down. Let him play.
Kulata, just to rebuff, I was playing devil's advocate.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, good job. Thank you so much. Ndubisi, what keeps you up at night?
Yes, Thank you again. Sorry, I was hearing you guys earlier, but you didn't hear. Well, I'm worried about the way our politicians are going about their campaigns. Like everybody knows, only P2B seem to be feeling the pulse of Nigerians and willing to work for the people. He's a good man, he's a kind man. He's working, he's a man that fears God and he wants to work for God and man. But unfortunately, the other politicians, they don't play politics that way. So I have worries about how he's going to penetrate some areas, particularly the core north and the southwest. But I know that our southern has been a little bit enlightened. They may turn around on the polling day and give him some good support. That is one. Then I'm also concerned the way Wike has been going about shunning out money. He knows he hasn't. People who know him very well knows he hasn't gotten what can I say? He's not an industrial mogul, a businessman. They all made their money in politics. Yes, he's a lawyer, but he's not a lawyer of note before he came into politics. So all the money he goes about spending are River State money. And I got reliable information that he's doing this, he's in alliance with the APC, just like what Obasanjo did in 2003. Give me your vote and you will get your state. So that is what he's doing. So that at the end of the day, if the APC comes to power, they will they will excuse his frivolous waste of River State money. And it's a very bad alliance. So I hope the people of Rivers and Southerners are watching him. And if come election time, he wants to push them towards Tinubu, they will say, no, not this time. We have our own candidate. I just hope that Nigerians will not miss this opportunity because the country things are really going bad. Somebody mentioned bag of rice is maybe 35 or 20. No, I spoke with a friend 2 days back. It's 40, and that is just rice. There are other things going terribly bad in the country. I just hope that our people this time they will not allow lightning to strike twice.
All right.
It will be terrible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's
Rudy, I have to leave now so that my guests are coming. Uh, what is keeping me up at night is the fact that one of you think Peter Obi will win and he will not win. So I know that you don't want to hear that, but I'll be awake until the lesson day will come and go. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Jonava. All right. Who did I leave other than ECM? Victory.
Okay.
Victory, what keeps you up at night?
The fact that Nigeria crude oil is being stolen massively and no one is talking anything about it is unbelievable. Like literally, like millions of barrels of crude oil is being taken out of that country every day, and nobody talks anything about it. Is serious. That I don't even know what I
Okay,
don't even know what to say.
hold on. When you say nobody, who are you referring to? Because on several platforms, the Clubhouse and Space, Twitter Space, some politicians are also talking about it. Who do you want to talk about it that is not?
Yeah, but they're just talking about it. They're just talking about it recently. This has been happening for years.
Well,
So
maybe
under Buhari's government, the amount of theft that has happened under the crude oil industry is alarming. And this man is supposed to be the Minister of Petroleum that is meant to supervise what's happening.
I'm about to say that we should fire the Minister of Petroleum. I forgot.
You know, so and that's why you see them going about boasting that they have so much money to destabilize the country. Because if you're taking crude oil from the floor, it's just like you going to scoop water and then you transferring it to somebody else and they pay you millions of dollars. So you can say that you have enough money to do anything that you want to do. And for the fact that somebody from Jigawa State or Kano State will come to my backyard and be taking my resources, and then when I stand up and revolt, my penalty will be death. They will send someone to come and kill me. And if I'm lucky enough to escape from Nigeria and run away, then they will go after your family. So the level of theft is only Nigeria that does not know the amount of millions of barrels of crude oil that is being pumped from that floor every day. Nigeria government has refused to put a meter that can actually read what the share and the IGP and the NPC are taking from the floor every day. It's only Nigeria government that refused to do that in the world. They will tell you that at our best, we'll get 2 million barrels. That's absolutely trash. Nigeria crude oil that comes out of the floor, you're looking at up to 6 million barrels a day, right? Those excess millions are going to people's pocket in the government and the military, or people that are controlling the forces. I don't want to talk anything about this thing.
Okay.
And that's the money that is meant to the country needs to fix our infrastructure.
Thank you.
No one is talking anything.
Thank you, Victory. I want to agree with you that when we said that we are getting 2 million barrels every day, those pipes were still pumping crude out, and people were still, So you're right. It's been going on for 9 years, according to them. That means that at the peak, when we were meeting our OPEC quota, we were still pumping more out that we couldn't account for. All right. Omoye's corner, are you there?
Yes, I am. Dr. Damages. Good day. Good day to you. I can't. I'm not. I'm very tired. I had a very hectic week, so I've been laying down. I can't get up. So that's why.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I called you before now. I was just thinking that you were doing your makeup,
No, I was listening. I listened to most of the conversations on the panel, and I think everybody had different insights. But you know where I stand. It's Peter Obi or nothing. To me, it worries me because I see a lot of supposed very intelligent, smart people on this platform, and it really saddens my heart that with all the suffering on ground in Nigeria, we still have people still on the sidelines, sitting on the fence or being selfish about moving this country forward. Nigerian politics, I've never really bothered about politics in Nigeria before, up until I saw there was a glimmer of hope in Peter Obi. The emergence of Peter Obi really ignited a lot of hope in a lot of people, and that includes myself. So, having found someone who seemed to have the simple, common sense solutions to the problems that we have, and that includes all of us also being involved in this change, it really it made me, because I think I've been very naive about how we are in Nigeria. The tribalism was really, really shocking for me to discover that certain tribes just want to hold on to their own. I mean, call me ignorant, but I was really, really surprised because a lot of people have been voting. In my own thinking, I'm like, people just vote because they feel like this person can do the job. I never thought in terms of tribe, never. So it really exposed a lot about who we are as a people. To me, really, I'm just waking up to this whole tribal issue now. Having said that, I agree. The person who said that what keeps them awake at night is the fact that these people, smart people, and unfortunately, it seems like most of these people live overseas. They live abroad where the system works and everything works. And to hear them come and start to defend the indefensible. I mean, do people realize that there are people literally dying every day in Nigeria out of hunger? When I was growing up, that has never ever happened because people had farms. People could eat, even if they did. People would actually live without money in Nigeria. Can you believe that? People actually, this whole money idea was not something that they held on to because they had a farm that they could plant their yams, their cassava, and whatever, right? And grow that food and eat and take some of it to the marketplace to sell for small money. Do people understand that people went, had free education? did not have to pay for primary school and secondary school. I mean, are we forgetting that? I understand that history is not being taught in Nigeria, but what are we do we that we know how Nigeria was at a certain, even during Abacha's time, when people were using sawdust, because we use sawdust for my house, they cook. I remember very well because there was no gas, there was no kerosene, nothing, right? So people had to look for stuff to cook. So that's where firewood became a cooking something in my household because I come from a big family, right? So we have to cook plenty food. So we're using sawdust. Now, even in that time, people still had food to eat. There was no insecurity. I mean, literally every day we're hearing one story or the other. Not only Nigeria, the world now. There are other countries in this world. Why do you know? I know that some countries have their problems, but we're supposed to be Nigerians are one of the smartest and brightest people I know in the world. So what is our problem? I think we should start checking our brains. So because for you to look at what's going on in Nigeria now and still hold on to your tribal sentiment and say, oh yeah, because I'm my brother, so he must come inside. Because he don't help my brother, he don't help my papa. If no be him. I mean, I watch people twist and turn during interviews to try and justify what cannot be justified. Try to prove a point and then come with aggression and anger. I mean, I don't understand. A part of me is really a part of me, even though I don't want it to happen, but a part of me is really wishing that maybe Tinubu should win or Atiku should win. Honestly, I'm even freezing right now. I'm shaking from the fact that I'm saying that, but I have to say it so that people can play this in their imagination. Like I want them to make. I want this time maybe they win. Maybe they feel win. Maybe they feel win for like 6 months. We'll see as it go be. I'm telling you, these same people that are coming and not them because they have a quick exit out of Nigeria, they will run, abandon people for Nigeria. The flooding issue for Nigeria right now is a global thing right now. Nobody, you're not hearing these people coming out and talking about it. This man Obi has been this way for a very long time. The man donated to Haiti when they had their earthquake issue. The man is always on the ground where people are suffering. When they were killing your brothers and sisters in South Africa, this man showed up. Because I don't understand what you now want. I'm using this opportunity to ask those that are still voting for the same ancient of days. That cannot even. I pray everybody will prays to grow old, right? According to God's plan for each and every person. But guess what though? He gave a person the rich in brain no good function again. Not because it's just how nature works. For you to sit down, you are enjoying somebody else's country that has been fixed. They've taken the time. They have fought. They have a voice in their country. You have a house there. For you to be living in a society that works, and then continue and be supporting those that are bringing down your own. Una choose una get another place. If kasala see, like say Trump walk as he wants when he saying make all Nigerians go back. I don't know wetin na for the talk right now because we dey here now dey talk, everybody dey speak English, dey talk, dey speak English, everybody dey twist themselves into corner just to prove say your citizen. Which manifesto? Manifesto is funny. Manifesto of rubbish. All the manifestos wey don come since 1960. Abeg, which one work for now? I dey wait. Una get light with all the manifesto. Na that one simple pass. Light, water, and this thing, food. Biko, more na answer. The manifesto don work for na 1960 something. They bring a manifesto, copy Peter the Rock, Okuta Udo. Obi copy in manifesto, come they use big grammar to they spread them. I beg. Let's tell ourselves the truth. If we want to continue to have a country called Nigeria, guess what? You use your brain. common sense. The lady that called in and said this is the reason why she feels like Peter Obi is a good leader based on the qualities he's shown. Nobody else is talking about that flood apart from Peter Obi. I mean, I don't understand. The man does not, he could have come from anywhere. Because the man now happened to come from the east, we know hear word again. Anybody that comes from the east that by mistake mention in name, una go just tag am. Guess what? Now they talk. Whether I like him or not, you see this wind when they come, so nobody fit do anything about them. Whether the man like he answer make him answer as he go take win. Now that one concern me because person go they talk, go come and call they talk everything when he gets for a mind. The plan when he get you come they vomit to all of una Nigerians. So if you say una head strong, very, very difficult people to rule. Make one tell now he might finish. Una one person will come out. Oh, when I come, I will do this, I will do that. His speech in Arewa House, nothing do the speech. Well, this is my opinion anyway. But anybody when I feel like say the speech no make sense to her, they poke hole, they choke, they find out why not talking like this, why talking like this. Go and hug Transformer. That's all I can say. Because I'm tired of you Nigerians. You people should decide what you want. If you don't make the country kukuma spoil, you now have a it. Make we see who go suffer. Make we see who go suffer. People, no healthcare system. Every day, they carry people body come up for hospital. See,